My name is V. Marie. I am the owner and CEO of Panther Ink Graphics, where I create brands and lanes for entrepreneurs so they never have to worry about competing in any, okay? And today I have the honor of interviewing this beautiful lady, Miss T. Marie, the author, the actress, the philanthropist, the entrepreneur, and so much more. Could you give her a round of applause, please? Yes. So welcome.
Thank you. I came into the belly of the storm. So thank you for having me in all of your storm and broken windows.
Welcome. Well, you know what? Sometimes a storm clears out the path, right?
Exactly.
Amen. So we're going to get into it. Miss T. Marie, could you tell us a little more about you, who you are, where you're from?
Okay. So I'm originally from Chicago, Illinois, the south side of Chicago, born and raised. I joined the Marine Corps at the young age of 17. Right, there we go. And I served 20 years in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I transitioned into television, started a nonprofit shortly before the television part of it, wrote a book that went on to become one of the bestsellers on a couple of reading lists, and I run my nonprofit. So I do that, and I speak, and I kind of go to school, and I knock out goals.
You know what? She knocks out goals, okay? Yes. And we're going to find out a little bit more about what else she knocks out. So y'all stay tuned when it comes to that book. So I just got hot news fresh off the press. Speaking of school, I think congratulations is due because someone graduated, ladies and gentlemen. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. So I am just 2 days fresh of being a 2024 graduate of University of Maryland with my MS. Wait a minute, hold it, wait. Gotta get the good part. With my Master's of Science in Medical Cannabis Science.
Yes, for the cannabis science.
Yes.
So congratulations. So I want to take it back a little bit. What was it like growing up in Chicago?
Growing up in Chicago, and not to tell too much this in a book, was kind of rough for me. I was in foster care at a very early age. So by the age of 10 months, I found myself in foster care. My father had been shot and killed. So me and my brother, who was 2, at the time, found ourselves in foster care in Chicago, and we were put into the system and went to stay with a lady named Minnie Hudson. And I smile when I say that name because she was my everything. She was a foster mom of over 34 kids, and this is huge. She adopted over 12 kids, and she already had 8 kids of her own. So she was a woman who wore many, many hats, just like myself. But she was, as many of you know, the Medea type. She was my Medea growing up. So yeah, so I started out with a little bit rocky background coming into Chicago and my upbringing.
I love that. So I want to find out, how did the upbringing, the roughness, the edge that comes with coming from rough background, how did that apply to your turning point when you said enough is enough? I'm going to choose faith over fear, and I'm going into the Marine Corps of all places.
Why did I join the Marine Corps? Because my brother told me not to, honestly speaking.
That's a true Taurus.
By the age of 16, 17, I was kicked out of high school. I was one of those that thought I knew everything, it was into everything, and I wasn't this proud Marine that you see today. So I had to pass. My brother was already in the Marine Corps, and so when the time came around for me to talk to the recruiter and everything, he flat out told me, no, sis, this is not for you. You don't like authority. You don't like getting up in the morning.
Amen.
This ain't for you. Go back and try the Air Force. So with that motivation, that kind of steamed me on the path of being a United States Marine. So I served 20 years. Meanwhile, my brother did 4, and he got out and joined the Army. So I like to rub that in sometimes. But yeah, it was really that motivation of when someone tells you you can't do something.
I love it.
And you know you can do it.
That's right.
So I did it anyway, and today I stand.
I love that. I love that. Full 180,
Yes,
just a full turn. So I want, well, half turn, because full, you'll be right back where you were, right? Full 180. So we applied that, we pursued that, and then we came up with the organization Operation Heroes Connect.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about what that represents and why you thought it was a need.
Okay, so when I got stationed at Quantico, Virginia, that was my last duty station. That's where I retired from. Prior to retiring, upon getting stationed there, I was always doing something. I always wanted to be a part of something, whether it was giving back in a huge way or working with other organizations. So when I found that I came to Virginia, everyone had a waiting list. I had to wait a year just to be a big sister to someone. I had to wait 6 months just to do this. So I decided, maybe I could start a nonprofit. So I stayed up all night. I read all kinds of Googles and everything else. And for the next year, I worked on that, starting a business that I never knew existed or never knew anything about. And I started a nonprofit. Upon starting that nonprofit, it kind of grew wheels. It kind of grew. From there, we were honored at the White House by President Obama. We were on television a lot. So we were doing huge things in our community. And that was just through the faith of just doing something and stepping out into the unknown. Operation Heroes Connect is what you get when you partner at-risk youth with service members and veterans in an attempt to do something for our youth. From there, we've cascaded, and we have annual summer camp programs that we do where we send 100 kids to camp for free each year. All they got to do is bring the gear list and the clothes on their back, and they're ours for the week. We've done everything from homeless dinner services to helping other veterans, and specifically homeless veterans. So that nonprofit has, in essence, became my third baby.
I love it. I love it. Y'all give a round of applause for just giving back, having it in your heart to give back. That's amazing. So I heard you say being honored at the White House, and then sometimes you're on television a little more often. So did that give you the bug to say, I think I got a thing for television?
No, ma'am.
So how did we take this journey towards the big screen?
Believe it or not, I was not one of you guys. I didn't know I wanted into the industry. I had no reasons. That was not on my trajectory. That was not on my path. It happened for me through an email, and what I thought was a spam email at that. A producer emailed and said, we have this amazing opportunity that we would like to talk to you about. But that was the extent. There wasn't a lot to go. There wasn't any meat and potatoes. I didn't know what this amazing opportunity was. And so I kind of almost deleted the email and let it go. 3 days later, I got a follow-up email, again, about this amazing opportunity. So something in me told me to go ahead and respond. Let's see what these people talking about. You know how people send you those emails? I got a cousin. I just need you to send me $50,000. So my mindset was on that. When I linked up with the producers, they told me about this great opportunity to star on Fox's American Grit. I would star alongside someone who was huge and famous and everybody knew, but they never told us the name, of course. And it was all in the essence of showcasing the military from a different point of view, kind of letting you see what we go through on the everyday. Lo and behold, John Cena was the main person, so I co-starred alongside John Cena and some other courageous service members as well. So that was my big break. And again, I didn't seek this big break. I didn't do a casting call. This was not something that was in my plan of what I wanted to do. So I found myself in this environment, in this space, and I kind of had to figure it out.
I love the figuring it out, right?
Yeah, to figure it out was a little hard, but we did it. We made it.
We learned from it.
Out.
The best lessons come from it, right?
Yes.
Yes. So we want to move on into The Warrior Code.
Ooh.
What inspired this beautiful book, The Warrior Code? And give us the subtitle, because I was like, I'm here for it. Just from the subtitle alone, I was like, let me go on to Amazon real quick. Tell me more about The Warrior Code.
Okay, so this title, she loves this title. So the full title is The Warrior Code, 11 Principles to Unleash the Badass Inside of You. So that's the full title.
Come on.
And from the television, I could say that kind of segued me into becoming an author. Producers, people started recognizing me and wanting to know more about my story. There was a particular episode on the show that aired in which John Cena talks to one of the people on the show and kind of gives them a breakdown of who T. Marie is. And from that kind of went viral, and then publishers started hitting me up. Don't ooh me now, because again, this was not a life I set out for. I knew I wanted to do 20 years, and I felt like I would get out, finish my degrees, and run my nonprofit. So the entertainment industry was not something that I set out for, nor was this book. So when they approached me about this book, I originally told them no. I wasn't ready to kind of get naked in front of the audience quite yet. I didn't want everyone knowing my skeletons and the things that I had been through. And I felt very private. And remember, as military service members, we have that privacy about us. You know, we recognize that people recognize our service, but we're very humble. And telling our story is not something that many of us go and face every day. So when the first producer or the first publisher approached me, I said no. And it took 2 years for them to get a yes. When the 2 years rolled around, it was a matter of, okay, I'll do this, but I want to do it on my terms. I don't want a basic autobiography. I want something that can help others. My trials, my tribulations growing up in Chicago, from being shot at the age of 16, from being in all of what you see on the news and living that life, I know I wanted it told from my point of view. I didn't want what we know as the movie Chirac to be another depiction of a child growing up in Chicago. So it took me 2 years. It took me a lot of praying. And it took me finding the right co-writer. The one that was my co-writer, Deneen Milner, she's awesome. And the fact that she shared a lot of the things that I shared, being adopted, being left for her case, at a fire station at an age of 8 months. So we had that kind of bond going into this. So it made the process a lot easier for me. So again, I didn't set out to do these things. It was just the emotional roller coaster of, okay, if I do it, I'm gonna do it my way. I'm not gonna have anyone tell me how to do it. I'm gonna make that story my story, because it is my story.
Oh, I love that. So where, you know what? No, I'm gonna save that for last when we ask, where can we find you? We're gonna find out how you can get your copy. Okay? So for the final question, I want to know, what advice could you give the audience about staying true to pursuing the best you?
Someone said it earlier when I heard them speak earlier. And it said, know your reason, know your purpose. I would even add, know your why. From the moment, even in the military, when I deployed to Iraq, my why was about my daughter. I wanted, in my mindset, to make the world a better place, so I chose to go out and deploy in Operation Iraqi Freedom. My why, when I did the television, I wanted the world to see a Black military service member up close and personal, and how she could still be a badass and do the things that she needs to do and still look good doing it. So that was my why. So each reason and each chapter in your life, you definitely need to find your why. All my chapters look different, from TV to books to nonprofit to military to now to cannabis, but I have a why behind each one. And that's what keeps me focused and keeps me going in spite of everything that happens around us that kind of slows us from that purpose. That why is what will give you that ammunition to put that fire in your ass to make you say, keep going. So I would leave you with that. Always know your why and keep that. Whether you have to keep it on a sticky, whether you have to tell yourself, whether you have to give yourself those morning affirmations, but know your why and why you're doing this.
I love it. I love it. Give it up for Miss T. Marie. T. Marie, where can we find you? How can people get in contact with you and keep up with what you have going on? And of course, where can we find that book?
Okay, so let's start with the book. The book you can find in most bookstores. If they don't have it, tell them, hey, I need you to get more in stock. So let them know. Aside from that, you can also get the book on my website, which is thannibal.com. And you can find me on social media. I'm on TikTok, The Real T. Marie. I don't know what I'm doing on TikTok. I got these followers, but I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be doing. And you can find me on Facebook and Instagram, and they're both The Real T. Marie.
Amazing. Give it up one more time for Miss T. Marie Hannibal, everybody. You know what? I'm so sorry, Leonard. Do we have questions? Listen, we was about to say thank you and good night.
We was going over there to have some drinks.
Leonard, right.
Just real quick, I just wanted to know, is there, I know you said that you need to have a why for each thing that you, each chapter, each page, right? Is there a thing that leads all your whys together? Is it like, your brother who didn't think that you could do? Is that the thing that keeps you going? Like, you think I can't do this book, so I'm gonna do it. You think I can't do this show, so I'm gonna do it. There's something that leads all your whys together.
To be honest, I think that's ammunition. I think when someone tells you you can't do something, that should light a fire, but that should never be your why. Your why always has to come from within. If I just did something every day because somebody told me I couldn't, I would be doing a million things trying to disprove them. So I think the most important thing is to know your individual why. And whether that's because for me in the cannabis space, I want in this cannabis space because I watch family members, I watch communities in my community being broken over this plant. So I've always said the minute I retire, I want into this industry as a Black woman. So that's my why. Now she may come along and say, you know what, you cannot do this, you're doing too much. And that may give me ammunition, but that would never be my why, if that makes sense.
Great question. Great answer. Any other questions?
I want to ask you, coming from Chicago, I know this generation is very familiar with what we know as drill culture. I have to ask you, especially because you mentioned the movie Chirac, what's something that you would want everyone to know about Chicago, where you're coming from, that's outside of the negative connotations that we receive every day?
Whew. This is a hard one. This is personal.
Yeah.
I say this is personal because I just lost my cousin. And I'm gonna tell you the story of my cousin. She was 24. She was my second cousin. Me and her mom were really, really close growing up. So close that we had our babies at the same time and our babies were a day apart. So my daughter and her daughter share a birthday almost. She wanted to do great things in Chicago. And notice I used the past tense. At the age of 21, she became a police officer. At the age of 23, she had been promoted already in her field. At the age of 24, she attained her master's degree in law, and she wanted to be a lawyer. This young lady was so focused on showing people a different side of Chicago, and not just showing you a different side, but fixing what was wrong in her own community. So if I could leave you with anything, I would leave you with the name of Ariana Preston. Whew. And what happens when you excel in spite of your surroundings? And I will leave you with the name of Dion Moon, who is her mother, who has been steadfast in this last year, because we just came up on the 1-year anniversary of her death, of turning her name into a foundation. Her story played across CNN, MSNBC, everything. She was an officer. She was coming out of her car. She wasn't even on shift. And 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, and an 18-year-old ended her life because they were looking for money for a cookout. That was the reason they gave. So if I leave you with anything about Chicago, know that there are wonderful, wonderful people in Chicago. Yes, there are bad apples in my city, but we're working on making sure they go away. But in spite of, you have to do what's in you. In spite of your surroundings, in spite of where you come from, in spite of the violence, in spite of the naysayers, you got to do what's for you.
That's power. That's all we had. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to get to you after this. I saw you, young lady.
This to you. Hey, we're going to start off with that.
Take your time, take your time.
But I remember you were speaking about just people that don't understand your why or understand what you're doing. Just ignore them, but not that be your why.
Right.
How do you deal with your family members not believing in you and you wanting to express, yourself to them? This is your passion. This is what you do, and we want your, specifically for me, my parents, you want them to understand you, or even, just a little bit know about your life, but we said it without bringing you down, and you necessarily can't tell them everything that you're doing until it happens, and they just have to see it themselves. Like, how do you focus? How do you deal with that?
A lot of self-care. And it still goes back to your why, because at the end of the day, your why is for you. It's not for your parents. And I hate to keep saying the same thing, but it's the same motivation. Your why is your why. Your mom is never going to understand your path. Your dad is never going to understand your path. People you grew up with is not going to understand your why, but you are. So how do you deal with that? You keep your why here, and you keep moving forward. When I started this trek into cannabis, and we know the stigma that surrounds cannabis, and I have a lot of older generations in my family that, didn't understand this ganja lady. You trying to be the ganja lady, huh? I still had to hold on to my why, because for me, it was more so than being this ganja lady that they thought. My why was bigger than that. I wanted people to be able to receive medicinal care from this plant. I want veterans to receive the care they need to receive when these pills are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's about holding on to your why in spite of whatever comes your way. Your mom, your dad, your sister, your uncle, it's not their why, it's yours. You're welcome.
Awesome. And I saw my friend here had a question. Last question.
All right, this is like more towards a media question. So I noticed that you talked about out of nowhere you were just standing next to John Cena. So if you standing next to John Cena, that means there was big cameras, productions, that things that you were not used to. So I have two things I want to hear from you. What was your brain going through that whole process of being on a base to now next to John Cena? And what are any challenges that you have within that production side, or how they operate with a big star like that?
That's a good question. That is a great question. I was scared shitless in that mission. Now I'm on this set in Washington State in the middle of winter with people holding umbrellas over my head and PA, my own set of PA. And remember, I've never done anything like this. Yes, I had a nonprofit. Yes, I've been interviewed. But to do something where you have cameras and you're constantly mic'd up, this was pretty big and pretty scary for me. So that is a great question. I will say my counterparts, they didn't have the same fear I had because, of course, they had some history. I had Noah Galloway, who had been on Dancing with the Stars and done this and that. I had Navy SEALs who had been in movies. So I came straight out the Marine Corps, Gunny, right into lights, camera, action. So that was really, really scary for me, if I'm being honest. And I didn't have a why. That was one of those reasons when I say know your why. Remember, I didn't have a why for this because I never planned for this. So at that point, it was just about making sure I do the best at what I'm doing. And that's kind of like an inner why for all of us, right? So you overcome that fear. You live it day by day. You find on something to hold on that keeps you grounded in that process, whatever that process looks like. And you stay grounded until that evolution and that phase is over and you get through it.
I love that. Well, that concludes it, everybody. Thank you so much again, T. Marie.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, guys.
I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves, starting on the end over here, and then coming back this way.
Is my mic working? Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. My name is Angelica Robles. I am a former undercover agent, Forbes published, best-selling author, executive producer, motivational speaker, and just here to move, touch, and inspire you all. So thank you for having me.
I'm Elgin McFerrin. I'm a motivational speaker, coach, also one of the top educators in the barber and beauty industry, and I'm just here to educate, inspire, and edify to the best of my ability.
What's up, my people? Again, it's your girl, V. Marie with Panther Inc. Graphics, owner and CEO. I am a personal and brand development coach and author and speaker.
And this is T. Marie, the sister of V. Marie. Hey. I am an author, philanthropist, 2024 grad, and a nonprofit philanthropist and CEO. I'm also television and former U.S. Marine.
Thank you. I'll give it up for and we are talking about business and entrepreneurship. We just learned about UT. So, V, can we just hear from you about how you started the work that you're doing? And first, are you from Houston?
I am not. Did you pick up an accent? No.
Okay. I do now.
Look, when I get spicy, that's when it comes out. You guys, I'm originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Shout out to my Louisianians, Creole Cockpit. Yes, I am here. So originally, again, from Baton Rouge, an 84 baby. My real name is Vernica Pitcher. I'm giving you government information at this point, Leonard, off that question. I came here at the age of 18 after high school, and really what brought me here was the pursuit of something bigger than I saw. Just like my sis T. Marie, I came from the inner city, what we call it. You know, some of us know it as the good old hood. Shout out, all right? But it taught me struggle, but it also taught me perseverance. It taught me hustle, it gave me grit, but we were one of the higher ranked cities as far as murder at the time when I was a teenager. So I literally said, okay, I know I'm an artist. I'm going to pray over this paperwork because even though I come from the hood, my mother and father were deep in spirituality was the root of everything. So I moved off of faith, applied that to my fears. Art Institute of Houston wrote back, and I said, drop me off. And I came to Houston and I was with a Kinko's business card with a laptop sitting at Starbucks like I knew what I was doing already. But I was capturing my clients because it's all about positioning, right? So I positioned myself for the people that I knew could pay me. And I started doing things like flyers and logos at first. And then I built from the ground up. So Panther Inc. Graphics started after I graduated with honors from Houston Community College after the Art Institute of Houston. I started Panther Inc., and now we're still here thriving, and it grew into brand development, and now I have a coaching academy called Brand Builders Academy. Ow!
I have you take it. You go next.
Well, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, and like similar things with the young ladies that's on the panel discussion, from the hood, from the gutter. I was in and out of juvenile detention centers from 12 to 18. Then at the age of 19, I got in, me and a gentleman got into an altercation, shot one another, had to go lay it down for a 5-year sentence. Actually, what I went to prison for, I was literally innocent, but I didn't know how to read. And so I signed for a time frame that I thought was probation, but it was the best thing that ever happened to me because inside, the first year I was still, gang banging and getting involved in altercations, but I ended up going into the hole with a gentleman that was supposed to be an opposition, but he was an elder. He taught me how to read. So I read over 100 books in the last 3 years of my sentence, and I put an emphasis on personal development, financial literacy. And when I came home, I cut my hair off. Yeah, I had hair. I cut my hair off and got my gold teeth taken out of my mouth. Had 6 at the top, and I went to go get my haircut from my barber, Mr. Michael Savage, is in my book. And when I get my haircut, he was just impressed because one of my things that I did, I used to use this immaculate vocabulary to kind of discard people from my old past, my old neighborhoods, right? Kind of make them stand out from me a little bit and see the transition. And my barber like, Elson, what you gonna do with yourself? And I told him I wanted to be an attorney because what happened to me, and then when I was inside, I started to help other individuals with their cases. It's kind of like a jailhouse attorney. Helping people with their case and writing letters for them and showing them how to read and et cetera. He said, hey, look, El, that's a long ride to become an attorney. He said, man, you just coming home. You're going to go to the University of Memphis and start kind of hustling people, and selling dope and stuff on campus because you used to getting bread. He said, why don't you get a trade up under your belt? I said, what's a trade? He said, all them big words and you don't know what a trade is. I said, what's a trade, Mr. Savage? He said, like barbering, HVAC, and et cetera. He said, look, I got a partner named Hunter Lay Harris on a barber school down the street. I got a break in a few minutes. You want to go up there with me? I want to take you up there. I said, cool. I walked in that barber school, and it's like I heard angels ring, like, ah. I had no idea that God was going to give me a talent to attach to my gift so I can fulfill my purpose. And so Mr. Savage, he went ahead and he said, what you want to do? I said, yeah. He put out his pocket, paid in full for me to get started, and I never looked back. I had no idea that barbering was going to be a stage and a platform for me to connect with my community. So my first year in barber school, I ended up getting a barber shop while I was still in school, and I was all over the news, got awards from Memphis Grid, everything you could think of, but not because of my ability to cut hair. We did GED classes, gang intervention, created a program called Cut for Canned Goods, and et cetera. And then one day, me being in the shop, I used to hold court, like everybody there watching me and just hearing me speak and talk. That's a stage. And the gentleman said, man, you ever thought about speaking and doing seminars? And I did it. We thought maybe about 10, 15 people gonna be in there. Man, it was stand-up room only, over 100 people. I had an 811 credit score. My shop lease was about to come up, had a little cash put up, and man, the next, about 2 weeks later, I jumped and moved to Houston, man. And from that point on, I've been public speaking, got trained by Dr. Eric Thomas, Jeremy Anderson, a few of the other heavy, Inky Johnson, a few of the heavy hitters, and I created my own program now called The Business Behind Barber and Beauty, where we teach financial literacy and the business behind it, everything in that nature.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Can we clap for that one? That's amazing. We'll move it to you.
So I'm also from Chicago, born and raised. Yes, okay. Born and raised in the hood. And my story is a little crazy, so be ready for it. Everybody take a deep breath, because I'm about to hit you. So I grew up in the hood, and one of my friends was murdered, dismembered, and decapitated by the cartel. I was 15 years old at the time. It ended up being one of the worst crimes in Chicago history. And that really hurt me, and it dug deep into my soul, which made me go into the FBI and become a profiler. So I did undercover work for the FBI for 2 years. Is it perfect? And after Did my 2 years of undercover work. I survived, and I was moved to Mic check. Okay, thank you. I was moved to Houston in 2008 to do human trafficking, which is #1 here in Houston. So did that for 18 years, became one of the best world-class interrogators, just to find out that I married into the cartel. My husband had been money laundering and being part of the Mexican cartel here in Houston. So I go under federal investigation. I'm now on the other side of the interrogation table. So imagine you're a world-class interrogator and now you're on the other side. So you're like, you're really gonna ask me that? So got flown to the Pentagon, strapped up to lie detector tests just to find out that I was not involved. My whole life came crashing down just so that I can be rebirthed. And what happened after that was I sold my story to Hollywood and I got named executive producer. And from that, people wanted to hear my story, so I get on stages all over the world and share my story of resilience, that when you're in the deepest, darkest parts of your life, God is always there to open doors for you that you never thought possible. So 18 years working for the government, I'm now a motivational speaker, a best-selling author, a podcaster here at CCN.
Woo woo.
Yes. And now I get to teach people from the hood that came from nothing how you can elevate to these levels that you never thought possible.
Amazing.
That's amazing. Wow, we got a panel of very amazing people. So I got questions. I don't think I'm gonna use that because I just feel like
I told you I was gonna hit you hard.
yeah, no. I've just been inspired listening to everybody. So first thing I want to talk about is positioning. You mentioned it earlier. Some of you guys have positioned yourselves to get into these positions purposely, some by accident, especially you. I'd like for you to speak to, and anybody can speak to or not, I'll have plenty of questions, to the importance of positioning yourself. What are some things that you would have done differently? And positioning yourself to be in the best position as possible, as well as what does that actually mean from your point of view as well as from the outside looking in.
I think a lot of time positioning isn't based on preparation, it's based on your ability to pivot when you're in adversity. So it's about what do you have inside of you and how can you maneuver through the manure. You know what I'm saying? Like sift through the bull crap.
I want to speak on it from the brand perspective and personal. When it comes to positioning, you have to know, first we talked about the why. When you are clear on your why and the mission, the end goal has to be a problem that we solve. So is it a need? When I understand I solve a problem that is a need, it has to be tested. So when I position myself, it's no way if I come into a room that looks like my melanated African American and we have also our browns, I'm looking around the room. Why would I try to sell you potato salad with raisins in it? I wouldn't position that here because my audience is not giving me the environment to where that is a need. So it's about understanding, is the need for this particular target, and I position myself there to be discovered. A lot of people think going into sales is to sell a thing, but you attract, you draw, but you have to be positioned properly. But also going into testing, it's about, has the market giving you the feedback that they're saying, I'm looking for you, but I can't find you. So it's a collective of that, understanding what problem I solve, what's the end goal mission, what does that transformation process look like, and is that obtainable by the people I serve? When you're clear on who you serve, you know how to get them to discover you.
And I guess they know that you're the person to come to because you don't have the raisins in your
Yeah,
jar.
you gotta put the Tony Sassery in there, little relish. You know my people, come on now. You got to boil the eggs right, not have shells in it, because my people don't like that. You gotta know your market. Y'all would eat my potato salad, right? Put a little paprika, see?
And anybody else want to touch on that?
I would do the woulda, coulda, shoulda. Positioning, I didn't know what I didn't know. Remember, I got into this industry from military. I didn't have an agent. I didn't have an entertainment lawyer. I remember getting this contract from Fox and still being under uniform, still being active duty, and trying to take it to base legal. And base legal was like, oh, we don't do this. But they were able to kind of put me on the right path to talk to an entertainment lawyer. So I would say once you find yourself, sometimes it's not just a positioning because you may not know what position to do, but sometimes just doing the research once you're in that situation. So for me, my coulda, woulda, I woulda did more research. I woulda figured it out more. I kind of feel like I kind of went with the flow on a lot of issues because I didn't know what I didn't know. So educate yourself. If this is something you want to get into, whether it's a book, whether it's the industry, whether it's being a speaker, you have to educate yourself. So I guess that would be my best piece to leave you with.
For me, it's very simple. Just have your mission and vision very clear, and you know where that's going to guide you. Because if you know your mission and your vision, it's going to guide you to where you need to be.
Excellent, excellent. Really quick, this question is specifically for you. You said that you couldn't read when you're locked up, and when you went into the hole, that's when you learned because the brother taught you how to read. In our community specifically, there's a lot of literacy issues. How do we communicate to people who can't read? I feel like we don't. When we talk about positioning, when we talk about marketing, I feel like we kind of leave those folks out. What was it for you where you were motivated to do something you couldn't understand at the time?
I think in my case, reading has nothing to do with intelligence or intellect. So I already had that particular mindset. The reason why I didn't want to read or couldn't read was because school didn't appeal to me. So the teachers wasn't relating to me, they wasn't connecting to me. And so this gentleman that was in the same environment, the same circumstance, I saw how he was like a scientist. It was like unbelievable, his level of intellect, and it just made me gravitate towards him. So I think the first thing is for us to connect with that individual, and once we connect with them, then we can take them to the next stage. Another thing is putting ourselves in their shoes, because people can understand through context clues. And once they understand that you understand them, then they'll allow you to grow them. It's just like anything else, with a seed, with a plant, with if you pour into it, if you nurture it, you put it in the right environment, then you can cultivate it to your desire.
That's a great answer, yeah. Did you want to speak to that at all? I felt like you kind of had a...
I agree with what he said. It's not about intellect, but it's really a need, right? Communication is very important, and you can communicate in many different ways. But reading is a communication that you give to yourself and your mind. And so if you guys think about it, we're taught to speak when we're children. Most of us are. But we really aren't taught to read. And when we learn to read, it's almost like we've activated another area of our brain. And so it literally comes down to giving yourself a gift to yourself. And us that came from a disadvantaged background, it's our duty to give back to our community, because that's all we have to give back, which includes the literacy programs that are currently active. So it's very important. But it's amazing that he had to go to prison to learn how to read. And a lot of people go to prison to learn how to live.
I have a question for you, a follow-up. It's not a follow-up at all, it's just a completely different question. When I listen to your story, I think about perseverance. How much perseverance did you have to have? I mean, how was the relationship with your family? How did it change once you decided to become an FBI? How did your circle of influence, your friendships, those kind of things, how did that affect you as you continue to pursue this career and continue to have your why in front of you doing it?
So I came from a family of 2 immigrant parents who came to this country illegally. And my dad was working in a factory, and he got his hand stuck in a machine, and he had like 3 fingers cut off. So he came home one day and he said, "You guys have 2 choices. You either go work in a factory and look like this, or you go get an education." So that instilled in my 2 other siblings and I, we have to get educated because this can happen to us. So of course, coming from a Mexican immigrant family, they want you to be a lawyer, they want you to be a doctor, they want you to be a whatever it is, 9-to-5er, corporate. And I chose my career based on pain because I wanted to find out how somebody kills somebody and dismembers somebody. Why would somebody do this? So I went into forensic psychology, but with a minor for pre-med because my parents wanted me to be a doctor. So I get into med school like the little nerd that I am, and I'm sitting in med school, okay, with $100,000 of loans taken out. And the professor is going over all the damn ligaments in the hand. And I'm like, what am I doing here? This is stupid. I get up, I called my mother, and I told her, I'm quitting med school and I'm joining the FBI. My mother cried for a week. My dad was like, yes, that's my daughter. So I went to Quantico, survived Quantico. That's a whole nother story. I'm sure you know. The shit that they do to you is unheard of, really, because they have to mentally strengthen you to deal with shit. The thing is I grew up in the hood. I've been dealing with this shit since I was a little kid. We were cleaning bloodstains off of our front steps. We were dealing with this shit. So long story short, got in. Of course, they put me into undercover work. So for 2 years, my mother didn't know where I was, if I was alive, am I returning? So I probably gave my mother all of her gray hairs. But it only statistically and scientifically, it only takes one person to believe in you for you to prosper. And it doesn't have to be another individual, it has to be you. So I excelled in the FBI as a brown girl in a male, white, dominant world. I survived because if you guys read my book, I was taken, and thanks to Verizon, I survived because they were able to find the ping of my phone as I was kidnapped through the van. My phone pinged off of a bridge, of a tower. So for those that don't know, this is old school stuff. I'm in my 40s, so we didn't have iPhones back then. So giving that to my parents, my mother hated the fact that I was in the FBI, but I had my father always, you are it. Like, you are it, girl, you are it. So when I finally got stationed here in Houston, my mother finally understood that I was doing this for a bigger purpose. And even though she suffered for many years, she understood that I was a Latina infiltrating a male-dominant world. And that itself was a proud moment. But to go back to the 20-year-old in me, what do you guys think I was doing after I was coming back from being undercover? I was going to the club making it rain. I was 23 years old, getting paid crazy money to go, interrogate and go be undercover. So I was at the club making it rain. So
what club were you making it rain?
Oh my God. You remember this? It was like Excalibur.
Don't ask me.
Vision.
I wasn't at that club.
My Chicago.
She's like, I saw you. We was making it rain together.
I was making it rain. Because think about it. I was 20 years old. I was making crazy money, and I was alive. So what is I was 23. What's a 23 gonna do? Yeah. Go home and read books? Hell no. So.
Can you speak to that as well? Not Excalibur. Not Excalibur.
If I had pearls, I would be clutching. But she's right on that part of it. But as far as
you guys both have infiltrated male-dominated worlds. Majorly male-dominated worlds, structurally male-dominated worlds. As women of color. I guess speaking to that experience, because even in film, television, the majority of fashion designers are males. Like all of these different worlds in entertainment, they're for the most part male dominated, and we have a lot of women here.
So for me, I will say I was blessed. I was blessed because you hear the horror stories and you see the horror stories about sexual assault and this and that and the other. So I was blessed in that regard. When I deployed, I was the only female to deploy in my unit. So I didn't have girl talk. I didn't have someone to woo-saw with and woe is me with. And I had to be, at that point, I was a sergeant. So I had to be the go-to person. I had to be the sergeant. I had people I looked up to, and I had people who looked up to me. So I had to be always on my P's and Q's, always had to be, not just know my why at this point, but I needed to show and prove what I said don't worry about before. But in this regard, I had to show I knew my shit. And I think in whatever world you find yourself in, where you are the minority and they are the majority, you have to show that you know what you're talking about and you know what you're doing. So whether it's an FBI agent or a branding consultant or I did this and that and I can show and prove type, you have to be able to show these people that you know what it is that you're doing, you know what it is that you're talking about, and you are the subject matter expert. Because without all of that, nothing else works. It doesn't matter that you have the education or you have the street smarts or you grew up in the hood. They want to know what you bring to the table now.
Absolutely. I feel like that even speaks to positioning again. So what we're trying to do with the remix, or what we are doing, the beautiful thing about everybody being in this room is you can't redo history. And I'm telling you, today, this weekend, is a moment in history. This is the beginning of something very special here in Houston. It's the beginning of building on legacy in the arts and in culture and entertainment in these different spaces. You all are a part of history right now. What we're building is a space where people could come and safely network, where they can share ideas and they can, find opportunities into industries and become as great as, the people we see up here. What is some advice that you would give to that aspiration? Because it takes coming together. It takes collaboration. It takes, for me, if I was anybody in this, in the crowd right now, I would be looking at everybody up here like, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? How can I get in your bubble, into your space, and what can I offer you? What is some advice that you would give to begin to seize that opportunity, or seize that thing that they aspire to?
Make sure you hone into the fact that you are, just because you had that dream, and your dream does count. In case someone said it's too crazy, you don't have this, you don't have that, but you have faith. Okay, but faith without works is what? Dead. So you got to put action behind the vision. You can't be stagnant thinking that blessing is just going to drop in your lap. You got to be active. And lastly, don't feel like you have to compare yourself to someone else. When it comes to your lane, stay focused on the end goal, and the driving force is you. So don't look to the left and to the right and get those distractions around you. Anything that looks like distraction, keep it away. And that comes with discipline as entrepreneurs. And we also have to be teachable. It's enough of us saying we could do it by ourselves. It's enough of us saying that, oh, I got it all figured out, I'll get it, I'll do it. You're gonna burn out. And you're gonna be overwhelmed. And there's gonna be opportunities that pass you by, which was really the resource you needed that you didn't even know you needed. So stay humble, stay teachable, have faith, keep that drive, and that's about it.
Do you wanna go? I feel like I've been talking all day. Do it in spite of. I don't network a lot. I'm always in the school books. People think I'm doing more than what I'm really doing, honestly. But I'm focused on what it is that I want to attain. I don't go out a lot. People think I go out a lot because I post pictures when I do, but I don't. I'm focused on what it is I said I want to do in this life. And we have this life. We don't know how long we have this life for. So I feel like I'm always on a time crunch with myself, not with others, not with competition, but with myself, my own timeline. So just focus on you. Do what your mission is. What's your why? What's in your heart? Forget about the naysayers to your left and to your right and just stay focused. Do the homework that you need to do. I didn't. Learn from me. Figure it out what industry you want to get in. Find those competitors to a certain extent, but really hone in on what you bring to that table. So that's what I have.
Man, I don't know what to say behind y'all. Hey, but I agree with everything. Number one, I agree with the networking as well because exposure creates expansion. A lot of the situations that gave me relevance was based on relationships. But another thing I want to state is we always prepare for success, but are we prepared or even considering the opposition that's attached to the success, the adversity? Because there is no opportunity without opposition. But everything that is you feel like it's going to distract you, that's actually putting you in a position to what you desire to be. So I say that this is like if I would give you a raw egg right now. Would you eat it? You'd be like, no, I don't want no raw egg. If I gave you a cup of sugar, would you say, you're trying to give you diabetes? What if I gave you some flour? All those individuals look like I'm trying to kill you in this grotesque, right? But collectively, those are magnificent ingredients for a scrumptious pound cake. So when life serves you a little defeat, a little adversity, a little betrayal, man, you ought to smile with joy because now you're on your way to the vision that God gave you. And the last thing I want to say is a lot of stuff we have in our mind isn't ideals. It's divine instruction from the creator of what you're supposed to do and what you have to do. So if you're obedient, you'll see a lot of your obstacles begin to remove.
I have to ask this. I want to get to questions, but I have to ask, how do you listen to adversity? How do you hear God in the midst of adversity? That's the better way to say that. How do you hear God in the midst of adversity?
Man, that's a deep one.
I'm going to give you mine.
Go ahead, sis.
I'm going to give you mine. My last unit, I hated. I'm on public record. I hated my last unit. I was the only female. I was one of 3 Black people, and it was an infantry unit. So of course they had no other females anywhere close by. I hated the unit because I felt like their intelligence wasn't there. And we've all worked with people where you feel like the intelligence is not matching the job billet they're supposed to hold, right? Every morning I would sit in my car and I called it my me time. I would, where's she at? Affirmations back there. I would affirmate myself out this car to go in there and perform this task of being this legal officer, this admin officer, and doing everything I needed to do to get through the day. But it started with that movement just to get out the car because this is how bad I hated this unit. So sometimes in the face of adversity, you have to be that person. You can't rely on the person to your left and your right. You have to find a way to get up out that bed. Find a way to get over that depression. Find a way to get past that adversity that you're dealing with, whatever that may look like, because it looks different to all of us. You have to find that self-care mode inside of you, whether it's affirmations, whether it's listening to Tupac. I listened to Tupac before I got a big speaking engagement. And I'm driving at volumes unheard of because I'm getting in that mode. That's how I get through. So you have to find your own ways because we can tell you how we do it and how they do it, but you got to find what works for you. Because I had so many people that would try to mentor me, and I was mentorable, I tell you that. But sometimes you just can't see past your circumstances at that space and that point of time. So you have to find that way that's going to get you out that bed, over that depression, over that ex that was no good for you, through that very first ship that you never should have had anyway. You have to find it.
You know what? I love her. Shout out to T. Marie. I always reference adjust your lens. We look at adversity through a blurred lens sometimes. And if you really just keep, and affirmation is really the foundation of where I'm about to take this. I just think of a different scripture that can adjust how I'm looking at the situation. Or I look at or I think about a different conversation with God where he already told me, why are you tripping? Because he don't talk to me like a chump. I know some people think, I don't hear from God or whatever. He speaks in parables so his people can understand. So he knows I don't talk to him like a chump, so he don't talk back to me as a chump. He's like, get over yourself. Why are you tripping in this moment? But if I didn't take the moment to adjust the lens when the adversity shows up, I would have never heard from him. I would have never been able to align my insight, my discernment, or however I'm looking at it. And at the end of it, he promised me that all things work for my good. So why am I thinking past just because adversity? The tire went on flat because I was on my way to the event. Well, all things work for my good. If it didn't go on flat, I might have got into a car accident. Why am I tripping? So just to take the time to adjust your lens.
Adjust your lens. That's powerful. Man, I want to say that adversity is a university, so make sure that you attend class. You know, you have to pay attention to it for the simple fact, right? It's like the mango tree is already inside of the mango seed, right or wrong. So everything you have inside of you is already inside of you, so you got that vision. It's just like when Jesus was on the boat with Peter, not to get biblical or anything or scriptural, but I got to tell the truth. So remember they was on the boat and it started to storm. So it started to storm, and he called Peter. He told Peter to come out and come walk with him, right? So Peter was walking, and he was in pride. He was striving, just like you, and just like us. We began to walk on our vision and our mission. But what happened? The storm began to present itself. So trees got to snapping and power lines and things flying all around. And he looked what was going on outside of him and forgot what was inside of him and began to sink. The second thing is he forgot who called him. So we got to remember who called us, what's our calling, stand on our position firm, and anytime we go through something, that's the university that's training us to prepare us for what we see inside our mind. So you say you want to be a speaker, you say you want to be an author, you say you want to be whatever it is, and then you start to go through stuff. Well, the thing you asking God to save you from is the thing he put in your life to aid you to bring it to manifestation.
Please categorize all of this in yourself. I'm telling you, this is all you need. This is all you need. Go ahead.
Mine is simple. You can't get over it if you don't get through it. So you got to go through it to get over it. That's it.
That is it.
That's
I
true.
want to say one more thing.
Okay.
Like, can I?
Yeah, you got it.
It's simple, just like she said, because a lot of times we want to add stuff to our life, but literally, sometimes you have to remove things to improve things.
Yeah.
So just start to edit your circle and audit your relationships when you leave her. Put everybody on a scale. Is she helpful? Is he cool? Are they beneficial? Because one of my slogans is, if I can't build with you, I cannot chill with you. And that's it.
That's right. Oh, I need one thing off of that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Just is a little one. I'm sorry, Jazz.
I'm going to say this. We probably got time for one question.
I'm sorry. Listen, don't base it off your trauma either. When you go through that list, just because it make your trauma feel good, but it don't look like who you're supposed to be, get it out of your life. It's some things we hold on to that's not meant for the person we're supposed to be or where we're supposed to go. So that's all I want. Don't connect it to I need them because it made the thing that's really my trauma feel good. No, identify that first. Who am I supposed to be? And keep everything that looks like that. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, so the theme is everything is supposed to work out for you. That's the theme of what I got from everybody. In the end, it's all supposed to work out for you. Don't get discouraged. Let's give a warm welcome for our panelists. You guys, just amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Hey, good afternoon. Happy to have y'all here with us. I'm Lyndon.
And I'm Angelica.
Yes, and we are Untying Knots podcast. So to tell you a little bit about our podcast, it's centered around the topic of divorce, a topic around love, relationship dynamics. What else do we get into?
So we get into everything: relationship dynamics, poly, breakups, makeups, sex, everything that comes into a relationship with another individual. And we also get into the relationship with yourself. So everything around that: divorce, happiness, marriage, all of that.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited to do this conversation. We usually be like kind of lit in our conversations.
We're always lit.
So let's start off. I kind of want to gauge the room and find out like who's what. So how many people in here are married or have been married? Have been married?
Yes.
One married? Okay. Who's in a relationship or a situationship that qualifies to? No relationships? No situationships?
Yes, come on, be honest. Thank you.
It's cool. And who's single?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's single looking to fuck? Who's fucking?
We all going out after this.
We want to know where the hoes at. No, I'm being silly.
No, he's not.
You heard some of Angelica's story as she talked about it on the previous panel, but we really want to dive into more of our divorce stories, kind of give you our context of what we experienced, and then also get into the favorite topics. We get into cheating and dating as well. So for you, Angelica, how long were you married?
I was married for 8 years, together for 10, so too long.
Okay, and do you feel like when you got married for the right reasons?
I thought I was getting married for the right reasons, and I gave an oath and I stayed by it. So stayed faithful and truthful. Then when all went down, I was ready to sign that paper.
So then looking back, like you mentioned that your ex-husband was in the cartel, right?
Right.
Do you feel like you ignored red flags in his character and his family, or in general, that you saw those things that came about that caused your divorce and you just ignored it? And what red flags were those?
100%. So they owned 1,400 acres of land, but they had a little vending company business. So I'm like, how do you own $8 million worth of land with a little vending company business? Red flag number one. Number two, there was just always a lot of money transactions. And they were always say, oh, it's because we're leasing the land, there's cows on it, yada, yada, yada. But when you ignore red flags, it's because you're attached to the end result. You're attached to, oh, this is going to be the best relationship. We're going to get married, have babies, live in the white picket fence with the dog and the 2.5 kids. So,
you know, the thing I never understood, though, and I get this a lot when I talk about your relationship dynamic, is how are you a federal agent, but you didn't know that you married someone in the cartel?
Yeah, so I love to describe this because people watch too much TV and that shit ain't real. So cartel is organized crime, guys. There's people running drugs and there's people in higher levels of money laundering. It's an organized organization. There's runners, there's cultivators like you all. There's just tons of people that have different positions within the cartel. So the easiest way I describe it is, imagine you're a contractor for a house, right? You got the plumber, you got the electrician, you got the concrete people. So there's people doing everything. So obviously my ex was part of the higher level of money laundering and moving money around and washing money at a corporate level. So
that's crazy. So most divorces happen because women file for divorces. So these hoes ain't loyal, bro. Don't trust these girls.
Those hoes ain't loyal.
I'm telling y'all, don't trust them. But aside from that, why did you file for divorce? Like what happened? Like take us through those days, those weeks that transpired where you're like, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm out of here. What happened?
So the story is pretty insane, and it's actually the end of the book. So if you haven't read the book, I'm about to give you the end of it, but you already know it. So I actually was working at the DEA office. I was working in the wire room at the Houston DEA office, listening to all the undercover agents and the wires. And I had been approached to write the story of my life. So the book was already written. So I literally come home, and he had read the transcript of the book and got triggered by it. Was like, dang, I got to tell her the truth. So to put it in perspective, I literally left DEA, came home, so my ex could sit me down and tell me his 10-year lie that him and his family had been part of the Mexican cartel. So
You didn't think that like I want to stay with him because I love this man. I have babies with
no,
him.
I actually went like this. I'm gonna show you guys because the visual is crazy. I went like this because I had a gun back here. I went like this. I was gonna shoot this motherfucker, and I was gonna say and I said I'm gonna shoot him, and I'm gonna have the FBI cover it up, right? Because that's what we do in the government. But then I said, it's real. But then I said this, okay, and let this sink in. I told myself, it was like probably like a split second. I told myself, you are an interrogator. You are a world-class interrogator. Separate wife from the situation. And I put the gun back and I said, tell me more. So for 2 hours, he told me everything. But I gave him that space for him to be able to tell his truth, and he did. So I used my skills.
Yeah. No, that's an amazing story. You know, a lot of times when you get divorced, people often think like it's one incident that caused the divorce. And in your situation, it was like there was an extreme event that happened that could no longer serve the purpose of your marriage.
Right. So to go back to the federal part of it, I had to divorce him in order for me to continue after the federal investigation, the 7-week investigation. One of the conditions for me to keep my 18-year career was I had to divorce him like yesterday. Yeah. So I had the quickest Texas divorce in history. Thank you.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
That's a great accomplishment. But for me, my divorce was the opposite. You know, I often get asked like, well, why did you get divorced? And for me, it wasn't a one thing. For us, it was more cumulative. It was like certain events had transpired over time. And, you know, I always say, like, if you were to ask my ex-wife why we got divorced, she'd probably give you a different answer than what I would. But, you know, for me, I remember the beginning of the end is when I lost respect for her as a mother. And I never looked at her the same. She had got pregnant with our second child, and she didn't want to have the child at the time. And I looked at her differently, like, what type of mom wants a miscarriage? Like, who doesn't want their child? And I lost so much respect for her. And so from that point on, my heart drifted from her, even though I chose her. Like, I set my affection on her, but that moment caused me to look at her differently. And I never looked at her the same. And then over time, we started to really grow apart.
Right.
It's really what it was. Like, I think you get married and then you think like you're always growing together, you're always getting happier, things are always getting better. But it doesn't really work that way. And we're always evolving and changing as people.
Right.
But the assumption is that you're always evolving for the better together. And we really grew apart. And then COVID intensified all our marital problems. So
Right. For everybody, I think.
yeah, everything that was bad about us came out and got uglier. So yeah, she was like, I'm done with this nigga. I gotta let this boy go. You know, she dropped me real quick, and I was delusional. You know, I was like, oh, I know our marriage is bad. You know, it can get better. Let's reconcile.
My ex was delusional too.
I
Hella delusional.
I couldn't believe that she would like want to get a divorce. You know, for a lot of different reasons.
And we talked about this. The woman usually files for the divorce, and it takes a while for it to sink in to the actual husband. Mm-hmm. They think that it's not there and it's not happening, but it's like, bro, here are them papers.
Yeah, that's how it was for me.
Sign them, please.
I remember when I got subpoenaed and that lady dropped off that yellow folder, I was like, ain't no way.
Yes,
Wait
sir.
till she get home. Oh my God, I'm gonna beat this woman. But I didn't really do it. But so
No P. Diddy up in here.
Yeah, no Diddy. So, you know, that was our story. And I think a lot of times, you know, it's like cheating always comes into play too. Like, you know, did you cheat on your wife or did you have an affair? And for me, I did. I did have an emotional affair.
You sure did.
With somebody. And I don't regret it one bit. For me, I needed my wife when I cheated on her. And she didn't show up for me when I needed her. And it doesn't validate what I did. Like, what I did was wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I made a vow to love and respect my wife, and I dishonored that vow. But in self-preservation, I did what I had to do.
Right. But I want you to speak more about that because there's a lot of women in the room, and the podcast that we had, I feel like Lyndon provided a lot of value as to why men cheat. Because us as women, when we cheat emotionally and we get checked out. But when Lyndon explained why he cheated on his wife, it was really, really depth. Like there was depth there. So go ahead, like explain it exactly how you said it.
Yeah, like I said before, my heart had drifted from her over time, right? And so in this moment, I had got laid off from my job. And I was the sole provider. She was a stay-at-home mom for 5 years. And I really needed her to help me. Like, I needed a helper. I needed a partner. I needed somebody to, like, step in for me until I figured out my next move. And I didn't get that. And so I was emotionally vulnerable. And so time passes. I get a job here in Houston. And I end up meeting this Colombian chick that was staying in my hotel. She was bad. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So, I'm working out. I got my shirt off. I got a pump going.
Right.
I'm in there. And she walked in. I was like, Jesus Christ. And so I started talking to her. And I had my wedding ring on and everything. And, I get her number. She's like, are you married? I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's complicated.
Of course.
And but for her, in those 2 weeks I was hanging out with her, she gave me the emotional support that I needed. Like, she was speaking life into me, like, man, you're so ambitious, or you can do this, or you should do that. Have you thought about this? I think you'd be great at doing this. Oh, let me introduce you to this person. And we hanging out, having fun, sharing music, like songs that dropped, I share with my wife. She's like, oh, this is terrible. I share it to my mistress. She's like, this is fire. I'm like, you fucking feel me? You feel me? This is fire. My wife don't know what she's talking about. So I'm like, man, I like this girl. Like, I can, Colombia, where are we going?
Yeah.
And so,
but what's interesting is
it was the emotional part.
Yes.
And I hadn't been emotional in my marriage to my wife, and that's my fault. But when I needed emotion, I didn't find it in my marriage. And in self-preservation, I found it in somebody else because that's what I needed to survive that season of my life. And she gave it to me. And I was wrong for violating my vow and my covenant to my wife. I really was. But, in survival of the fittest, I don't regret it at all.
But I want to circle it back to this because he's speaking, okay, so this woman that he didn't know was speaking life into him and he felt seen and heard, right? So when I was ending my marriage, I was able to see and hear my husband when he was telling me his shit. So it's like Lyndon felt abandoned. That's why he did what he did. So for the ladies that are like, oh, men just want pussy. They just want to, hit that from the back. It's really more. There's more to that. There's more there because men are emotional as well. They just show it differently.
And in that season for me, it wasn't even about being sexual with her because we had a good sex life in our marriage. That wasn't my void. My void wasn't like, oh, I'm not having sex with my wife or whatever. It was like, I need help. I'm not getting help.
Right.
And so, I always hate like, oh, it's all these options and this and that, or a pretty girl walks by. Like, no dude wakes up, especially in Houston, there's pretty women everywhere. Like, no dude's just waking up just like, oh, pretty girl, gotta go have her. It doesn't work like that. It's a snowball effect emotionally where you're
a disconnect,
away from your partner and towards temptations, what's happening.
Right.
So have you guys, anybody here ever been cheated on yourself? Who has? Cheated on?
Yes.
Cheated on? Yes. Who's cheated? Where the cheaters at?
Right here.
Where the cheaters? You the cheaters?
Yeah, come on.
Shout out to my cheaters.
Come on. Look. Thank you. Look,
you are?
I'm raising my hand.
You look the same.
I'm raising my hand. I cheated too. Look.
You a cheater over here?
I'm a cheat. Yeah, thank you.
Nah, you look like a cheater.
Look, the first step to self-involvement and self-awareness and being aware and taking accountability for your actions and your mistakes. So I cheated. I cheated bad. Yeah. Real bad.
So tell your story about.
So my story is real bad, okay? This is God working karma right here, okay? So I was in a relationship. We were living together. We were not engaged, but we were living together. We moved down here from Chicago, and he couldn't get a job. I was paying for mortgage, 2 cars, groceries, everything. I had just started working for the Bureau, so I would leave to go to work, and this motherfucker was still sitting in the same spot that I left him when I got back home. And I'm like, yo, last time I checked, I had no kids, but why do I have you here? So I grew away from him. And of course, I'm at the gym. I see a fine, what I like to call Michelangelo chocolate. with them abs. You know what happened next, right? So it was a culmination of drifting from my marriage. Long story short, because I know we don't have that much time, I cheated, condom broke, plan B did not work. Your girl ended up pregnant, and I had to go back home. I ended the relationship with my then boyfriend, and then of course I ended up ending the pregnancy. But he didn't find out that I was actually pregnant until I published my book. So, karma.
Damn, Angelica.
It's all in the
Man,
book, so.
That's serious. So, okay, so we explain our stories, we talk about kind of the rifts, and the other part everybody wants to know about is always about dating. So,
Yes.
how's your dating life? What does dating look like for you?
My dating life is
post-divorce.
It's crazy. And I'll tell you why. It's crazy because of the book. It's crazy because of the story. It's crazy because of my hustle and my grind. So my dating pool is very scarce. And so I'm an alpha woman, and I have to date a very specific type of man, which is what we got into last time.
Yes.
So I need a Sigma man. So my dating life is hard. It's treacherous out here in these streets, for sure. Because it's very hard for me to explain where I am, where I'm going, and where I came from. So a lot of people are like, I gotta go.
Yeah, I feel like dating is so different, like after you've been divorced.
Right.
Once you've been married, and your values are different. The dating culture is so different as well.
Here, for sure.
People's priorities are very different. What they look for in a spouse, to me, is like so off. I feel like that's a lot of reason why a lot of relationships and marriages either never manifest into commitment or they
Right.
fall apart. It's because like we're marrying people for the wrong reasons.
Right.
And we're looking for things that actually don't matter. And the things that really do matter, like what type of family does this person come from?
Right.
What's their relationship like with their parents?
Finances.
Like money management.
Child
Not like how much
rearing,
money you
parenting,
make, but
right.
like how do you manage money?
How much debt you got?
That's
Yeah.
important too. Yeah.
Right.
So how you
Right.
raise children. So all these things that I feel like matter, nobody's thinking about.
Nobody's talking about it, right?
They're looking for 6 feet and 6 figures and 6 packs and whatever else is on your list. That doesn't really matter.
Bentley, no.
So, I feel like with dating though, a lot of it with dating apps, it's changed the culture too.
For sure.
It's made it really, really difficult.
Yeah, and we said
different.
this, if you met somebody at the grocery store, you'll be like, hey, how are them apples, right? But if you meet somebody on Hinge, you're like, what are your intentions? Do you have any kids? Have you been married? You got crazy baby daddy? But if you met somebody at Kroger's, you'd be like, what's up? Those are some nice apples you got.
I read an article. That's my opening line too.
Yeah.
Girl, I see them apples.
Yeah.
I read an article. Bumble is actually coming out with an AI concierge.
Ooh.
So like your AI assistant will talk to my AI assistant and determine if we're a match.
Okay.
And then from there you meet in person.
Okay.
Isn't that kind of crazy? You know what I mean? Like that's like
Yeah.
how would that change dating and relationship and companionship when it's
My AI is gonna be screening you, like how many zeros are in the bank account? What's your
you
credit
asking
score?
the wrong questions. You're gonna be
What's
right
your
back on
credit
this couch with
score?
somebody else. You guys get the wrong questions.
I'm not signing no papers.
So, I feel like with dating, there should be intentionality behind dating, but there also should be a fluidity and
Right.
an organic sense to it of looking for compatibility and not trying to force somebody to be your husband or be your spouse.
Right,
Really
for
try
sure.
to find compatibility there. So,
And then one thing I've learned that's just really number one whenever I start talking to somebody, share with them your needs, your wants, and your expectations
Facts.
so that there's nothing that's not unsaid and you don't have expectations of something that's not even there. Because one, they can't read your mind. Ladies, men cannot read your minds. You got to tell him how you want it, where you want it, all that.
for sure. So, what questions would you guys have that we can answer really quick, if any?
Yes.
All right, so obviously I don't have no problem being women, but introduce myself. My name is Poster. I'm a hip hop artist, I'm a growing artist, and just another avenue of what I'm doing. It's very easy to get women, but actually get one that's worth keeping.
Thank you.
So how do you actually learn how to skill that to be able to get somebody like a legitimate chance? You know what I'm saying?
So can I speak to this? Because I've dated rappers and NBA players and NFL players. I'm going to tell you exactly what they tell me. When you are a woman, if you are not a high quality woman, you know when you have a high quality woman because she's not going to ask you for shit. Thank you. If you are a high quality woman, you're going to know this. It's very simple. She's not going to ask you for money to do her hair, her car, her rent. Because what was she doing before you came into her life, right? Secondly, is her values. What is she involved in? What is she doing on the weekends? Is she out partying, drinking? Is she working on her business? And this is very simple because I've dated what's considered players, and they told me the same thing. You don't ask for anything. And a high quality woman is going to ask for your time and your energy, not your bank account, not your credit card, and not your Bentley to go take the girls out.
I would answer that from the opposite side of the coin. I think a lot of our careers impact who we attract. And if we're honest, like, is a finance bro going to be with the OnlyFans girl? Probably not. You know what I mean? Because of what she does for work, she's going to attract a certain type of guy. You know, so I think in the entertainment business, being a rapper, being a public figure, you're probably in the nightlife space, you're around other women. You know, certain women are going to feel insecure or uncomfortable with that. And so you're only going to attract a certain type of woman. And so I think if you're looking for a woman that wants to be not handled, like can he handle me, but a woman that wants to be kept, you're probably going to have to change a space to attract that type of energy.
Yeah.
You got a question?
Yes. Yeah. I know, because there's book 2, boo. He's still around. So he's still around. He didn't go to jail. The book actually elevated him. He is a VP of a company here in Houston. And so here's the thing. Cartel owns a lot of businesses here in Houston. They are legitimate businesses because you got to wash money through legitimate businesses. So he was selling buildings to cartel members. But the government didn't care about what he was doing. They cared what I was doing because I'm the one that gave the oath to the government. They're not going to waste resources and assets on somebody when somebody could have been infiltrated me from the inside. So the investigation was on me. They didn't care. They didn't care what he was doing because they got to run intensive investigations. Like some of these cartel investigations last over 10 years, and this is what people don't realize. Like there are investigations going on for years and years and years. So, no, he's a free man. He's a free man. No. Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, I appreciate y'all time and y'all energy. I hope you guys follow us on IG. Our podcast is Untying Knots Pod. And I hope that you continue to contribute to our conversation and our dialogue.
Thank you.
So before we dive into the conversation, we're just gonna have a conversation.
Sure.
But before we dive in that, if you would introduce yourself, who you are, and what it is that you do.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Hello. Great afternoon.
Hey, y'all.
Oh, they could do better than that.
I know.
Great afternoon.
There we go.
My name is Amanda Sapp. I am the general manager of Amazing 102.5 FM, powered by Bread of Life, Inc., and a newly appointed VP of Media at Bread of Life, Inc.
Yes. Shout out to you for that. Okay. So how long you been into that industry? How long you been into radio?
Sure. I've been in radio since 2017. So still fairly new, I think.
Yeah.
And what I've been able to experience, accomplish, and connect to through radio has been absolutely amazing for me in my life. And it gives me opportunities to be a part of things like this, and to which I'm so grateful for. So since 2017, to answer your question.
Okay, so what were you doing prior to radio?
Prior to radio, I was doing collections. Yeah, I did collections.
You were calling people
Yeah, I did collections for Chase and Capital One for a while, and it's actually what helped me hone my skills as it relates to communication and talking to people, sharing what I do, or actually getting people to listen.
Yeah. sure.
I learned that through collections.
For sure, for
Yeah.
sure. So, in 2024, it's so much going on. There's podcasting, there's
Sure.
radio, it's all of that. So what is your take on that? How do you feel about the uprising of podcasting? I
Sure.
know it's been around for a while, but now it's everywhere.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that as it relates to radio? Is it the same? Is it different? What's your take?
I receive it all. I welcome it. I think all mediums, any new medium that comes into play, whether it's something that has been going on for a while and now people are really taking advantage of the opportunity. I think any kind of way that you can really create content and share stories in a real way, I welcome that. I'm excited about what podcasting is doing, about what streaming platforms such as Spotify are doing to kind of connect in a way that keeps people engaged.
Yes.
For example, with Spotify, I know that they're adding a video component where an artist can actually have their whole video uploaded to that platform. So just trying to stay on trend and keep things like that at the forefront, I'm excited about that. I think it's great.
So I think it's great too, because here at CCN, we do podcasts and we have a network with over 20 podcasts, and Untying Knots is one of them.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But I love being able to give a platform. I feel like podcasting is just a version of storytelling, and I feel like everybody deserves that right, to be able to tell their story. So with radio, my first experience with radio was about 2 or 3 months ago. I was invited on a radio station, and I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it so much that I haven't recorded a podcast, my own podcast, since. Because I'm really considering switching over to radio because it's just a little different, but I just really enjoyed the experience. So for you, what are some of the things you really love about radio?
What I really love about radio is that it's, for us at Amazing 102.5 FM, is that it's live and local. I like the fact that we're able to express what we do when we do what we do at the moment that we do it. Of course, you know that there's that space where you can go back or you can look at it later, and all of that is great. But there is something about being able to see it when it happens, at the time that it does, with a trusted source that when they say something, it is what it is. And so for me, with what we do, that is one of the most favorite things that I have about being in radio, is being able to do it right then and there, live, talk about what is happening in the moment.
Okay, so here, it's about the media and entertainment industry. We have artists, we have producers, all the different type of people who are trying to get involved in this industry. How could they use radio to their advantage?
Absolutely. So we're a community radio station. What that means is literally what I just said. We are for community. So I know that a lot of times people, they'll say, well, this is my first time in a radio station, or I've never been on radio before. I think for us, one of the benefits that a person has is that access. It's one of the benefits, or one of the things that keeps us from getting as far as we want to and the things that we want to, is access. Providing a platform like what you have today with this event, with this beautiful space, and bringing up all these people that you have, you can't just walk down the street and find that.
Right.
You can't find the quality of expertise that you have brought to the forefront randomly. Yeah. And that's the same with radio. So if you ever have an opportunity to go and be a part of an interview, be an intern, create content, I would implore anyone to take advantage of that. Even working with you, this is such a learning experience that when you get older, or I say older, when you get mature in age, you'll say to yourself, damn, I was working at such and such, or did whatever, XYZ. So I would say to anyone who is interested in being a part of radio, podcasting, spaces such as this, if someone offers that opportunity, that you take advantage of it. So one of the things that I think of for myself, maybe younger me was not ready for something like this, but me today knows that now is the time is of the essence, and don't waste it squandering, wishing you would have done something that you had an opportunity to do.
I love that you say that, because I always talk about on my podcast showing up for yourself.
Sure.
Because you have to maximize on opportunities. And of course there's fear, but I feel like it's always you versus you, know? So no one can stop you from getting to where you want to be. You have to overcome those fears. So I love that you're saying, hey, if you have the opportunity to go on the radio, if you have the opportunity to be a guest on the podcast, if you have the opportunity to have a speaking engagement, you need to maximize on that. And so I know Ashanti here, I actually met you through Ashanti. I met you at an event, but I also met you through Ashanti, and she tells me about the young people that work with you. Tell me about that, and what is your passion for the youth?
Sure, I have a great set of people, ages 16 to 24, who they're producers, they are correspondents, they are cameramen, anything that you can think of from a content creation standpoint. I have young adults in our space learning, teaching, experiencing, and just getting all you can as it relates to like mentorship.
Yep.
So we provide that at Amazing 102.5 FM, and I absolutely love it. I take in what they're saying. Sometimes I don't necessarily hear it at first because I'm trying to understand it.
Yes, trust
right?
me.
But they are smart. I love my team at Amazing. I feel like with every season of people that come through, I know that it's a season of growth
Yes.
that's happening, and I just really enjoy the young people that come to our space.
I definitely share that passion.
Yeah.
You know, here we have a lot of interns, and even our staff, they're all between the ages of 20 and 24. And I think my biggest challenge is keeping up with them.
For sure.
Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I still write stuff down on paper.
Yeah.
They want it in apps, Notion.
Yeah.
For my CCN people. But, you know, it just makes it difficult. So for you, I know that you have a true passion for the youth, but what are some challenges that you have to overcome to stay connected in mentoring the youth?
Sure. I think as it relates to the challenges, it's young people being open-minded
Yeah.
to what experience I've been where you want to go.
Yeah.
And I have more to go.
Yeah.
But my experiences have allowed me to be able to sit with myself in a way where reflection is so important, right? And sometimes as young people, we don't sit long enough to get that. And the challenges that I've experienced, well, you know what? With the young people that I have, they are open-minded. They may not necessarily like what I'm saying at first, so they say nothing, which is great because that means I know you're listening.
Right.
But if anything, it would be young people in general. And it would be to just take time to reflect and wait before you speak.
For sure.
Because a lot of times they're saying something without really knowing that I do have this experience. So
Yes.
give me just a second. Listen to what I'm saying. Once you've heard me, take what your thoughts are, heard what I said, and then let's mix this together. So just being patient, I think, is some of the challenges that might occur.
For sure.
Yeah.
So all my young people out there, y'all heard that? Take it in, take some time. Okay, I love
Save
that.
yourself time, money, energy, emotion.
For sure. So for anybody that they're preparing for their first radio interview,
Sure.
What's your advice to them?
Prepare. A lot of times we just go on the fly. I did it for a very long time. And it works to it until it doesn't.
Yep.
And so I would say to anyone who is interested in doing anything, whether that's doing a radio interview, going to get a new job, introducing yourself to a new person, is prepare. Find out who the hell you're talking to.
Right.
Where you're going. What place is this? You know, I've had people who, they want to do an interview and don't even know how we broadcast. How unprofessional is that?
Right.
Or disrespectful to an extent.
Yes.
Because why are you here?
Right.
So I would say to any young person, if you want to impress the person that you're going to meet, or even if you want to impress yourself, do some research.
For sure.
Just to know, where's this even going?
Right.
What platform is this even going to be on? How will I be able to tune in later?
Yeah.
Don't leave it to chance for someone else to do what you know you need as content from your radio interview. I would just say do some research. That'd be the number one thing I would say to anybody that wants to come do a radio interview, whether that would be me or anybody else.
That's great advice, for sure. So is there any absolutely no's when it comes to radio? Like, do not do this.
If you're an artist, please bring radio-friendly music. And what that means is no cursing. Can almost play any type of thing. Just make sure you got that edited. So that's a no cursing. I would say too, when you come on the airwaves, know the audience that you're speaking to. Because even if you're trying to sell a book, the angle you take is what is going to make people actually listen to you and buy.
That's a fact.
So I would say, take notice to what angle you're going to take with the listener you think you'll have it where you're going.
I love that, Amanda. I appreciate you coming and dropping these gems. So before we go in any further, I want to open up any questions for
I would
Amanda.
love to hear from anyone here. This young man, he came and approached me first.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you, sir?
Truzy?
What a great, first of all, everyone that I have met who have given me something about this event as I walked in was so professional. They were so on point. I see you in them, and that's great leadership. Great
Thank
job.
you, Amanda. I appreciate that. Shout out to CCN for sure.
So, hey, thank you
Hi.
so much for being here. Thank you for just opening your arms for me to approach
I'm
you
glad
earlier.
to be here.
And something I want to ask you is, I know that radio is typically created for commercialization and marketing, right?
Sure. All platforms are.
Right.
Continue.
And everyone, most artists, they ask the question of how do I get my song onto the radio? But they don't ask, how do I get my song to be marketable for it to be commercialized onto the radio station? How would you respond to that?
Sure, there's a couple of things you can do that I don't think artists really think of. It was Lil Troy. He came to the station one day. Y'all remember him? He had the song.
Yep.
What's the song?
We
he
showing
had?
our age.
Yeah.
Everybody that knows Lil Troy.
He was in jail when his song, when he got out of jail, it was crazy. It went crazy. And the reason it went crazy was because he made commercials before he left. And the commercials was about the song. So it wasn't even the song itself. How smart is that?
Right?
How smart is that? It's commercial. You could do a PSA. You could, I'm Ashanti with whatever. Make sure you check out such and such. Boom, they're done. Now this man is in jail. Everybody's hearing that this is something that's coming out. And then it does. And then it goes viral. And then he's amazing. So I think we underutilize the spaces that we're in. So it's less of how can I get my song on the radio and more of how can I utilize all of the avenues that radio provides to make sure that when my song is out, hopefully it's good, that people have heard me. They know who I am. They understand what we do, what I do before it actually even gets to this song that's amazing. I would also say too, for people who want to just get their song on the radio, that there are, what do you call when people do reviews? Just any of those, just get some reviews, not just from anybody. Find experts, people who are in the music industry that will hear just the first 10 seconds. If they hear the first 10 seconds and you catch them, it's a hook, now you got a hit.
Yep.
If them 10 seconds ain't no good, find something that is. Because that, to me, if it's really 6 seconds for me, I'm skipping to the next song.
Yeah.
So get a good beat, get a good hook, find somebody that's really a really good producer that loves what they do and not just doing it for the money. So that way, when you do get that song that needs to be on radio, that's a hit in the first 10 seconds. I would suggest that to anybody. Find that first 10 seconds. If you're not feeling it in second 3, that ain't the one. But
that's like on social media with content, you scrolling and you got about 2 seconds.
You have 3. And they
don't grab your attention.
It might change.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely a good question, Truzy.
Great question.
And I appreciate those answers.
I hope I answered you.
Yeah, you definitely did. I had a second question, and I guess it might be a little layered.
Sure.
And that would be, what opportunities are there for mentoring the youth, as well as are there any drop opportunities as well, and how would I be able, or anyone be able to get those drops to your station?
So I ask all my guests to leave a drop. It's up to them what they want to say. I do share my suggestion. Sometimes they use my suggestions. Sometimes they add a little flair to it, whatever. So opportunities for us are always open to volunteer. We go to a lot of events. We're always out in the city and community, and we can't correspond. The small team I have can't correspond everywhere. So sometimes we'll send people out to go and do it for us if they can. So there's some opportunities to do correspondence. We have a distribution every first and third Saturday of the month. So at that point, we ask that anyone that is able to be a part of Amazing, who really wants to make a difference in community in a real way, which is also an audience, there is where you can help us donate your time, your talent, and your funds. Now, during our distribution, now think about this, numbers don't lie, people do. We have 600 cars that come through our distribution line, and each car has 2 to 4 families inside of it. Imagine if your music is playing and people in those cars hear it. So with that being said, you got how much, do the math.
1,200 to 2,400.
People listening to your music just so happen to be sitting in the car. So if you're a part of a movement to make a difference, which is Amazing 102.5 FM, powered by Bread of Life, Inc., you want to connect with us in that way. So there's an opportunity there during our distribution is how you can be a part of getting your music heard and connecting community.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Truzy. Okay, do we have any other questions?
We do.
Okay.
Okay, so me personally, I just went from banking for 12 and a half years to now being the new project manager here at CCN. And so for you to go from collections to now being on the radio, what was your biggest adjustment / challenge to going from that to what you're doing now?
The business side of things, learning systems and processes. Because when you're doing collections or you're doing whatever, what were you doing before? Banking.
Personal banking.
You know, they tell you there's a script, say this, get this from this person, move on to the next client. So while that is a system and a process, to have to create your own is another thing for me.
Yeah.
And so that was one of the challenges that I experienced going from doing collections to then being the boss.
Yeah.
Was having to decide, well, shit, y'all not just gonna tell me what to do. I got to create what we need to do. So it took some time for me to kind of adjust to that.
Yeah.
But it was so worth it because things flow better when you have that system in place, the process in place. So just also too, I would say what I didn't know, I went and found out. So I would go to conferences, I still do. I go to sessions where I can be led from a professional and a personal development space. I'm always looking for ways to better myself. When I say reflection from the beginning, I mean that. I'll go into these events or it's a conference like this and think about, what I want to go in there and do. Who am I going to connect with when I do? And then when I leave, I'll be like, damn, did I do it? Did I connect with this person?
Yeah.
And if I didn't do exactly what I thought to do the first day, the second day, I'm going back even harder.
Yeah.
So I take a lot of time for myself to reflect on making sure that I'm making the right moves and that God moves me, right? That I'm listening, that my steps are being ordered.
Yeah.
That I'm paying attention to my left, to my right, and that I'm always centered.
Yes.
I do a lot of that.
Yes, me too.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
And I actually want to add to that because I hired her as the project manager. Now, this is my longtime friend. We've been friends since we were 12 years old, but I didn't hire her because of that. And I would never hire anyone because of our personal relationship. But what I recognize in personal banking, like she said, there's systems that you have to run. There's systems systems and procedures that you use every day in banking. Coming here to be a project manager is the same thing. Yeah. There's systems, there's things that need to take place, it need to be a certain way, projects need to be done, there's deadlines, and you already have everything in you. It's just a new space, because you've been doing this 12 and a half years and you were a success at it. Wells Fargo lost a gem, but forget them. I gained that gem, but you were really good at it. So being here, you just have to recognize it's already in you. And the more that you learn what we're already doing here, the more that you learn how to work with the staff that's here, it's game over. And another thing about you, you're a creative. So this place is for creatives, for sure.
I would say too, to add to that is, don't be offended. I did that. As people would say, well, you should change this or you should do that. And you eat the meat, spit out the bone, right?
Yep.
And sometimes, even though I know I'm trying to really learn how to do it, but I know how. A lot of times I had to move me out of the way so that I can really process and take in what is being given to me so that I can be a good steward of this opportunity.
Yes.
But not being offended while I learned these systems and processes was one of the things that I think I had to deal with on a personal level, so that I could be open and willing to receive and to give love. It's the only way that you will be able to take in and move forward, really, really move forward in a way that makes real change and impacts community, your friends, your colleagues, your artists. You got to move you out the way and really open your mind to say, okay, I might not really know exactly how to do this. I am open to learning. I do want to learn. And maybe there is somebody that knows a little bit more than me. I'm going to take this advice.
For sure.
You can learn something from it.
Man, that's great advice, because I too had to do the same thing. Before I was doing this, I was a CEO for my mom's nonprofit, and I worked my way up to that job. She's just like me. She didn't give me nothing. Actually, she treated me worse than she treated her other employees, but it's okay. But I worked my way up all the way up to running her finance and administration department, and then being the interim CEO for 2 years. So when I transitioned to come over here, I was so offended by so many things because I'm
Everything.
like, what?
I'm mad.
I've been doing this for this, and what are you talking about?
I think I know what I'm talking about.
Man,
Them
and
people
really,
ain't worried about it. They just want the job done.
Okay, but I had to get myself out the way and recognize this is something new. Yes, I have the skill sets. Yes, I know what I'm doing, but this is a new space. So I have to take my feelings out of it, humble myself, and learn. You know, that's why I love working with the youth, because I learn from them every single day.
Every day.
They teach me something new, and so it's just always a new experience. So I fell into my feelings, but I was relating to what you were saying, for sure. So do we have any other questions?
First of all, I just want to say how beautiful CCN is and Amazing 102.1. Just because
0.5.
0.5, my bad. But just because y'all both work with the youth, you know, and that's why I was inspired to create my organization, is because I seen there's a gap, you know, between the youth and the ones that came before us that know
Yep.
how to do it, you know, and I've seen a clear difference between the people that are wanting to help the youth out and the people that are also gatekeeping the things because they think that we just want to use it for the wrong things. We just want everything microwaved and don't understand the things that they understand. But what I said. But I do understand that us as young people, we need to understand that the ones before us understand the system that was already in place for them to do what they are doing now. And then I feel like too, the ones that were before us, the youth understand that there's a new system in order, you know? But also, I guess my question is, how as myself as a youth, how do I approach the ones before us in a way of wanting to bridge that gap? How do I, you know,
That's a good
how
question.
do I have a space to where everyone can collaborate?
Man,
Go ahead.
I will say it is approach, right? It's how you coming at somebody. It's not necessarily what you say, but how you say it, right? As it relates to more mature, seasoned beings, they're on that, you know, respect, loyal. I've seen you before, I trust you now. A lot of times young people come, young adults, will come and be like, I got this idea, we want to do it, we should, blah, 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 blah. But have never proven themselves. The Bible says that, study to show yourself approval.
Yep.
And that relates to people too. When you come to a person, if I came to you, Ashanti, and said, I want to do this, we need to do it, let's do it now. I can't get mad at you for saying, hold up, who are you? Because I haven't shown myself to you. Young people have to find a way to connect with people outside of just your words and more of, how can I help you? The way that you've approached me in other scenarios has been very open, very warm, very inviting. So now I can hear you. Now I want to work with you because I see that you are about support. So young people can do better about making sure that you show up. If you can't, say that.
Yep.
If you don't understand, say that. And then if you got an idea, it's more, I'm more open to hear what you're saying because you have shown yourself. So I think one of the ways that young people can bridge the gap is approach. I remember my son told me, he said, he's 19. He said, Mom, I just want you to know everything that you said, I understand, I get it now. He's an adult now. And he said, but the reason why I didn't take what you were saying before is because how you said it.
Yep.
You made it sound like I got to do this way, do it that way, as opposed to asking, what do you think about this?
Yep.
So
Definitely.
both parties, I have to do a better approach of sharing how you can do something, what I've seen, make my suggestion, hands in the air.
Yep.
And I think young people can do a better job of being present, coming to support, asking people, do you need help?
Yep.
Old people, seniors, oh man, I got a slew of them. You know why? Because I'm available to them.
Yeah.
I understand that they were here before me.
Yep.
So when I go and do anything, you know I got 140 seniors for sure
that's gonna do whatever I need. Download the app, sure thing. They got me.
Yep.
Because I'm present and available and open and willing.
Yep.
So that has helped me. Each party, younger and older, had to do better in the way we talk to people.
Yes.
So much more can be done from there.
I totally agree with that. I think it's, like you say, it's on both parties. Both parties have to have open-mindedness and a level of respect, because I have to be open to the young adults and their ideas, and I respect their innovation. But they need to be open to me as a seasoned person, you know, and respect my experience. And just like you say, with the generation before me, I respect their wisdom.
Yeah.
When certain people speak, I'm quiet, you know, and I learn from them. But there's a level of respect there, and there's a level of open-mindedness where I can hear from them. Maybe I don't have all the answers. They did it already. They already went through that. I don't have to make the same mistakes. So let me be open-minded to what they have to say. And that's the same thing that we're trying to do from our generation to your generation, is there has to be a level of open-mindedness and there has to be a level of respect.
I was an usher at church for a very long time.
Yeah.
And that was my first lesson of customer service. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
When the old lady at church give you that big bear hug.
Yep.
You probably been going through it all week.
And it just makes
give you that hug
everything is
and
okay.
Everything is okay.
For sure.
That was my first experience of what it looks like to really welcome someone in who's already coming. They're already coming.
Yep.
But when you get there, especially if I'm there, you are going to feel like, oh yeah. Matter of fact, you're going to do this.
Yep.
And you know when you
Relax.
do that, and you in there.
Yep. That's
I got a
fact.
new friend.
Yep.
You know, so I would just say too, you know, be mindful about how you approach. I'm talking to me too. Be mindful about how you enter into the room, how you press forward and accept energies.
Yep.
Who you talking to?
For sure.
You know.
I love that. We have any more questions out there?
I know she mean business. She got a work jacket
Look,
on.
she not playing no games for real.
Listen, I want to say hey to everybody. I've been in the customer service field for over, I want to say 26, 27 years now. I started it at the Reliant, and I did great work for the Reliant, but sometimes I have a hard time, like when I speak to people and say something, they be like, oh man, you coming off harsh. I mean well to everybody, but sometimes I do come off and they be like, man, you kind of tough, but you know, I do need to work on that. So that advice, I feel like you was talking to me, because I really do need to work on that. And I'll be like, I mean, well, you know, I'm just trying to let you know, it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
It's really kind of tough for me.
There's a saying, people don't remember what you said, but they remember how you made them feel.
Yeah.
That is so real. I have chills thinking about that now. I didn't make this quote up, but I would make it my intention.
Yeah.
And if for whatever reason you out of pocket that day, go sit yourself down somewhere.
Yeah.
Go to the restroom, take you a deep breath, because people do notice and they remember.
Yes.
You know,
Yes,
I
that's
didn't
a
even
fact.
know your name, but they'll say that lady right there, you know, or they'll say that lady right there.
Yeah.
Her, she's the one, hers, that's who I want to
Yeah,
welcome
for
me
sure.
or whatever, you know, whatever it is. So, yeah.
For sure. Okay, well, before we close up this panel, I just want to give you the platform to talk a little bit more about the station, what it is that y'all do, and how people can reach out to you.
Sure. So at Amazing 102.5 FM, we are a community radio station licensed to cover inside of the 610 loop. What that means is if you're in downtown, midtown, 3rd Ward, or 5th Ward, you can get in your car and listen to us at 102.5 FM. Outside of that, we have our free app. You can search through your Google Play Store or your App Store, KMAZ. We also have our website at amazing1025fm.org. We are format is talk variety, which means we have talk shows and a variety of music, gospel, hip hop, R&B, Caribbean, jazz. We've had an array of guests: Vivica Fox, David Banner, Devin the Dude, Lil Flip, the Texas School, the new dean of the Texas School of Law. Many people have graced our stage at Amazing 102.5 FM. We're excited about what we do with young people. We have a relationship with the Texas Workforce Solutions that allows a paid internship. Youth ages 16 to 24 can be a part of that experience You email me at asap@amazing1025fm.org, and you say, hey, I am looking for employment, or hey, I know someone who is in need and I was referred to you. I would then refer you to our caseworker, who would then put you on an 8-week program that we offer that paid internship with. It is exciting to be a part of what we're doing. Through our distribution, like I mentioned before, it's so many people out there, y'all, and the term in need has changed for so many. Shoot, I was getting a box up out of there. You know, they got household items, food, supplies. I'm gonna need all of that.
Yeah.
We just had a disaster 2 days ago or so. Bread of Life is where you want to come to get support in a way that allows for dignity. Last thing you want is somebody to be coming to you talking about, you need, yeah, I need that. Give me that. I'm gonna need that. So with Bread of Life, we offer love and hope, dignity and belonging. That's one of the those are the things that I'm proud of. I wear proudly on my chest that organization, because what we do is so impactful for so many different ways. Small businesses, young adults, seniors with our digital equity. We provided we started an initiative called Tech Savvy Seniors HOU, is where we help our seniors understand the basics of their device. When I got a part of the program, or created that initiative actually, we had 40 seniors in Diamonds and Pearls. They were coming back for the pandemic. I pitched that concept to Comcast, and they gifted us with 40 6th-generation iPads, also some funding and things like that. Kept going, but kept going. And it grew from 40 to 150. All you have to do is be consistent. Anybody that's trying to do something, anybody that's trying to do anything, all you have to do is be consistent and believe that what you're saying is going to make a difference somewhere with someone. You just need one person to believe in what you do, and that one person is you.
Talk to me, girl.
It really is. It's you. It is you. And you keep going. And you let nothing distract you from what it is that you have set forth. You know that God has put something in you to do it. It expands, it grows, it flourishes, it looks good. Yeah. That's growth. That's evidence. Yeah. Numbers don't lie, people do. Yeah. You've got people here today who are supporting you in a real way. You got kids here today, sitting here listening to me talk about content, support, consistency. It's amazing what you're doing here. I'm so proud to be a part. I'm a part of this, and thank you. I appreciate you for what you're doing here for community. What a wonderful opportunity these people have, all of you have, to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Can we give it up for our panelist, Amanda? Thank you.
Oh, what?
Okay. So we could dive right in, and y'all can answer or not. It's up to you guys. But what are the key steps for aspiring filmmakers and photographers to break into the industry? Or what was your experience breaking into the industry?
I just go for it. I mean, maybe that's not the right way because I didn't learn the business end, but if you don't consistently do some sort of stuff behind the camera, you could talk a lot of big game, but if your skills don't match your talk, then it's kind of, So just always find a way to consistently shoot. Maybe not go my route and do it by yourself. Maybe find a team first, like CCN, and shoot all the time.
Love that.
I kind of would like to second that as well, as to say, just go for it. A lot of times we get paralyzed by trying to make sure that we have the perfect everything. And sometimes it's really not about having the perfect setting. It's about the perfect situation. And the only way that you'll learn is by doing. We learn by doing. So go for it. Go for it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just try. And then it gets better every single time. That's it.
Right. I will say that there's not a correct way, but there's an easier way. I started self-taught, so a lot of times, I learned the settings, I watched videos, I was going to classes, I was trying to figure out the camera. And over time I did learn, but it took me so much longer to learn when, coming to CCN, we now have internship programs, we have mentorship programs where people who are learning the camera in 2 weeks how to operate the camera. And once you get the basics down, then you can break the rules and then take off to do what you need to do. So you can adjust from knowing the principles of photography.
Love that.
It's a bunch of productions that take place every weekend, probably all throughout the week in the city. So my thing is just get on a team. How do you get on a team, right? How do you get on a team?
Come here.
Yes, come here.
Come to CCN.
Come to CCN, number one. There is your understanding what your skill set is. Doesn't matter what level. Understand what your skill set is. Find what's going on in your city by coming to events like this. Usually it's like going to a party. Once you're at the party, they're gonna ask you, such and such next week is doing such and such. That's how it happens on the production side. That's how you hear about other things that's going on in your city. And just show up.
Love that. So y'all talked about like just getting out there, right? Just get started. So how important is it to build your portfolio?
Your portfolio will end up happening either way as long as you're out there behind the camera all the time, The way I got started here is I like to drink, not so much anymore, but I would go to bars where there's live music and I just approach bands in a friendly manner and be like, hey, when are you guys playing again? You guys want me to shoot you? Cool, and I'll be there.
You would ask them if they wanted you to shoot them?
Yeah. I do say it in that way, and sometimes they'll raise their eyebrows, like, no, with my cameras, and then and that's how I pretty much got known that way, as the guy in the purple shorts at bars all the time, asking people if they want to get shot, shoot with video.
And for me, photography, my camera is like my super suit. I put it on and then I just transform, and so. It's almost like my all access pass, my press pass to anything. People see you with a camera and they'll be ready for you. And you can always tell just by learning to read the room. You can tell if I kind of pick up my camera and raise it towards this person, they're kind of a little bit cringy. Okay, maybe not so. But then those who are welcoming, they'll show it to you. And so those are the things that you need to learn as far as building your portfolio. And the question was, how important is it to have or build a portfolio in this industry? It is critical, especially in today's state and age. People, they need proof. They need social proof that you're doing what you said you were going to do. I am a little bit lucky because I've been around the block for so long, and I've built a client list to where people speak for me, and that as you get older and as you start doing more in the business, then it will come for you. But in the beginning, a portfolio is critical.
I will second what you just said. I remember just starting off in the industry. I started as an intern for a company called Music World Entertainment, which is located in now Midtown. And so I was a marketing intern. I attended U of H downtown. Coming from Prairie View, there's an opportunity to apply for an internship, got the internship. There was a camera laying around. The group that we're known for was Destiny's Child at the time. The person who owned that camera, and it was a Macintosh. I didn't say Mac, I said Macintosh. Nobody used it. So I would take the camera. I like to be where the live events were. So I taught myself how to shoot. Before you know it, everyone around is like, where is Chris? We need this picture. We need this documented. Every celebrity, every politician that came to Houston, that came through the doors, they wanted to see the plaques of the artists from the label. That we need this documented. So we were documenting a long time ago for the purpose of just having this recorded, right? So after a while, what tends to happen is that's what you're known for. And yeah, that's where it started.
Right. I have to third it because every day you should be shooting something. I say every day because if you only pick up the camera when you need to go work or you need to go take a photo shoot, you're not getting enough experience. You should be picking up in your free time, just whenever you can, because the more photos you take, the better you're gonna get. And there's one thing just taking a photo, but seeing your photos evolve over time. And I would say that I'm very lucky coming through CCN's internship program. This is where we're at right now. So I've taken over 50,000 photos at this location.
Wow, shout out to that, Bilal.
And I will say I've seen a dramatic improvement in the quality of my photos from the beginning of the internship program to where I am now. And now I'm the director of photography here, and I'm building a photography team, teaching new people photography, and trying to create new photography events and just build a department here. But just to get to that level, you have to start with building the portfolio. You never know how good your photos are until you compare the photos you take now to the photos you took a year ago or prior to that. So just keep shooting, keep building your portfolio. And then it's also just handy to be prepared. So when the opportunity arises, you have all the essentials you need for that opportunity. Hey, I need a photographer for this and that. If you don't have a portfolio, then you don't have the proof of work necessary to achieve that opportunity. So it's just being prepared by building that portfolio.
That was great information. I appreciate how much y'all are bringing up Community Cultivation Network and what we do here and the resources that we provide. And there's other places like us here in Houston, Texas. Matter of fact, one of them is the Houston Media Source, and we have the executive director, Dwight, over there. Shout out to Dwight. But the Houston Media Source is a place with resources, classes, everything, just like we do here at CCN, that's out there for newcomers. But what are some other resources outside of places like CCN and Houston Media Source that can help newcomers get more comfortable in this industry?
Actually, and shout out to Houston Media Source, because I've been around for a minute. I signed up to become a member, and then I've met Community Cultivation Network, and this place feels like home. I've been here so many times, and I just love the presence and the people here. So it's really great to see that you two collaborate and know each other. So that's number one. That's my first plug. But as far as resources go, the thing is, once you get bit by the shutterbug, be it videography, or documentarist person, am I saying that right? Or a photographer, then things will come to you and you'll find it. But one of the places that I found, the newest resources that I found was the Houston Public Library. They have HP Link. And so there you can go and you can sign up. You have free access to all of the recording equipment. You have access to podcasts and a couple of other things. But as far as for media, if you wanted to just start and practice and play around, all you need to do is sign up there. It's free. And it's a good resource. That's it.
That's great. What about anyone else? Other resources outside of places? What are some other resources that aspiring filmmakers, videographers, and photographers can utilize to get comfortable in the industry?
YouTube University.
Shout out to YouTube.
But I'm an introvert, so I like to do things solitary. And even if you don't have a gear, we all have a fancy phone. We could always use that. And YouTube University has more than enough information for you to at least get started and your foot in the door in any niche or style of photo or video that you could possibly get into at that point.
Yes, I would like to second that as well, because there's a lot of content out there. If you use it the right way, social media, YouTube, and the algorithm will give you what you look at. Yeah. So if you go through Instagram and you look through a bunch of photography stuff, you're gonna see it all on your feed. So maybe you got something else in your feed and you just need to save the photography stuff. But definitely it is what you make it. So make sure you're consuming the content that you need to consume so you can evolve as a content creator. And another way I think that we can find meaning but find meaningful opportunities for photography or whatever field we're in is networking, finding other photographers to work with. I would say I found Tawana outside of CCN, and she was an amazing resource. She was a more experienced photographer who could teach me some of her techniques, teach me a lot more about photography. So always be willing to network, meet people. There's a lot of amazing photographers in this room. If you ever see someone out with a camera, go ask them, what are you shooting with? Get to know them, exchange information, and it's gonna also be an amazing resource.
That's good, Bilal.
There's one organization here in Houston. I always see them when I go to different events. Like when I say different events, different industry-related educational events. It's the, I think, Center for Photography in Houston. They're located in Midtown. Every time you pass by the building, it says Center for Photography. As a photographer, anybody related, and I'm a nosy person, I wonder what they do in that building.
Yeah.
But when I met them in person, I felt like I knew them because I passed by it in Midtown. But they encourage you to just drop in and meet them to find out what they do. And if you're looking for like a place in person in Houston, just drop in. It's called the Center for Photography, if I said this right. Center for Photography in Houston is off of Alabama Street. I think that's Midtown.
Right next to the museum. Right?
Yeah, right next to the museums.
And I will say, even going to the Houston Camera Exchange, all the photographers are there to upgrade their equipment, get new themes. You're gonna meet people there too, and the staff there could teach you about the camera. So literally just by walking to a store, you're opening up the opportunities that you have.
So let me ask you this: with videography and photography, there's a lot of videographers and photographers here in Houston. How important is it to brand yourself as a photographer and videographer?
I can start. Let's start with the mistakes. When you just getting into an industry, when you just get into it because you love it, right? We may pick up a camera and we love it. I shot everything that came my way. But after a while, you're never known for one thing. We shoot fashion shows, I shoot events, we shoot, you ask, we're doing it. But you have to build every experience, you gotta get it, to know what you do want to shoot for business. What do you want to continue to be a hobby, something that you're passionate about? Literally just, that was my point, you know what I mean? From learning from the mistakes, stop. Before you put the camera down and think about what do you want to be known for, and are you good at that? Sometimes what we think we want to do versus what people actually respond to may be a different business direction that you may consider. Exactly, right?
Yeah, I think that's great advice, especially, but now for the people who are starting, it's good for them to dibble and dabble into every single thing. And then, as Chris says, you'll find out what you love. You'll find out quickly. You know, I don't like shooting dogs. I'm not a pet photographer. But there are some people who, you know, they're like the dog whisperer. You can call them Dr. Doolittle. So as you become more experienced and as you shoot more, you'll learn where your niche is. And I always tell everybody all the aspiring photographers and filmmakers, you know, the one way that you can learn that this is the right industry for you, and it sounds crazy, is that you'll do it for free. You'll wind up, this is the way that you have to build your portfolio anyways. A lot of people think, okay, you can make so much, you can make X amount of dollars during the shoot. You can, but that didn't come right away. You have to learn, and that's, if you do it for free, it's your passion because you're not working at all. So that's one thing that you have to, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree. I started doing free stuff. I mean, I still do free stuff. A lot of my shoots that I do with music is generally free, just because asking starving artists to feed another starving artist never works out. But I do love going to free shows and shooting it. And I eventually got doing a show at KPFT, shooting live musicians that way. And so now I'm like trying to pivot into going into making sizzle reels, as they call it on Google, for small businesses as part of my hustle, and still keep my passion for filming music free and available to mostly anybody at that point.
So hold on, Bilal. So Messiah, would you say that like your experience is what helped you figure out what your brand was, or did you know from the get-go how you wanted to brand Long River Sessions?
No, well, I wouldn't even say that my brand is shooting music. I think my brand is giving the musicians an experience. Because when I do Long River Sessions, I'm generally bringing in free beer. And at the old location we used to shoot these at, we would barbecue, we would get our work done first, start drinking, do our shoot, and then by the time our shoot's done, it's the barbecue and eating and talking about shows and talking about how the shoot is. So it's really more giving an experience rather than being like, I do this. Like, no. It's the whole thing. That's just part of it. So, no, it's more selling the experience, if anything.
Okay, Bilal?
Yeah, definitely think is willing to be open to all types of photography as a beginner or someone just starting out. So let's say you're in an internship and you're getting all these different shoots. Take those shoots because you build up this experience over time. And once you have that large portfolio, you can niche down. So let's say you have somebody who's seeking a certain photographer, you just build different portfolios. So if you're doing word of mouth, someone's looking for this type of photographer, you like doing it, you build that portfolio because you already have the large one that you can draw from. So just niche down once you get experience in multiple themes, just because it just opens your eyes to more things that you weren't open to at first.
Okay. Well, I have one more question, then we're going to open it up to the audience. So, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, so how important is it to have collaborations when it comes to videography and photography? And how do you stay up on the trends?
Screw the trends, do what you want to do. But collaborating is always fun because you always want fresh eyes on your own projects. But but like what you guys were talking about before, when you're doing collaborations, both parties have to listen and be able to be open to suggestion and not get offended. But at the same time, if that's happening on set, there might be some irritation involved. But the being open to suggestion that always happens during pre-production anyway. Just like the last one. The last panel was just hit so many good things about like what'd you say? Prepare. But I just heard pre-production. But I think discussing all that during pre-production is definitely crucial, and being open to suggestion is also crucial.
So I've been very strong in direction, and that's happened because I'll have clients who just don't really know what to do, and sometimes you have to take that lead to direct them so they feel more comfortable in front of the camera. So I know the type of photographer I am. So when I'm working with other photographers or other videographers, I'm gonna take my shots, take the shots that I need, and I'm gonna move out the way so they can take the shots they need. It's all about respect. When you're shooting and you're trying to make something happen, make sure you're not getting the same photos. If I'm shooting a shoot with Tawana or Chris, we do not want to be in the same place because our shots are going to look very similar and it's going to be the same moment. But if Tawana's on the other side and I'm on this side, boom, we got two different shots, and it was two different moments from that one moment. So just being mindful of where everybody is, where the photographer is, where the videographer is, taking feedback from the videographer. Maybe he wants to make something happen for a video, or another photographer wants to make something happen. By allowing that, you open up. It's a learning experience for you. You learn more, you get more opportunities to gain insight, because everything is just what you know. But if I get to see Tawana in action, if I get to see Chris in action or Messiah in action, then I learn something new because they're in the room and they're the lead and teach. So
I want to say that a great collaboration is golden. And then once you collaborate with, I'll just use filmmakers in this example. Once you collaborate with the right people, then you have an incredible product. And I'm thinking of a videographer who I worked with for so many years doing weddings. We learned to collaborate together. And at one point, it was just like us. We were just automatically a team. When they hired him, they hired me. And vice versa. We will refer people to each other. And that was one of the golden benefits of collaboration. There also can be if you don't know how to collaborate, and that's one of the many skill sets that we don't think about when we choose to enter this field, is you have to also learn to work with people in different situations. And in a wedding, we don't have the time to have a pre-production talk or chit chat. If a person who is not collaborative, and because we're creatives, right? So we all know this creative shot that we want to get and we have to get. And some of us do it at any cost, but they don't think about collaborating with the other creatives in the room. That's a failure. That's actually one of the worst things to do, because if you
lack of better, if you piss off the wrong person and their influence, they'll no longer refer you. So, and vice versa. You know, I will never recommend the person who's always over my shoulder copying all my shots. So you'll learn that in the industry, but it's important for you to be able to be open and susceptible to the right person, to different people, and not just being so closed off and so to getting your own shot and being selfish, I should say, being so selfish that you close yourself off into many opportunities. I can go on and on about that, so I'll leave it to Chris. Well, that's kind of my sweet spot is collaboration. I feel like when you do collaborate, it allows you to see life through the people around you's perspective. And so I look at photography and creating content, like hanging out with some of my friends that do that. So I have one friend, she has her own company, she's freelance, but when we go out, when we travel, she'll stop and take a picture of the ground. She'll take a picture of the architecture. And at first I was like, what are you doing? Well, she's a texture person. She takes pictures of textures and turns it into art, because she's also a painter. I have another friend, he shoots photos at night. His sweet spot is nighttime photography, something that I used to hate because I didn't understand how to create a composition where my person wasn't super lit or everything's dark. But being around people and you'll see what their sweet spots are, we learn from each other. And then it was like, okay, we can refer each other out. So I say it's my sweet spot because I enjoy bringing people together. So I started hosting networking events for photographers at first, but after a while, I would get kind of bored. I can talk about lenses and we can talk about the technical part, and my mind was, what about the people? And this is fun. I had fun. And I said, let me open it up to everyone, because if you look around, we have the luxury in this industry to be connected to everybody else that do what we do, but they do it without any training. So another sweet spot. That's in the way I was like, let me just create the canvas and let people come in. So you might enjoy what this person shoots, or you may like their style or how they shoot. We all need to meet. I got really good at connecting people that way. And you collaborate from there. And I love to see people take that relationship and go out and create something from it. And I feel like that's like next level networking and collaborating with a purpose. So
I love that. That's great information. Do we have any questions for our photographers and videographers? The video dude on it?
Wait, what? I don't have a question.
I'm just messing with the side.
I saw hands over here.
Yes.
Oh, Zolani's over there.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Great. I kind of have a few questions, if that's okay. And
Two.
Two. So I'm gonna ask two and one, and then ask another one. Okay. All right. So with the I guess with the uprising of like AI technology, I have to ask, how has AI helped as well as hindered the film and photography industries?
Good question.
I actually, real life example is Photoshop. Editing photos is something that I used to really, really enjoy because it relaxed me while I'm working on my client's work. I took pride in it, right? But over time, if you have to delegate, you have to build teams. Once things get busy, you got to have another solution. I can't take all day like I used to. Well, AI, and specifically, I think it's the generative film. I'm using AI now to quickly edit things that I need to happen for this composition, so we can keep things moving. And then other people outsource these tasks to other people. And so I know AI is just a speed thing. That's how it's helped. That's how I use it currently.
Same, because, I always say that I'm from the old school because I do a lot of Photoshop, but Photoshop takes time. And as you build your portfolio and your client list and the demands of the clients,
become more and more. I used to tell people I have, 2-week turnaround time, which gives me time to take the pictures and process them properly in Photoshop. But now people want them tomorrow. And so, Photoshop is a very labor intensive, memory intensive program. So it takes a lot out of your computer. There's just no way. So now AI tools have helped me because number one, I don't trust anyone else to create the same way that I do. That's a control issue, right? So, but I found some programs that will help me cull and go through, so that's been helpful. Now, the way that it's been not so helpful, I can even say with cell phones, because it takes away, some people feel that I can do that same thing that you just did with a cell phone, which is not true. They're lying to themselves. But, you have to now convince your client, why is it better for you to hire me as a photographer as opposed to just have everybody just take pictures and put a hashtag and then drop it in the app? So that's it.
Right. I would like to talk on that too. It's not just, the editing or AI. It's also the knowledge that you have, understanding composition, the angles, lighting, because this all is what we use to storytell, having bug's eye view, which would be a low angle, bird's eye view, all these techniques. And when you involve that into your photography, it takes it to another level. So the difference between somebody with their cell phone and somebody who's been actually doing photography for a while and seeks to learn, get better, is the knowledge that they have. The purpose is basically having purposeful shots, purposeful edits. And this, I'll say on the topic, since the question was about AI, adding AI on top of the knowledge, it quickens your workflow. It takes your knowledge and then boom, add it with AI, and now you're able to produce more of your work easier and more efficient. It's just like the internet. We can find exactly what we need just by typing on a search engine, and it's a new tool that you just need to learn, and it's going to help you with your workflow, and it's just something that's helpful.
I'm not scared of AI. That's all.
You're not scared of AI?
No, because like I said, I sell an experience rather than the finished product, Sure. Like I know a lot of people have been asking me like, oh, aren't you worried about Sora or whatever? I was like, no, eventually it'll probably shoot and generate much better videos than I do, maybe one day, but it's never going to be able to talk to a client the way I interact with a client.
Right.
Or, go to a shoot and be like, yo, let's get a beer. Hold on, let me go and shoot this real quick or whatever. It's never going to do that. So it's like, all right. If anything, I would probably use AI to get B-roll rather than shoot B-roll. But yeah, I guess it's more of a time-saving thing.
Okay.
What was your other question?
You had a second question?
Yeah. And where do you foresee the future of film and photography going forward, with it being 2024, with the new advancement of AI, and just I look at you all not just as photographers and filmmakers, but also as artists, creatives. Like, where do you see it in the future?
Well, for me specifically, I'm trying to make videos that's more interactive to watch. So I've been experimenting a lot with 360 videos. So when I upload them to YouTube, you can use your own camera to look around. I have examples if you guys ever want to see them. And not only that, I use Unreal Engine to build 3D worlds and then somehow place people in those 3D worlds so that when you use your camera, just more interactive stuff. But at the same time, I know that most people or consumers are kind of lazy because, we all know that Instagram Reels, they have to be under a certain time because everyone's time attention spans are super short. So I can't imagine if I start making these interactive videos that people would want to be like, oh, let me look around here. I see this person here, but if I turn the camera back this way, there's something else over there.
Swipe. We're next.
Yeah. But at the same time, I think that's fun. So I'm gonna keep making it, whether people want to watch it or not. But that's where I want to take video next.
You have another question? Well, I can go on and on, but I'll just say this really quickly. I'm excited about the future of, where filmmaking and photography goes 2024 and forward with the onset of new technology, because the learning curve is a lot shorter. It took me years to learn how to do, how to master lighting at night. And I love that. I used to brag on it. That was a flex, Now anybody can do it. You do it with your cell phone. So I'm excited about how it just kind of you can do things a lot faster, and more people are doing it. So you have to, it's a challenge. It's a challenge to creative. You have to be different.
All right. We have another question.
Excuse me on that. I think you did a real great job on the technical side, but I want to look into the person as a photographer, knowing that with each tear, with each heartache, with each cry that we do, with each time we start cussing or whatever, that there's growth there to get past whatever that is challenging. So what I'd like to ask each one of you, not necessarily you go into detail, but what was the one thing, and I'm gonna use a strong word, what was the one thing as you got on this journey that you hated every time it came up? Every time it came up, it was like, damn, I got to deal with this S again. Each one of you tell me what that
Everybody's
was.
getting excited. Everybody's getting excited.
Everybody on this panel is excited.
Good
I'm
question.
going to start this off with a story. So I just had a photographer on my team. I know many of you probably had something similar happening before, but he deleted his photos by accident. And everybody just looks down and is like, ooh, it happens. I also teach students, they have deleted their photos before. Sometimes random hiccups happen and your heart just drops. Like, all this work I've been putting into this, all this is over. It's not over. You just keep shooting and you build the portfolio back up.
It's over.
It still hurts. It still hurts, but it's not over. You got to keep getting through those moments. And now I'm going to go into my personal story. I just want to say something that we all probably have something similar or has something in common happen before. It's just a common trend in photography. Something mistakes happen. But now onto my personal case, I will say it's getting to a point where you like where you're at in photography, but you feel like something is missing. So you look at your photo and you're like, it's a good photo, but it could be better. You'll see other photographers' works and be like, okay, they did this and that, and now you're confused. Like, where do I go? Like, this photographer's doing this photographer's doing that, this videographer is doing that. And try your best, but don't compare your photography to other photographers. You need to find your unique style, keep improving, and then over time, you're gonna be more satisfied. But I don't think there's ever a moment where you're just like, this is it. No, you always want to keep going for it. It's just this constant pain that we can't get rid of.
All right, thank you, Rela.
When you talked about the highs and the lows of photography and the photographer as a person, I, by nature, am empathic, and I feel like that's what made me one of the best, especially wedding photographers or events, because I love to watch people and try to capture the emotions that they have going on inside of them. I'm always, I kid you not, no matter where I am, I'm always scanning the room and looking and trying to see what's going on with that person. So in a moment like a wedding, you look and you see someone, you may see the craziest thing, you may see envy, you may see anger, you see, joy, pure joy on people who normally seem emotionless. So that's one of the beauties of me as a person and how I think that helps me to become a great photographer. I primarily shot weddings for most of those 20 years. I dipped out of weddings really recently. I probably want to say the last wedding I shot was in 2021. But you talked about what are those things that make you cringe. And for me, it's almost, I shouldn't even say it because it's part of the job, but I really hated doing
the group shots at weddings, those very formal, stuffy photos where everybody just say, look here, say cheese, and that's it. Because you have to deal with so many different people, so many different personalities, especially if you're an empathic person, you have a little bit of kind of sense of energy, everybody's energy in the room. And I was here for it, but my patience became a lot shorter. So when you're required, because as a professional, you're required to provide a professional looking image, it's almost very cringy just to direct all of those people. You're looking at a minimum of 20 different people that you're trying to compose into a shot that shows that you're professional with the right lighting and so forth. And you have to do it in 5 minutes or less. So it's a little bit cringy. So I hate that because you have to be creative and all of that, technical, creative, dealing with different personalities. And then, somebody may complain and you have a problem. You're like, did you know what I really just did for this shot? So that's it.
Okay, we have time for one more response.
My response is, I feel everything that you said. We change as people. We change emotionally, we change, we evolve. And I was a person that you asked me to do something, I'm happy to serve you. But running a business is different from having a skill that people need. Because to this day, you'll have people ask you, hey, I just need you for an hour or two. But at the same time, you can give yourself away to the point of that's not helping your business out if you don't stick to your guns, you don't stick to your prices. So one of my biggest things that I always come back to is in the conversations that I have with my photography friends, we can stay in the creative space, but do you want to do this for a business? You need to make money. What is your plan? Because we can talk about editing, we can talk about the technical part, but on the business end, it's like, okay, I'm looking at what did I bring in last month, this year, what changes do we have to make? It's to the point where it's hard to keep talking about the creative because we know we're great at the skill.
Business versus creativity, right?
Right, exactly. So rediscovering new ways to use that skill, for me, that's been the high point. Because I don't know if anybody on here has ever said, you know what, I quit. I'm retiring. There's no retirement for photography, by the way. But you just put down your camera, but something in you brings you right back to it because you have a love for it. And so a new thing for like me personally with that camera is now it becomes a lead generator. It generates leads based on any interest that I may have. Real estate, that's where I am now. Completely new to that industry. I come in with value. What value do I add? Skills, photography, video, content creation. So now you generate leads from the people that you meet, and it's no longer, man, I'm not being compensated enough. Like, you make it work for you, and that's something that we all need in our business is leads. So,
all right, thank y'all so much. But before we conclude the panel, I want to give you all the opportunity to let them know where people can reach you. And then I know there were some other questions, so please make sure you interact with the crowd to answer those questions. But before that, I want all of us to just give a real big shout out to Bilal, because Bilal, can you tell everyone how old you are?
I am 21 years old.
Bilal is an intern here at CCN. He is 21 years old, but Bilal is very professional, and I watch his career grow since he's been an intern here, his own personal brand. For him to sit up here with all of these people who have so much experience in this profession and to be able to hold a conversation, I just want to give you a big shout out, Bilal. Shout out.
Thank you.
All right, so before we conclude this panel, so we can be respectful of time, Chris, if you could tell us, where can they contact you?
Instagram, Shoot Your Shot TX. In fact, upcoming event is June the 20th at Water's Edge Winery is my next, I'm relaunching that brand, Shoot Your Shot. So.
Love that.
My brand is 11 Pix HTX. You can find me on Instagram. You can also look that up on the website, 11 Pix HTX, or you can Google my name, Tawana Cox.
So I'm Bilal. You can find me on Instagram at Imagery by B. And you can also find me in person on Fridays at Flash Friday. So it's a photo shoot party that we throw. You come in and get professional photos. We have our backdrops laid out. We have our team of photographers ready to take care of you. And it's a 3-hour event just for $15. So definitely come through, get your $15 photos, very high quality. And I hope to see some of you there.
Where's that event at, Bilal?
At Community Cultivation Network every Friday.
Messiah?
You can find me on Visuals by Messiah, Masaya. If you don't ever remember that, you can always just come here. I'm here, if not 3 times a week, you'll at least see me on the internet.
Love that. All right, y'all, let's give it up for this panel. All righty. How y'all doing out there? Y'all still with us? Yes. Are y'all enjoying the information that's been given out today? Yes, me too. So, before we dive in, I want to have a conversation. So I have my questions, but y'all have all the knowledge. So please share freely. I'm here as a student as well. But before we dive into the questions, if we could each introduce ourselves, what it is that you do, how long you've been doing it. We can start with you, Ms. Centrell.
So hi, everyone, and thank you, Jasmine, for having me here at the Remix Summit. My name is Centrell Reed, and I am the owner of Cree Global Media and Cree Global Media Television Network Distribution. We are a company that builds collaborations, and we connect the media brand of our clients, which are in the entertainment industry, they're in government, they are businesses, nonprofits, and content creators. I am also the chairwoman of the International Entertainment Partnership, and our focus is expanding entertainment here in Houston. We've been in existence since 2019, and we're super excited to see studios like CCN and a whole host of others, Houston Media Source, all of those that are here to serve our creative community and to put each and every one of you to work here in this city so that when you graduate from college or when you're doing your independent projects or when you want to work on a major motion picture or any type of project that you can do it right here instead of having to travel abroad. So it is a pleasure to be here to serve you, and anything that you need, please make sure that you reach out, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Love that. Welcome.
Well, my name is Dwight Williams. I'm the Executive Director of Houston Media Source, and I have been in television industry for 35 years, and I am loving it. It is my passion. I need to talk a little bit about passion sometime during this conversation because I didn't hear that earlier, and I think that's very, very important. But Houston Media Source is the public access channel for the city of Houston. We are contracted to produce content. We're also contracted to provide facility and equipment for the average citizen in the Houston metropolitan area to have the ability to, first of all, learn how to produce and operate equipment, and also learn how to be a producer and how to be a productive media professional in Houston. So we have a lot that we provide, and we're getting ready to provide more. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. But we're excited about this opportunity to work with Jasmine and this group. You guys are amazing. And I'll just say that up front because you're young and you're elevating the possibilities for young people all over the city of Houston. And I just want to give you a hand of applause for that in itself, because that's where we're going. And I'll just turn the mic over to this young man over here.
Okay, for sure. My name is Khalil Martin. So I am the owner of Collab Social. So Collab Social is considered the home for the creatives, right? So we have podcasting, we have co-working spaces, we have natural light studios. So that way, if you're a creative, you have a home that you can come to. And also we host events that, help hone your creativity. And then on the flip side of that, I run Collab Media. So that's where I help other businesses tell their stories. That's the biggest thing that we do, is help them tell their stories so that way they can get eyes on their business and, of course, money in their pocket.
I love that. Love that. So before we dive into questions, I think it is important to talk about passion and just storytelling in general and how media is an outlet for storytelling. So can you talk to us, Ms. Centrell, a little bit about your passion for this industry and why you do what you do?
Sure. So many people don't know I started out in music talent management in Atlanta, and then I moved into, and it was R&B, and then I moved into rap in LA, and that was, I'm 25 again, so we'll do that math later. Yet when I was doing those things, I often found that the artists that I worked with didn't own any of their IP or intellectual property. The only thing they could do was perform because they had either sold the rights for their publishing or any of their songs and materials. They were looking for the quick check, right? I also saw that there weren't a lot of images that reflected exactly who was really in the creative community. It's a very small percentage of the people that you see on TV, yet look how many people we have in this room that have a passion for media. So I felt like entertainment was gonna be a space where I was gonna help people own their own content and monetize their value. And I never lost that. Yet it's been one of those journeys where it took technology, it took a pandemic, it took all of these different things to bring us to where we are. And what I thought my company was gonna look like morphed. So we started out as a studio here in Houston. Cree Global Media was the largest studio that existed in Houston in 2018 when we opened. It was 4,000 square feet. And then we started getting into streaming conversations. And this is pre-pandemic. So streaming conversations for someone who's just getting into it, not really a big thing, right? You're not gonna hear about us above the Hulus and the Netflix and all of those wonderful folks. Yet the pandemic came. And it not only leveled the playing field for us, it leveled the playing field for everyone that was in Hollywood. We started to see more access to entertainers and things of that nature. These days, now you can do a podcast or you can do any type of show and you can darn near interview any of the celebrities that you would like to without having to pay a huge fee. You just have to have some, gumption and the courage to go and ask and find the people to connect with. You never know who you're gonna talk to. And so for me, when we started to morph into strategic communications and we're doing marketing and media, then we started thinking about app development and technology. And how does the media plus content conversation work with technology? So now we do streaming, and we've done streaming distribution since the pandemic, well, really before the pandemic, yet people started calling us when the pandemic happened. Why? Because we propagate content direct to smart TVs, 8 platforms that are Samsung, LG, Sony, I could go on. Plus we build your app, and the most important piece is we manage it. Because with the mass exodus and people wanting to be entrepreneurs, shout out to all of you, it's a great thing, yet that means you left jobs, and those jobs now don't have that expertise, and it's great that you have a hustle, yet those companies have to still keep moving forward. And for them to think that you're going to leave in 6 or 9 months, they need to be confident that they can have a partner that's going to take care of everything for them. So we did, and the biggest thing that we do is we monetize more than YouTube for your content. Most people just like the free platforms, and we are a pay-to-play platform. So I see everything that we did full circle. We've built what I wanted to build, and there's so much more to come because the technology piece is what's taking over everything. We talked about it on the last panel with AI, and we can talk a little bit more about how you strategically collaborate with each other and how you start to take the limits off of your creativity on what is a real opportunity for you, because that's what we did. And now we're able to service our customers in a different way and support them in a way that allows them to grow, scale, be visible, and add value to even their clients.
Love that. Shout out to you. Dwight, please tell us about your passion and why you do what you do every day.
Well, I actually have a two-phase answer for you because the word passion, really, I didn't understand it initially. And I lost a really great job. I mean, I was like, whoa. And I was sitting around the table with my wife, and I'm like, well, I got to decide to do something else. She asked me a very important question that I never asked myself. She said, what is the one thing you always wanted to do that you had never had the opportunity to do? I'm like, wow, I'm used to getting the first shiny object, the first thing that has the most money, the first thing that gives me an opportunity to support my family and do the thing. I never asked myself, what is the one thing I always wanted to do? And it just came to me in a flash. I always wanted to work in television. So you're looking at me, I'm a little old, and I've been around a while. So the people I used to see in television didn't look like me as a young person. I never saw the opportunity of being in that space. And then the other thing came to me that said, look, you gotta be courageous. You have to be fearless. And in that fearless thought for myself, I said, I can do this. I can start at 37 years old and go back to school and get the technical skills I need to get into television. So I did. I've been in this business for 35 years. And the word passion is what keeps coming back to me over and over and over again, which created that opportunity for me, was that I became passionate. And then I became courageous and fearless, because in that moment, I was able to redefine myself and become what I always should have been. So I had a 20-year career and retired in 2018. And they drugged me back in. Now, instead of running for the first time a television station in the fourth largest city in the country, I'm now running for the second time a television station in the fourth largest city in the country. And I never thought I would even be able to be in broadcast television.
Shout to that.
And I say all of that to say to you guys, I'm looking in your eyes. You have the same opportunity. Be courageous. Find your passion that drives you. In media, there's a ton of different areas. For you, the photography was up just a few minutes ago. There's motion pictures. There's all types of areas available to you. Find that passion, because if you do, when somebody says, I want to send you into a hurricane, you'll go. If somebody says, hey, there's a war zone and we got to have a great photographer, you'll go because you're passionate. You won't say, hey, no, a little too much for me. Excuse me, no, I don't do war. You won't say that because you're passionate. Then you will create all of the portfolio you ever thought you would ever need, because you'll do it without even question, and you'll do it with a passion that drives you to do the best possible thing under the worst circumstances, that will give you the ability for somebody to say, hey, come out of retirement, we need you.
For sure. So Khalil, I actually, when I first found out about you was through social media. It was a social media reel that you made about creating a backdrop for the Beyonce concert. And then the following weekend, I came to an event at your studio. And ever since then, I see how influential you are on the youth and, our generation. So what drives your passion?
Man, that's a great question. So for me, I came from a super unconventional background, right? So I started in mechanical engineering, and that's like super left field. And while I was in school, instead of doing the engineering homework, right, I would be, on the Photoshops, I would be on the Lightrooms. I would be honing my creative ability while actually trying to do the technical side. And when I moved to Houston, I bought a camera. And I feel like that's when like everything changed, you know? So as I started, creating content for other people, I started capturing people's best moments. I started being able to be like, wow, like these people will look back on this for like the rest of their lives. And while I was doing that, I realized that I really love being able to capture a story, tell a story, right? But everything changed really for me when I found my real passion is when I went to New York, right? So, I'm from Lawton, Oklahoma, right? It's a super small town where the tallest building is probably this building right here. And while I was there, I was looking up at the billboards, and I kid you not, I was looking at every single picture, every single video, and I was like, I know how to do exactly every single thing on the billboard. And then I told myself either one or two things, right? Either one, I'm scared, or two, I'm not applying myself enough. And I never forget it. I went to this restaurant. It's called Melba's in New York. And this older lady had like said to my girlfriend, she was like, he's so shy. And that just stuck with me for like pretty much like the rest of the trip, right? And so when I got back to Houston, I told myself like I wasn't going to be shy anymore. I wasn't going to be scared anymore. And as you said, I found something, or I really believed in myself enough, so I just went off and went, right? So then I started the studio. Then I started, posting more on social media. So because of that, I think that's how I found my passion.
Love that. I love that. So let's dive into the questions now that we know why you all do what you do. So how can the media industry shift its focus from sensationalism and degrading content to producing more impactful and meaningful narratives?
Well, that's a good question. And earlier, it was brought up that COVID and all of these different elements of technology have brought on some changes. Well, that is absolutely true. But are you recognizing? Are you seeing what's happening as those changes are affecting the big players and the medium players and the little players? Because if you are not recognizing, you could be in the middle of a gold rush and you wouldn't get a damn piece of gold because you didn't recognize that it was a gold rush. Right now, we're in the best moment for startups and young people and environment for recreating new opportunities. It's right there. And I'll give you a few examples. The movie industry. Man, nobody lost bigger than the movie industry. I mean, they were sitting there like, what the heck just happened? Because they weren't prepared for it. And it came out of nowhere with no end in sight. So they couldn't put people in seats. They couldn't get movies created because people couldn't be close. And people like Centrell came about and said, wait a minute, I'm streaming. I don't need all of that. I don't need to make big movies. I can just, get movies and put them on my channel, on my streaming channel. And people can sit at home and not have to go anywhere and take advantage, but I'll charge you a little bit for that. So a whole new industry started to compete with the movie industry in a way that they had never had competition before. So what do? Now they're MGM Plus, Paramount Plus, and they are buying channels like Showtime on cable television. And they are creating a whole new business model for themselves along with the movie industry model that they've always had. And they're not gonna get caught like that again because now they're in the streaming environment. Change. You have to look for the changes. And right now, if you are evolving or taking advantage of a situation that has presented itself because technology has come into play or because of different aspects of how the movie or television industry are working together. The streaming industry and the television industry and the movie industry are all working together. If you're taking advantage of that, and I'll tell you a little bit about that later in what we're doing at Houston Media Source. But if you're taking advantage of that, you are in the gold rush.
Yes.
You can pan for gold now because you are in the game. But you got to see it, and then you got to be willing to take advantage of it.
So let me do a follow-up question with that. You, Centrell and Khalil. What role can media companies or studios play in promoting ethical journalism and responsible content creation? So you, Khalil, you make content all the time. What empowers you to make impactful content?
For me, everything goes back, to the story, right? So I feel like when people are on social media, most of the time, they are, they're just scrolling, trying to, get away from their day or whatever. So with me, when I'm making content, everything goes back to how can I either add value to somebody or how can someone walk away in a better predicament from like hearing the stories that I tell in my content. And most of the content that I produce is either one, a story content, or two, it's about bringing people together, community, right? So of course we are in the digital age, so everything is, in like the digital space, but a lot of things, what I do with like the studio is bringing that community together because, during the pandemic, a lot of people lost that in-person connection, right? But then also with losing that in-person connection, you lose community. And then once you find community, you can find other people that you can connect with. So then that way you can create the stuff, you can create the things that, people can, post online. People can, gain monetization from posting their content. So.
Sure. What about you?
No, I love that. And I'm so glad that Khalil mentioned building community. I'm going to ask every person in this room, raise your hand and tell me whether you've seen your life story told on TV already. Have you seen it? Raise your hand. Your life story exactly told. It's like, oh my God, they followed me through life. They know exactly what I've been through. Has anyone seen it? Well, then that's the story you tell, right? I think what we forget about, and it's not even a thought, it's what we forget about is that we are each our own person. And when you're a storyteller, you get to tell stories. Earlier, Jasmine asked about sensationalism, right? Well, you're not meant to follow all the trends. Yes, there's trends in technology and there's trends in tools and things like that, yet you have a community, right? And you can build it. We're doing a Find Your Audience series right now with Cree Global Media, and everybody's looking for their community, whether it is a business, whether you are looking for your tribe, just the people that you're going to support you as business owners, everyone's looking for that. And the story that you tell to those people that connects them to you or connects them to the content you create, that's all yours. So it's okay for you to step out on a limb. I think what happens is we forget that the money doesn't come right away. It's not the first story that you put out. It's not the first thing that you do. And you start to look to the left and you start to look to the right and you see all of these reality TV shows and there's millions of views and there's lots of money and maybe even the person that you're standing next to at some event in some city that maybe you know or don't know, yet they're doing big things and you know you have more talent than them. Stop. Stop. Don't look to the left, don't look to the right. Stay focused on what it is that you do and why you do it. Yes, you're going to have to use that creativity to put your stuff out there while you're doing other things. This is not they're going to take it or leave it. It's not that. Let's be smart, right? Because in everything that we're doing, we're either modeling a role or somebody's modeling a role for us. Pay attention to those things. Use them in your storytelling. And remember that you still have a valuable story that nobody can take from you. And that is what you use to build your community, connect your tribe, and bring value. That value could be 5 years from now, it could be 10. It might look a little different in 15 or 20, yet it's still yours.
I
love that.
Can I add to that?
Yeah,
a little
sure.
bit?
Go ahead.
Just do it.
Nike.
I mean, that particular thing is something that I'm very passionate about. I started out in news, and I'm running a television station. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna create a community news television station that has a division in it that does community news with journalistic approach that is not built around commercial backgrounds or needs. It's gonna be about the community and what the community needs to hear and what the community reporters want to tell the community as they live in that community and experience the needs and the desires of the community. I'm gonna do it. I don't generally throw out stuff like that, but I'm gonna do it. And I'm looking for people that want to do the same thing and be there in that space, being the best they can be. And that's how you do it. You bring along everybody that wants to be a part of it. And you do it with them as co-collaborators to make it happen for the whole community.
Yes.
I got my part, I'm gonna do it. If you want to be a part of it, come and do it with us.
So I have another question I want to ask before we open up questions to the audience. So this panel was about sustainability and social impact with media. So how important is partnerships and collaborations with educational institutions and media companies as far as it relates to how we'll be able to be sustainable with media in the future?
Oh, okay, cool. So I would say it's super impactful as far as, the collaboration piece, because there's always someone coming up, right? There's always someone looking at the next person, trying to understand how is this done? How is this made? So collaboration is one of the biggest things, because as he said, like there's strong suits. Every single person has their strong suit, right? But then as you start teaching other people, as you start connecting with, organizations that do teach people, you can go farther.
Agreed.
I will share this. I know one of my journeys is to take everything that I've learned and to make sure that I impart it on each and every person. I'm pretty much an open book, free book. You can ask me whatever questions you need to. I'm here to help you grow. I can't take it with me, right? And I would challenge each and every person here, because I think I've learned and seen so much in Houston. We're such a siloed environment, which is why collaboration is so big, right? We have 2.3 million people in Houston proper, 10 million in the county, 7 in the region, and we can't seem to figure out the north, south, east, and west in this city. And that's how I was able to start to be impactful in creating the Houston Entertainment Initiative. Because how in the 4th largest city do we not have a vibrant entertainment industry? That is just baffling to me. How do you come into a city that is this big, a state with over 29 million people, and there are cities that are number 27 that are doing bigger things than we are? And so you start to look around and you see, because we have such a big geographic area, it is hard to connect. Yet you have to make sure that you're intentional about that thing. Making sure that you connect. In order to be sustainable, each and every person in here should be imparting their knowledge, their wisdom on someone else. You should be giving something back. With Creed, we do a lot of internships. We do a number of things through the International Entertainment Partnership that I mentioned with the colleges. Whether we are mentoring, whatever it is, we're always giving back. And you have to understand how it was done in the past, right? The MTVs and the BETs and the VH1s. I mean, what was the audience that they were actually creating the content for? It was the young audience, right? And many of those people graduated, went on to create content that now many of you are watching. And that's how it works. So you build the community, you build the structure, you build the content that brings those folks in, and you're essentially emerging the next generation, next group of creatives. You have to think about what blueprints have been left for you, and then you also think about what it is that you can do additionally. And then to your question about the collaborations and strategic partnerships, and I mentioned this earlier about my company when I first thought about it, what it was going to be. We started in music, right? And then we moved on to other things. Yet it was always about owning your power and owning your intellectual property, because when you don't own it, case in point, when the pandemic happened, anybody who didn't have their music and didn't own their music, guess who was making the money on the streams? It wasn't them. And you can't go and perform, so that means you're not getting a check. So that means that you are sitting there watching your music play on a platform and somebody else is getting paid and you're not. The biggest part for me was I wasn't homegrown in entertainment. I went to college, got into the corporate world. I come from the business space, yet I am surrounded by a whole host of genius creatives. I let them operate in their genius zone, I operate in mine. And what I'm really good at is bringing resources together and thinking outside the box on how we can connect and collaborate. How do we make it so that each and every person wins, and that we're not afraid to say, you know what, call Jasmine because I think she does that better, or let's pull Jasmine into this conversation, or I believe that Houston Media Source is the place that we probably need to do this. It might be a smaller piece of the pie, yet it's a lighter lift, and more people get to come in with creative ideas. You don't have to be the person that does it by themselves. So think about that. The collaborations can be anything. You have to have more people to scale and grow. And just in case you're a business owner who has the mindset that you're going to do it all on your own, without community, without strategic partnerships, without collaborations, you will not win. You will not win. So all of those things are needed for the recipe for success.
Love that. Yes. All right. So before we dive into any questions, I like to make it a conversational piece. And this is my first time but having a conversation with all of you. So I'm excited about that. But before we do that, I would like for you to introduce yourself, what it is you do, and how long you've been doing it. So we can start right here with you, Derek.
Hello, everybody. My name is Derek McKinney. I'm the CEO of the indie label Loud Music. Loud stands for Live Out Your Dreams. We manage artists. We're a record company. We do events. We host festivals. Been doing it for, I want to say about 20, 21 years now. I have had the record company almost 10 years. Just been really in the music industry, focused on pushing independent artists and independent culture forward.
Appreciate that. Terry?
My name is Terry Thomas. I am the CEO of Renegades, Rebels, and Rogues, and I am a brand strategist, and I've been doing that for a few months. So most people may have been acquainted with me. I was with Urban One here in Houston, 97.9 The Box, Magic 102, and the 92.1 brand for the past 19 years. Boston bred, Houston fed. I spent the bulk of my career in music and media, and also built a lot of brands, whether they were the music brands, the media brands, or even helping business owners craft their brands. So really passionate about brand building, and a lot of my clients that I'm working with now definitely have adjacencies to the entertainment business. So I work with artists and different adjacencies in entertainment. So that's what I'm doing now.
Love that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kay Mills. I am an actress and TV personality. I've been doing that for about 13 years. And I have the pleasure of being a media correspondent for Hip Hop Streets with my good friend here, and I'll let him introduce himself.
My name is Marquise Junkins. I'm the founder of Hip Hop Streets live stream music app. And what we is a digital streaming platform to help new artists, underground artists. Our motto is we help jumpstart careers just to get you to the next level. And then from there, down where you go to meeting the Dereks and the Terrys and all that. So we like to just say we the first stop. Come through us, let us get you going, get you in the right direction.
Love that. I feel so blessed to have y'all on the stage together. So this panel is about hacks, industry hacks for artists. So what are the key steps or hacks for aspiring hip hop artists to break into the industry in 2024?
Somebody like to start? Well, so it's a lot. It's a whole lot. But I'll be honest with you. What I've come to terms with within the past year, 2 years, there really is no hack, right? And I think that's one of the things that has 100% hurt urban music, has hurt hip hop, it has hurt R&B. That we're looking for hacks. People hear hack and think shortcut. There's absolutely no shortcut. The only thing that matters is outworking the person next to you. The only hack or shortcut is just to work. Work your butt off 24/7, 365. You eat, sleep, you dream it. You're a star on stage, off stage, social media. I don't personally have any hacks. All I say is just put the work in. Outwork everybody because everybody's so stuck on relying on finding a hack and if hopes to go viral, hopes that somebody co-signs and sees them, that they shortchange the actual work. And I think that's the hack. Outwork the next person.
I love that perspective.
I would say he's 1,000% right. And what I find the biggest problem is, especially on the music side with artists, is that number one, you haven't really clearly identified your brand's identity. Who are you? What do you do? Why does it matter? And I think it really starts there because you have to know who you are as an artist. And I'll say that now. I'm working with an artist right now who just got a partnership with United Masters. And that's one of the cornerstone things that we've been working on with him is that in person, he's the most phenomenal guy. I mean, just engaging, charismatic, all of it. The music is great. That's why we got the partnership with United Masters. But when that camera turns on, he thinks he's got to be a rap star. And so it's breaking out of the mentality of thinking that you have to be what other people expect you to be instead of identifying who you really are and what part of your personality, what part of your true persona, who are you on the inside, the unique, different, special things that God put inside of you, and put that under the microscope and amplify that, because that's going to lead you in the direction of success. And there's a lot of sameness. So first, I would say a lot of artists are not really sitting down and digging in deep to identify their brand clearly. And then once you've done that, you have to come up with a strategy. Again, that's where I come in, because there's no plan. And so there's a lot of artists that are winging it, and some are failing forward, for example, like my client, and I'm very proud of him. But one of the reasons that he came to me is because he understood, I don't know what I don't know. And he's out here and he's trying to Google and he's trying to wing it and he's trying to figure it out. But he was smart enough to say, I don't know. I really don't know. And I need somebody I think I can trust to show me the way. And so identify your brand, and then you really have to come up with a strategy. How do you get to be successful? It's not by accident. And you can blow a lot of money and make a lot of misturns when you don't operate in strategy. So I know we're going to have a further conversation, but those are two key things that I think are essential to get you on the right path to, fulfilling your dream as an artist.
Man, y'all really up here preaching. I don't really have to come behind you. I will say, though, I agree 1,000% with everything that you all have shared. There is no wrong way to eat a Reese's, right? So I think a lot of people imitate what's popular instead of finding like, what is my true authentic brand and self? What is it that I want to share? But I think piggybacking off what you said, putting in the work, in doing the work that increases your visibility. And I think that is one of the assets that you bring with Hip Hop Streets. Like, you got to do the work, but put yourself out there to be seen, to be heard. Whatever it is that you do, you need an audience for that, right? So I was trying to give you a little alley-oop so you can go in the Hip Hop Streets.
I love the teamwork.
I would say come to events like this. You got to put yourself in the arena. A lot of people want to play the game, but they don't know where the game being played at. So if you come into the ballpark of where hip hop at and where music is, then that's where you get the most industry hack. Because that's where you're getting the information, the knowledge. You're shaking the hands, you're meeting the people. You can't say you're an artist and you're not going to networking events. You're not going to showcases. You're not going to Law Fest. Things of that nature. And these are events that's going on right here in the city of Houston. So I think that's the most important thing. Just make sure you're in the right ballpark.
You know what? And that leads me right into my next question, which is what are some of the effective strategies for networking and making connections within the hip hop community? Because I feel like people are scared of networking. Honestly, you know, they put themselves in rooms, but they don't want to talk to people, or they only gonna talk to the people that they've been knowing. Well, if you've been knowing this person, you have all the information that they can give. So, what are some strategies, or what is your advice to some of the artists that need to actually maximize on networking when they're in rooms like this?
You offer before you ask. You know, most time people think networking is one-sided. You go to an event to see what you can get out of it, but sit in your car and figure out, what am I going to offer the people in the room? Because I know if you're coming to network with me, clearly you know what I can provide for you, but you never state what you can provide for me. And that's why they be like, everybody always want money, because you have not clearly defined anything you can do for me that outweighs you being charged. So I think one of the true story, there was an event in New York on a Friday. I saw it on a Thursday. I flew to the event. I asked my wife, hey, what you doing tomorrow? Say nothing. We went to New York. I bought 2 tickets, $250 a ticket. I sat front row at the event just to meet one person. I met the one person. I didn't ask him for anything. I said, let me show you what I can do for you. I brought one of his people out to our event. I took care of him. I showed him our whole organization. I moved him around to everything I needed to do before I ever asked him to do anything for me. Then he asked me, can I play this song on satellite radio? Well, yes, sir, yes, you can. I showed him my value before I ever asked him for anything. When you go to a networking event, go to show what you can offer the room. It makes you so much more valuable. But if you're only in there to take, you're going to be charged any and everywhere you go. You're not going to make any genuine connections or any genuine relationships. I have a phenomenal relationship with Terry, a phenomenal relationship. 24/7, I can call, she can call me, whatever. But I always made sure I told Terry, I know what she does. She know it. Listen, she's at the radio station. It was at the radio station. I'm a record company. Clearly, I want music played. But I understand. Let me show you what I can do. How can I help you to make it bigger than the music? Music was last conversation. So prove your value first, and it's so much easier to network from there.
I gotta go after that because this is my dude. So co-sign everything he says. We are definitely, it's like my brother from another mother here. So I do want to say though, sometimes, well, you have to be open to the journey, right? So sure, we can take it down to brass tacks. Derek's got a record label, he's got artists. I'm the gateway to radio airplay, okay? That's base level. But if all he wanted from me is radio airplay, then if the music is not in position for that, then the conversation ends. But we understand the necessity of building rapport and relationship, and that it's more. There's always gonna be another record. And so my part of the conversation, what I could bring to Derek, hey, we got to make sure that, you know, the stars align for the record to come in and so forth and so on. But I asked Derek, well, how can I help you in the meantime? Because we're trying to build a relationship and a rapport, and that's a long-term situation. And so getting involved and amplifying things like Loud Music Fest, amplifying things like the press junket, getting involved there, putting his name in rooms he hasn't been into yet, putting his artist name in rooms that they haven't been into yet. Like, hey, these are some people we need to watch out of Houston. And then he does the same for me. And so that's a give and take sort of relationship. So I do want to recognize Derek because, you know, it's always about the bigger picture. And don't be so focused on what you feel that you need in the immediate moment that you overlook the long-term opportunity. The second piece of the puzzle is this, and I did a post on it on my Instagram for anybody that follows, you might have seen it. And that is, sometimes you go in the room as an artist and you got your dark glasses on and you got your squad with you and you take the back booth and you sit there and you having your couple cocktails and you just observing, you're seeing everything that's going on. And you felt like you've been somewhere. Well, you haven't been anywhere and you haven't done anything. So as an artist, you have to realize that you are asking for people to vote for you with their time, with their money, with their follow on Instagram or TikTok or whatever your platform is. So coming in the room, like my man here, in the yellow t-shirt. I was in the back. He came, he introduced himself to my entire family. That's somebody who wants to be remembered. And so a lot of times we come into these rooms and we think that we're networking, but we are not humble enough to even go around and introduce yourself. Not about what you can do for me, but I'm so-and-so and I'm this, and I just wanted to say hello. It's the decency of the humanity that we have cast aside because we're so seduced with the celebrity, and we forget it's the basic stuff that mom, dad, grandma sat here and taught us about how you need to enter a room and you need to connect with people. And so don't overlook the basic things that people think, well, you know, I'm too much of a star for that. No, but that's what makes you memorable. Right. And I'm going to pass it to you, but what I will say this, make your fan, make that person feel like the VIP. They will always make you the star. We think it's about us as a celebrity. You know, hey, I'm so-and-so, and you should want to take a picture with me. No, I want to take a picture with you if I'm the artist. Let me take a picture with you. Let me create a moment with you. Your kid likes my song. Hey, man, can I do a little video for him really quick? What does that cost you? Nothing but a little bit of sweat equity and a little bit of time. And so don't forget, when it comes to networking, your network is your net worth, but anybody in this room can be an asset to you. So make sure that you are open-minded when you come into spaces and humble enough to make those real connections.
Dropping bars. Man, why I gotta come behind you? I should have said
We all on the same team.
Y'all really killing it. One small thing I would add is doing research to even know who's in the room. I know a lot of times people feel like just showing up or people are gonna be here. You don't even know who the people are and how you can be of value. Like at least picking certain people that you know, like, okay, I know that I could be of use to them. I could add value. I want to connect with this person. Just being in the room. If you're not going to do the work to actually connect, like you said, socialize, the person to your left or right can change your life. You know what I mean? So it's like, do the research. What events are happening in the city? Who's going to be there? Like you said, you looked at an event the day before, flew out there for one person in particular, but you knew who was going to be there. You did that research and you found it valuable enough to make that sacrifice to, you know, fly up there. So do your research and also connect, like you said.
I love that additional information. That was great.
I would add follow up. You have to follow up. Going to these events, getting contacts, and never reaching a person or waiting a month. That person not gonna remember you. So I'm very key on that. I think everybody on this panel know that because that's how I know them. If I get your contact, I'm DMing, I'm texting,
harassing.
I'm doing something the next day because I have a job and my job is to make you remember me because I came to you. So networking is networking, but you have to follow up. Don't just go home with a bunch of contacts and think you're successful. It's not a contact until you can really contact it.
I just want to add a note because he's giving you the gem right there. So look, this may seem super nerdy, but everybody got a phone in here. So when you put that contact in your phone, there's a section called notes, right? Put a note or two about the conversation, the interaction, something that you experienced when you met that person. Do it almost immediately because you want to remember. And then the next time you reach out, you go back to your notes. What can I bring out to sort of help me rekindle how I met this person, right? People, you know, a lot of the people that you want to meet are meeting a lot of people. Yeah. But you could connect that dot by saying, hey, you know what, Terry, I remember I met you and your family at Jasmine's event, you know, and we had a conversation about such and such, or you had on the dope sneakers or whatever little tidbit that you remember about that experience. And then when you have that further conversation with that person, there's going to be another nugget that you're going to share there. Add that to the notes. Mm-hmm. Every time you're connecting, this is how we build network. You got to do some work when you're trying to create that. And these are the human, simple things that you can do and keep good notes. And so you're continuing to further and deepen that connection.
And one more thing. And you're following everybody on social media, right? So, for example, I'm following Derek. I'm following Terry. Derek, you know, if he got something going on with his artist, without hesitation, I'm already following him, I'm networking with him, I'm gonna repost it. Right. Terry gonna have a gym, I'm gonna repost it, right? You know, we actually labeled her industry hacks on our Instagram. We take her because she give good quotes. So it's to say when you got these people contacting you on social media, interact with them. You know what I'm saying? Make them remember you. You know what I'm saying? You actually have to go after it. You can't sit back. You got to take your cool off. You got to go after it if you really want it.
You know what? That leads into the next question. Y'all are great. Y'all on point. So how and why should artists use big platforms like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Hip Hop Streets, or smaller platforms like CC Network to actually put themselves out there? How can they do that, and why is that important?
So I think the evolution of the platforms is happening right now. I think the platforms, whatever you were doing on these platforms 6 months ago, is old, it's dated. One of the things that has helped me and my team across these platforms are we just really don't give a rat's ass about impressing anybody. Just be yourself.
Yes.
That goes back to that inner brand within you that Terry spoke about. So the lady that does taxes, the guy selling Frenchies, the credit repair guru, the relationship podcast, all of their content is the same. And then as an artist, you go in and make the same content because they're getting likes and views and followers. And you feel like, oh, I'm engaging. You're not. All you're doing is falling into that trap. On these platforms, what makes you you? Why am I coming into your store? That's all that platform is. If your store sells everything that every other store sells, they're going to go to the cheapest price. What can I only get when I come to your page? What can I get from you as an artist, as a brand, as a person, as an individual? Can I trust you with my feelings when I'm down or when I'm happy? Am I going to get a laugh? Am I going to get some motivation? Use your platforms to really sell who you are personally. But you can't stop there. You have to figure out a way to get them to leave that platform to give you their name, phone number, and email address. You only use these platforms to collect your audience's data, and then you can talk to them whenever you want to. If you are relying on these platforms to make you, they're going to break you. Those days are over. We're past the viral moments. We're past those days, right? Because now viral doesn't necessarily lead to success. Right. It may lead to attention, but it does not lead to success. And if you're a recording artist or in the music industry and you're looking for attention, more power to you. Salute, keep going. But if you're actually looking for success in a career, you have to convert them. Get them off of Instagram and into your concert. Use your Instagram to sell them a t-shirt. Collect their email address so you can invite them to a private listening party. You have to convert them away from the platform in order to make them your fan. Because if not, they're just a fan of you on that platform. And I'll be short with this last moment. We've all watched American Idol. TikTok and American Idol, to me, are one and the same. There are people that get millions of votes every week on American Idol, but the second they're not on that show, you never hear from them again. Nobody's buying their music. They only love them while they're in that space. A lot of artists are only loved while they're on TikTok, while they're on Instagram, while they're making jokes, and while they're doing everything other than selling their music. So don't get caught up in the platform. The platform is just a tool to get them over into your own platform, your database, your personal space.
Anybody like to add to that?
I mean, if you're an artist and all you're putting out here is a message about what you're selling, you're missing the boat. You have to put some of who you are on it. Again, I could go back to my guy who is failing forward, right? But he understands he's failing, so we're course correcting. You have to put some intentionality into what you do. The other thing I will share is that a lot of times we give up too early. We give up way too soon. So anybody in the room familiar with Tanner Adele, for example? Yes. All right. She's out of Nashville. You know, she's the Buckle Bunny. She's got Whiskey Blues just came out. Love her. Love Teddy Swims, another artist. Two things that I love that they do with the platform is one, they are hammering their single, but they are doing it creatively. Because remember, if you're promoting your music, repetition is key. Repeating that hook. People say, well, hey Derek, why they play that song? Why they play your song so much on the box, Derek? And Derek would say, well, it's because people's favorite record and they're not tired of it. So remember that audiences have so many things that are competing for for attention. So it's going to take a lot longer for you to break your single. And you've got to hammer that hook. And what are the 100 ways you can hammer your hook with a creative short form video? It could just be you, like Tanner. She's running out the Taco Bell with the bag in the hand. There's a mic hanging, and then boom, she's dropping the hook. You saw that too, right? She's dropping the hook, but that became funny, and it's in her personality. I mean, you could tell that she's a very quirky, fun-loving artist. Teddy is different, right? A lot of his videos are more, and they might be a little bit staged. He walks in somewhere over here. There's some guy playing a piano who likes to sit there and play the piano. He gets a young lady to walk up to the guy and says, well, do you know this song from Teddy Swims? Oh, yeah, I know it. Dude starts playing the song, and boom, here comes Teddy out the background, and he sings a song, and boom, now you've got a video. Teddy's singing a song. They capture that. They're doing a lot of good things in the space where they're also highlighting their fans. There's huge opportunities on these social platforms to highlight the fan and really make them lock in with you because, again, you're making them the star. And so like Derek's saying, everybody wants people to hit the follow button, but you have to lead them somewhere. But if I've made a deeper connection with you, now when I say, come follow me over here and give me your personal information, remember, it costs them nothing to follow you. That's a fingertip on a button. But now I want you to invest in me. And your investment is going to mean that I'm going to get your name and your email at the least. And if I'm real special, I'm going to get your telephone number. I'm giving up my personal information because I feel personally connected to your art and to who you are as an artist. So remember, if you're just new song out next week, new song out next week, new song out next week, you're not going to really go far with making connection and using the platform to your benefit.
Yeah, that just triggered something, right? So let me tell y'all something. A lot of artists aren't making music for the art. They're making music to have content to post. If you make better music, you'll have to create less content. There's this thing called UGC, user-generated content. One of the masters at UGC is obviously Beyonce, Drake. When they take all of those quotables from their records and you see people driving in their car listening to it and then they repost, people are making all types of videos. When fans are making videos of your music, you don't have to make content. Make a great song and the content will generate itself. Stop dropping a record, new music Monday, I'm gonna drop a record every week for the next 6 weeks. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're throwing hay in a haystack. You're not even throwing a needle in there with the hopes of being found. Stop doing that. Have a strategy. 6 to 8 weeks at the minimum to roll out a single. Because if it don't work in those first 6 weeks, so what? Give it another 6 weeks. After that, give it another 6 weeks. Who cares? Give it a whole year. If you love it and you stand on it, man, it takes that long, especially today, for it to be embedded in somebody's head. I've been pushing 2 records at going on a year now. We're nowhere near tired of it. We're not thinking about nothing else. We are 100% good because we keep tapping into different markets, different cities, different fans, different ages, different demographics, different ad sets with the same quote unquote old song. Stop just feel like I need content, so I'll put out music. Because all that does is hurts your digital resume. With Spotify, see, man, this person released 13 songs, and collectively they got 9 streams between all 13 songs.
Not even 13 streams?
No, not even 13 streams. So then it's like they have no reason to feature you anywhere on the platform because you're telling them you don't even listen to all your music. So why should they place you somewhere for others to? Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I was just
Love
gonna,
that. Go ahead.
real quick. I think also your commitment to like, hey, if this song doesn't work for 6 weeks, 12 weeks, I'm gonna rock with it here or there. It's a commitment to like, this is who I am as an artist. This is my work. I love my work. I don't have to conform to what's popular right now. This is me as an artist, and like really stick to that. I think a lot of people try to please everyone with their work. It's just like, know who you are as an artist, know what your brand is, and rock with that. And then that's what I wanted to say.
So Marquise, can you talk about you like because you have a platform. So why is that important for artists?
I would say make sure your platform look like an artist. Like, you know, your social media is your bio, right? So I see artists and you go to their page and they got everything on there but music. I do music, no links, no nothing. Some of them might not even have a photo. I'd be like, who knows you? And then they'll be private. How are you private and you're trying to get somebody to like your music? You know what I'm saying? So I think they go about it wrong. Being secretive, that's not it. You know, you got to be out loud and outspoken. You know, and I think, and don't spam. Don't spam.
Please
Don't spam. You know, hey, check out my music. Don't do that because we don't know who you are. So it's a better approach, a better way. Hey, I'm such and such. I'm from Alabama. If you got time, can you check out my music? Such and such. You know, things of that nature. But don't just like Derek say, oh, we're dropping the new music this week. I haven't seen the last one. You know, so you have to kind of slow down and gradually get out of it's going to happen fast because I'm on social media. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? Take your time, build your true fan base, and like they say, collect data. Data is dollars. So collect a true fan base, and to be honest with you, if you had 1,000 fans, you could make it. If you can, you know what I'm saying, just gather that, 1,000. Get you 1,000 fans, start off small, and quit thinking that everything gonna go platinum, because people don't go platinum. It takes years. Almost a year for an album, and that's an album being pushed. Because I just seen that the Mexican OT album just went platinum. So that album,
That song went
platinum. The song, one song, and that took a whole entire year. So just something to think about on that.
Y'all are definitely dropping gems. So I have one more question, then we'll open it up to the audience. So why is education, mentorship, and collaboration so important for aspiring hip hop artists in this industry?
I think the smarter you are, the better music you make. There's a book by Donald Passman, All You Need to Know About the Music Business. It's on the 14th edition. I have bought 8 through 14. The Plain and Simple Guide to Music Publishing is the 4th edition. I've bought 3 and 4. I have close to 90 books that are just on the music business. I want to know it all. In the morning before I check any social media, I look at Music Business Worldwide, I look at BMI.com, I look at ASCAP.com, I look at Digital Music News, I look at Billboard.com. I need to know what my industry is doing. It's amazing and mind-blowing that today how many artists aren't registered with a performance rights organization. It's baffling how many artists don't have an EPK. And the bare minimum and essentials that you need to even effectively work in this industry, you're skipping over it. You're going straight to shooting a video and going to the studio and uploading it to TuneCore or somewhere, DistroKid on your phone, and you're an artist. And you don't know the industry. You don't know the business. Artists who know the business are some of the greatest people to work with, because then they understand what you're doing. So you think Jay-Z is who he is because he's not a businessman? Beyonce, Rihanna, J. Cole, Kendrick, Drake, regardless of whatever beef, look at the companies they own outside of music. These are educated business people. And those artists here or just gonna watch later who think, oh, I rap, I F with the music, bro. I'm the exact opposite. I don't smoke. Don't come to my office high. My events are set up to where there's no smoking or drinking during the media portion of it. If you smell like weed or alcohol coming in, we don't let you in. It's a business. There's no way you can be successful in the music business It's not the music friendship. It's not the music bro. It's not the music sis. It's not the music homie. It's not the music gang. It's the music business. And if you don't treat it as such, you do not deserve to be in it.
Love that. Go ahead.
Education is everything. We had the opportunity of interviewing Jermaine Dupri, and Jermaine Dupri told us that he said, for some reason, artists, he said, basketball, you got to go, you play 12 years, then you go to college. He just gave different analogy of all these different careers, and he was like, you have to go to school, you have to study, you have to learn for something. He said, but for some strange reason, artists think that they can just make it without no knowledge, no information, no nothing. He was like, it's unheard of. You have to have a mentor. You have to have some type of education. You have to have something. For me personally, like Derek said, with Hip Hop Streets, I moved to Atlanta for 2 years just to learn the music industry before I even decided to say, hey, I'm finna start Hip Hop Streets. You know what I'm saying? So I went to school myself. So you have to have some type of knowledge, because if you don't have knowledge, you're gonna believe anything that comes through that door because you don't know. So, you gotta really sit down and think and read books. It's too much books. You got internet. It's just too much technology where you don't know. And I hear artists say, oh, they messed up with me on their contract. How can you get messed up on your contract in 2024 when you can research, read, pay a lawyer online to read your contract for you? So it's just so much, you know what I'm saying? So it really falls on the artist. It's how bad you really want it.
I'm gonna drop a resource because I'm with you. And I have so many artists that are coming to me that their business is not handled, especially on the paperwork, everything that Derek said on the PROs, understanding how your split sheets work, making sure your business, or hey, I just went you and got a feature from you on my project, but we didn't get no contract. So now the record may be a hit and maybe you block me, or you gonna come after me or whatever, or I'm just not gonna do right by you. That's not cool. So the Texas Young Lawyers Association. So I understand that it's expensive to play the music game. It's very expensive. So do all you can do from an economical standpoint, but some of the stuff like contracts and getting your copywriting and things of that nature, it's called TYLA, Texas Young Lawyers Association. And it's nominal for some of the services that they offer. $75 to help get you right on a contract. That's an investment well made until you can get enough equity going so that you can, have your personal attorney, et cetera, and so forth and so on. But it's a super solid resource. There are resources out here available to you if you are willing to look and seek. But understand that you have to put something into the conversation as well. That goes back to the networking, or even if we really say, what is collaboration? Collaboration is that we're working together, but I've got to be doing something that benefits you. You have to be doing something that benefits me. So to me, collaboration is everything. But please, let's collaborate with proper paperwork. Yes. Because paperwork clears up confusion. Mm-hmm. Paperwork says that I understand what you're expecting from me and what I should expect from you. And this is how it's all going to work. When you can sit down like business people and have an honest conversation about what it really is, and then get that down, get it signed off on, you're going to be in a lot better space. Because when money and fame starts to kick in, a lot of people get amnesia, and it makes it to have very difficult conversations when now you're in a terrible situation where maybe you got something, but you didn't handle your paperwork, and now that something that you got can't really bloom into the fullest beauty that it's supposed to be because we got paperwork issues. Because I will say this, a lot of us, as artists, we're trying to get the upsource opportunity, right? We want somebody, if I make something that's great, but there's a lot of great out here. I'm going to say it. There really is. So if you got problems with your samples not being cleared or your paperwork not being handled properly, they will move to the next one if it seems too complicated. Mm-hmm. I have a true story. Kiati would tell you the same story. That's my homie. So it's real story. Back in the Gap, everybody knows Kiati, who really was a rapper and one of the most incredible freestyle rappers I've ever met in my entire life. His level of creativity on the fly is just amazing. And so I was really blessed to meet Kiati, and he's super gifted. And y'all remember some years back, just some years now, it was one of those, what was it, Derek? The NBA All-Star Weekend. Big weekend in Houston. It was one of the finest weekends I've been here. I was up at the box, and when I tell you every celebrity on the planet, there were people coming in there, I was pinching myself. You know, there were actors, actresses, there were big music stars, producers, record company owners. I mean, I wish during that time social media it was what it is now, because it would have been great to capture all that. But anyway, Kiati's on. He's on with G-Man, and we were doing the 5 o'clock mix. I want to say maybe GT was in the mix. And Kiati's going at it. I mean, we freestyling and he's crushing it. And so my friend, who's another person, if you don't know the Alchemy Group, you should. But Azim Rashid, he lives here in Houston. And Azim at the time was working for, don't remember, but major record label. And he's standing next to me, his phone rings. He hands me the phone. You need to talk to this guy. And truthfully, and I know he's under a lot of drama, but it was Diddy. So Diddy is on the phone because he's like, who's that guy rapping on the radio right now? And it was Kiati. He said, I have got to sign him. I have got to get my way to this, because he could hear it. He could hear the talent. But Kiati, because he didn't know any better, had unfortunately gotten into some situation with contracts that just wasn't good business. So he wasn't able to capitalize on that particular opportunity. And now knowing what we see coming out, maybe that was for the best. Well, it was, we would say, for the best. But the point of the matter is this, you know, you can find yourself in suspect situations if you just have so much focus on, I just want what I want, and you're not willing to sit down and deal with the business first. And so don't find yourself in that position. There are real resources out here that you can tap into that will help you get yourself together so that you're not cutting off your foot before you even get out the gate.
Love that.
On the education side of things, here's something that I do, and no, it's not a hack. I look at all the major brands: Beats by Dre, Nike, Apple Music, Spotify, GMC, Chevrolet, Ford, Cadillac, Tesla. I look at what they do. I look at how they advertise. I look at the fonts they use. I educate myself on their strategy. I will Google what was the marketing strategy behind the 2024 Black Raven Cadillac Escalade. How did they get this in the hands of so many people to where it's sold out 2 years in advance? So education in music, man, we're selling lifestyle. We're selling a brand. We're selling it all. So you have to understand, if I go to the movies, I'll notice every car in this movie is an Audi. Every drink in here has been a Pepsi. Only restaurant signs I see have been for McDonald's in this one movie. I make notes of these things. I study these things. Like I analyze. I love the music business so much. No matter what I do, I'm finding a way for it to relate to my career. Whether if I'm at the movies, I'm at a concert, I'm at a fashion show, I'm at a restaurant, I'm in the shoe store, I'm listening to what's being played in the shoe store, and it's all clean music. So if you don't have a clean record, no, you're not getting on these playlists inside these retail stores. And then I'll ask, hey, what service do y'all use to provide music here? Bet. I'll Google it, I'll research it, I'll do it. That's all part of educating yourself in the business. Everything that you do has to revolve around your career. You can work a 9 to 5, you gotta live, but you have to invest just as much time into your music business career. You can't make it part-time in this industry. It just does not work. I don't care who it is, I don't care how talented you are. If you're not doing, to make up for that time that you have to work, you have to educate yourself in other places. I'm not rich. I don't have no investor. I have no plans of going to jail, so I don't even touch the streets. Not in my future at all. So how do I make up for not having that disposable income? I'm gonna outwork you, I'm gonna outthink you, I'm gonna out-research you, and I'm gonna educate myself. And I will never walk into a room not knowing. And especially when I leave, I'll know more than I came with.
I think that's a perfect segue to open up for any questions. Do we have any questions out there? Zalani?
Hey, how you doing? I really appreciate y'all coming in and, you know what I'm saying, just chopping it up and dropping a lot of gems. My question is, why is it that a lot of artists are finding it difficult to become brands? They're practically attaching themselves to you with the hopes that you can blow them up overnight without having to put in the actual work, or they're hoping that they could get brand sponsorship as opposed to them becoming a brand of their own.
Because they don't know. You know, they don't know. And it's not just the music business that doesn't know. I have this branding conversation all the time. I've had business owners come to me trying to figure out, not in the music, you know, trying to figure out how to grow their business, and they're the face of their business, but they haven't built their brand completely to be able to be the face of their business. I always say people buy into people before they buy into product. But because we live in this social media world that is everybody's highlight reel, we have a real messed up view of what authenticity really is. And I even hate to say the word authenticity because we hear it so much, just be authentic, that we start to ignore the word. But the word is still getting mentioned because there's a validity to it. And so you are a brand already. I will tell every person in the room, I will tell my 9-year-old daughter that she is a brand. She is a brand. Every person is already a brand. But because we are not giving ourselves permission to be really who we are, because we're subscribing to somebody else's impression of what we think we need to be to make them happy or to get their approval, we're not locking into what God put in us. So I'm going to say the God thing, because God put in each and every one of us in the room something special, special talents, gifts, and abilities. You don't have all. You have what was meant for you. And the responsibility that we have is to discover and uncover what that is, to get on the education train and make sure that we sharpen those things so we can be the very best at whatever God put in us to be. And then I do believe, go back to your collaboration word, you know, you got to recognize, I don't know what I don't know. And if you can't find the answer to it, who's got the answer to it? Now I can sit here. If I don't know something, I call Derek. If Derek don't know something, he calls Terry. Make sure that you're surrounding yourself with people of excellence. A lot of times we're following the wrong people. We follow the wrong people on social media. We follow the wrong people in life. You know, you've got to surround yourself with eagles if you want to fly high. And so it's easy to get caught up in the low-hanging fruit out here because we want the fame. And I have a friend, and you probably will meet him sometime. He's another guy here in Houston, LaRon Harris. You know, LaRon is always like, you know, are you trying to be famous or are you trying to make great art? Because sometimes, and oftentimes, they're not really the same thing. I can go out here right now and do something stupid and get famous. I can get famous. I could get famous right now. I choose not to. I want to be able to have substance. And so I choose a different path. And it may be like Derek, we're not rich up here. You know, we're rich in experience, but we're not rich, you know, in the sense that people think, because we don't really chase that. If you chase your purpose, profit will come. Come on. But we're not out here. We're chasing profit. We're chasing fame. We're chasing those things. To me, that's sugar. You can't sustain on a diet of sugar. At some point, if all you eat is sugar, you're going to get sick. You're going to get real sick. So you've got to make sure that you are having a diet with some substance.
All right.
Can I just
I really appreciate that.
Shout out to that.
But what you just said something, and it highlighted what I was truly looking to articulate. Okay, thank you. Now, you're right. We can't survive off of sugar. But why is it that we're sending people to the sugar, which is social media, when truly we're placing our website links, which is our home that we pay for, our digital real estate, that allows us to not have to sustain from the sugar, not have to actually build our foundation like how they're saying we have to. It's my way of selling out of the trunk all over again, just in a new era.
So I think what you're saying, I touched on earlier about the platforms. But here's the thing. The only people telling you to eat the sugar are the people manufacturing and producing the sugar. So you don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, because the problem that I find with a lot of artists, they love trends and they see whatever wave is happening and they decide, let me jump on this one. Now let me jump on this. They literally tell you on new trending sound. Use this to keep you within those platforms. As opposed to me, I label my own videos, new trending sound, follow me here. And I push them elsewhere. Artists have to stop believing everything they're saying. Point blank, period. You have to stop, you have to understand the industry it's an industry. They're designed to make money off you. Nobody cares about your song. Nobody cares about you. They don't care about your family. They don't care about your struggle. They don't care about what you went through. Because the minute you no longer exist, they're gonna find somebody else to sit in your seat. It's up to you to care. And I can only speak for myself. That's my approach with my company and my artists and my brand. Don't nobody owe us shit. Nobody owe us nothing. If a radio station decides, Derek, I can't play your song, I'm 100% cool with that. Because that tells me I didn't do enough to make myself a priority to where they should play it. It's not that the industry is holding me back. They're not giving me this. They're not supposed to. Like, the game is not designed for people, for this industry to give you anything. Regardless of how they say it, or how they market it, or how they sell it, it's not for you. They're only doing it to make money off you, from you. It's never really with you. You know what I'm saying? So when they're telling you, I've been anti-TikTok since day one. I am not a TikTok fan. I think TikTok destroyed urban music just as much as Napster and LimeWire did. So I am not a fan of TikTok. And every single marketing strategy and every label executive, what are your TikTok numbers? How many views and how many influencer marketing and all? That's all they wanted to sell you, because they knew they can get the most marketing out of you because you're spending the money on the influencers. You're pushing people to that platform, to the music that they own, and you just end up with what? Clout? No. So like, don't listen to any of that. Go direct to consumer with everything that you do.
So remember this, the platforms, and he's got an honorable platform. So, he shows up I'm telling you, honorable. So if you're not dealing with him, make sure you make the connection. Understand though, a lot of the general big platforms, they're opportunities for exposure. It goes back to what we said. You want people to hit the follow button, but you have a responsibility to lead them somewhere. And you decide not to fall into the traps of what you see. Like, I really can't stand, the trend, and we talk about and laugh about this all the time. Like, why all the videos are on top of the parking garage with half-naked women shaking their butt? How many rap videos are you seeing that's looking like that, right? But you're an artist. You can choose to do that, or you can choose to do something different. So those are choices you make. You decide not to fall into that trap. But what the platforms do is they offer you opportunities for exposure. So understand from a business mind, well, there's a lot of audience on there. The key is, sure, be on the platform, but where are you leading them to that you own? And then when you want to have a power play or conversation, and this man right here is the best I've ever seen. Derek, I talk about Derek all the time and make sure his name is in rooms that he may not have even been in yet, because he's brilliant. And so what Derek can sit down and have a conversation with you is, well, here's my artist, and they have X amount of people in their fan base, and he can show the open rate on the emails. He can show how much activity is there. So he has used the bigger platforms to make sure that he's driving something that the artist owns, which is their actual database. So understand it's chess, not checkers out here, and you have to be strategic, but you don't have to buy into the hocus pocus, because my daughters are here. You don't have to buy into the hocus pocus that you see these other people doing. That's the machine, right? So understand your brands, your brand identity, what you will and what you won't do. You have to know what lines you aren't willing to cross. And there's always another way, and it's your way. And I always say, like, look, let's pave the road less traveled. You have the opportunity to do that, but you have to decide that you won't fall into the trap of what other people are pitching as the easy way out.
There we have it. Do we have another question? Could take about
Yes.
one or two more.
Okay, my question is, how would you suggest, as an independent artist, to go about getting marketing and promotion? And third, secluding or not secluding, but getting an investor?
Well, marketing and promotion. So the easy answer is find somebody you trust that's reliable and have a budget and pay them. That's the easy answer, right? But I always encourage artists first. And this is just me. I'd rather you not pay me to do it because then you're held captive to paying me every single time, right? I'd rather you figure out a strategy and I give you some pointers and you do some research and you actually figure it out because then you'll have your own formula. And I think too often we don't want to find our own formula. It's like, yo, I need help. Who can I pay? And then you're like, man, the music industry is a money grab. It's only a money grab because you don't know nothing. And I'm not saying you, because we didn't talk all the time. So, but if artists don't figure out, study marketing, research it. I'm not a songwriter. I'm not an artist. But for the past 3-4 years, I've been studying songwriting because I got tired of songwriters not showing up to the studio, flaking out. I studied it. I watched videos. I bought books. I educated myself on that process of the business. And right now, the new music we're working on that I've been able to collaborate with my artists in creating the concept, the ideas, bringing in the musicians, it came from me studying that side of the business that I didn't know. Saying that to say, buy marketing books. There are so many things online and courses that can give you release strategies and marketing strategies where they'll give you all the information and you just got to execute it. I think as an independent artist right now in today's game, that's truly the best way because I'm a label. And the reason why I've spent the past few years moving the way I have, because I got tired of paying middlemen. I got tired of paying every single person. And then once I see the work that they did, I'm like, man, Derek, you dumb. You could have did this. You could have figured this out. Or that's all they did. I traveled. I sent emails. I subscribed to newsletters. Take the top 3 artists that you would compare yourself to. Google them. Then look at all the media outlets that covered them in a positive way. Then look at the writer and the author of each one of those articles. Look them up on Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. Then reach out to them and submit your music because they already are covering an artist that is similar to what you do. That's marketing. You know what I'm saying? Like you just got to dig and do the research, bro. Because I feel like I'd be shortchanging you if I say, oh yeah, you can do this, and you run up a bag and you pay this and you do that. Like, I hate that kind of talk, bro. I hate it. Because I feel like that's just, it's hurting us, man. I have yet to see that truly help anybody in this city where they didn't hire the right person and they didn't hire a qualified person, right? Like that's the people, and this is not a shameless plug because Terry's here, but I can count on one hand or these 3 fingers the people I would pay in this city to do anything for me. I'm not paying myself. I'm down to 2 fingers, and it's Terry and one other. Because I know they actually know, they've been there, they've seen it, they were a part of the records, they understand it. Most people out here selling a marketing services, they were not in the room. They didn't do it. I don't care what they say on the blog, I don't care what they say on the podcast, I don't say what meme they post, man, they were not there. They wasn't in the meetings, they wasn't a part of the strategy, they wasn't a part of the plan. So I couldn't comfortably say, this is who you pay.
Hire the right person. It's a business, right? I like to date. I don't get married. Well, except for my wonderful husband, Tim.
Tim is like, well, damn.
Newsflash. Yeah, no. Him, I definitely married. But, we just got married in 2021. So I'll let you know this may be a little too personal, but I was willing to wait. I have not been married before. I've not been blessed with children before, but I was willing to wait to find the right person. So there are highly qualified people out here. this is how I help feed my family. So I would say thank you for the compliment because I'm blessed to consider myself one. Now, it may not make sense for you to contract a person. Maybe it's you're buying a few hours of their time to help you set a strategy. That could be possible. I will say this though, I'm going to go back to the word collaboration. A lot of us in the room, you guys are trying to figure out how to get to that next level. There's somebody out here that's also matching that. And so you may not be able to afford a big, 5-star marketing firm, but who's out here that's their passion is marketing for the music business that's trying to grow and build? Is there a way for you and that person to do business? And I will say, go back to the contract, lay out expectations, make it a good legal document, and then give it a deadline. Date somebody for 3 months. They're dating you, you're dating them. And I will say, sometimes we want to hire services and we think, I hired Derek, I can sit back now. No, that's when you got to mash the gas. A lot of times artists will get signed to a label. Like, don't get signed to Derek's label and think Derek going to do all the work. Derek's going to outwork, but if you're not trying to match his level of work, you're not going to be on that label very long. So there is an opportunity to find someone, if you're at a particular level, who wants to grow in the business. Are they somebody you feel a kindred spirit with, you could resonate? There's a wonderful example of that in our business now, and it goes back to a radio station in Atlanta, Hot 107.9, and this is many years ago, but all of us have heard the name Ludacris. Well, when Ludacris came in the game, he was Chris Lova, and he was doing a shift at the radio station in Atlanta. And there was a guy who was the music director, and his name was Shaka Zulu. And so they just vibed. They had a good energy with each other. And Shaka could see the potential in Chris Lova to be a Ludacris. And then Chris could see, hey, this guy's got a good business head. And so there was some energy between these two brothers, and they have decades in now, all the way up to the Fast and the Furious franchise and the 50 other million investments in business things that they've done as a team. And so there is the possibility of just being aware when you're coming into these networking spaces, there's somebody else here networking that's trying to do the very thing that you need. And so I love that you're here for us and we're grateful, but be here for also the other people that are in the room, because there may be a valuable connection where you can help grow each other's business together. So just don't ignore that part.
And a fun fact, I was the person that was promoting Ludacris What's Your Fantasy when he was independent through Southern Music Distribution. I brought the record to Texas.
All right. Shout out to you.
And I
want to
would
add to that?
I want to add one thing. And it's tiers to marketing, right?
Yes.
Be realistic, right? Yeah. If you're an underground artist, it's tiers to it. I give y'all, I like to use Mexican OT as an example. Mexican OT, we did a live fiesta, Hip Hop Street did a live fiesta. It was Mexican OT first time really performing in Houston. We had hired DJ Taco to DJ. So from that point, DJ Taco heard Mexican OT perform. Then he got him tied into DJ Taco. DJ Taco do all the strip clubs, which it branched off, and then it's just different levels. So from that point, then they get to the bigger budget. So you have to start here and then work your way through the process. It's no way as an underground artist you're gonna go straight up to $1 million marketing firm. You're gonna have to work your way up there and then make them connections on your way up.
And then one more thing to piggyback off of that, like you all talking about right now, the budget. What would you suggest to help artists generate capital to get that budget? Because as you know, it's an expensive scene in the music industry.
Get a job.
That too. But it's an expensive scene in the music business to pay for the marketing and all that. So what would you suggest, other than get a job? What would you suggest they can do like in the industry to help generate capital and stuff like that?
I'm gonna give you a real life example. I don't want to name his name, but I have a client right now, and he's incredibly talented. Just got the United Masters situation, but he drives trucks. So he hit me at, my husband like, who is on the phone? It's 10 texting, right? So he drives trucks. And who is he in the industry? What does his brand represent? Well, this brother is the everyday working man who's trying to take care of his family, feed his kids, take care of his mama, and also put some money aside because he's got a dream. And so he drives trucks. And, I'm not free, and I believe in him, so we decided to work together, but he's got to pay Terry too. And so he said, I'm going to do what I need to do to be able to live the life I want to live. It's not always about getting a job in the game. If you can get it, cool. But oftentimes the jobs that are going to give you more money that you're able to invest aren't the sexy ones. You know, he drives trucks and he's always like, man, all right, T, I made this much on this route. I'm taking care of this for the mortgage. He's over here for the kid. You know, he's doing whatever he's got to do. And then I think too, oftentimes we're looking to pay somebody, but we haven't exhausted what we can do on our own. And so just really make sure there's a lot that you can do that doesn't cost anything. You know, we overthink videos, and I've been a victim of that. Like, oh, okay, if I'm doing my free game, it needs to look fancy. Well, I'll tell you, every fancy video I ever did didn't do anything. It was the one, me straight to camera, you know, given whatever that I was given, that ended up working. And so I would also tell people, hey, make sure there's good lighting, make sure people can hear you. But a lot of the things that you can do to market, you know, are free and expensive and require very little. The other thing that I think as artists we don't do. So let's say, for example, you just starting out. Have you played your song for 10 people? Do 8 of those people like you? Do they like the record? Hey man, I really like that record. Okay, 8 people follow me here. Then I know I got 8 people that are following me that really dig what I'm doing. All right, my 8 people, you're my special crew. I need you to share this with 10 people. We're not asking our fan base, which is our community, to do anything except for go download my single. But the people that really rock with your art, they will show up for you if you just ask, and they would be incredibly loyal if you included them in the process, and they don't cost you anything. What do they cost you? Hey, I'm gonna do an Instagram live tonight with 3 fans. I'm gonna link you in. I'm gonna drop hey, I'm gonna post some people. If you can share this post with, 10 or 15 people, I'm gonna post some people and I'm gonna drop you a personal message. Or I'm doing a little show over here at this venue. I'm gonna make sure you get the meet and greet, or you get the front row seat, or you whatever. There's a lot that we can do about marketing that just really incorporates our fans. And when fans see that you're somebody who puts and makes them a priority, they're gonna tell everybody they knew about you. I was with KRS-One probably, Derek, 2 months ago? About 2 months ago, I was with KRS-One. And we were in a room where there was a lot of students from Texas Southern University. And the students, they knew a little bit about KRS-One, but real hip hop heads, the old school cats, we really know who KRS-One is to the game, right? I see you do. So, he did what he was doing. He was recording an interview, et cetera. And there was a full group of students. The information he was given was great, but they really didn't know him. But after he took every picture, they were like, yo, can you do a video? Can you do a drop from my production company? Can you shout me out so I can put you on the gram? He did it all. He did everything. And he spent an extra hour just doing all of that. And one of the kids was like, man, I can't believe you're doing this. And he said, well, shoot. He said, I'm doing this because, hon, I know exactly what you're going to do. If I have a positive experience and an interaction with you, you're going to share the picture that we just took. You're going to put that drop that I just did for you on your Instagram, and you're going to tag me in it. And then people say, well, who's this guy? Because maybe I don't know who KRS-One is. But if my friend who I follow, well, who is this guy that she just put on her Instagram? So let me click him. And now I'm learning more about this artist or this person that I haven't yet become acquainted with. And so I understand at some point you do need to invest and spend money. You really do. And it's not a cheap game to play. But if you do a better job of exhausting your free resources to create demand for your supply, when it comes down to spending that bread, you're going to have to spend a lot less bread to go a lot further. So just consider that.
I got 3 quick things for you for marketing, and they're all tying together. 1, go to every streaming platform that your music is on and look up their best practices. Their best practices, and even like Spotify for artists, Apple Music for artists, Shazam for artists, Tidal for artists, Pandora AMP program. They have all of these different resources to promote your music within their community for free. So Spotify has 144 million monthly subscribers. Your music is in the hands of 144 million people right now. Your job is to let them know it's there. They have all types of different tools to use within their platform. And they're going to make sure those tools are used properly and they're beneficial, because it doesn't make sense for them to invest in their company and the stuff don't work. So go to every streaming platform and their artists, make sure you sign up for their artist pages, and then go through their best practices. The second thing is throw your own concert. The thing that helped Loud Music's name really move throughout, I'll say Texas, is when we started throwing the first Loud Fest 4 or 5 years ago. And then before that, we did a concert series where we would pick 5 artists and put them on a concert and let people free to get in. You just had to RSVP. We did that for a few years. Then we took all of those email addresses. Hey, we got a new t-shirt dropping. Come by the office and all t-shirts are $10. We'll have 100 people come by and buy a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the marketing I did led to something or somewhere. So if you do your own concert and you put 2 or 3 opening acts and give them tickets to sell, promote it. They're all promoting you as the headliner. So you're getting your name out there. You're making money at the door. People are selling tickets and they're promoting you. You're generating revenue. Now, what you do with that revenue is what separates the businessman from the casual person just running through the industry. Now, if you take that money and do a bigger show, or now you done took that money you made from that show, let me book a little flip. Let me book somebody in Houston to be a bigger headliner to attract somebody I couldn't. And now they're posting you on their pages and now they're promoting. So do things like that to where it'll generate revenue, but it's also getting your name out there to people. And you don't market a song. Now, when I say that, that don't mean don't push your music or don't promote your music. But if you're trying to raise money, it's not going to come from marketing a song. Market the brand. Why? They want to wear your t-shirts. They want to wear your hat. They want to wear your socks. They want to come to your show. Like for male rappers, women got to want to date you. Dudes got to want to look like you. Point blank period. How are you influencing them? And so everybody want to rock that shirt. Everybody want to rock that hat. And you can sell them those things to generate revenue for your brand.
All right. So before we close out this panel, I myself am really big on the youth. So for young aspiring artists, so I mean teenagers or young children, what would be your advice to them? And then also, after you finish giving us that advice, let us know where we can find you on social media platforms or your website.
Educate yourself, take music theory classes, learn to play an instrument, take vocal lessons. Anything that your high school or middle school offers that's in the music realm, do it. Be a band geek. Be in the choir. Even if you rap, still do it all and learn and understand music. And definitely, I feel like the youth are way more internet savvy. So dive in. I can be found on Instagram, Derrick MC, DERRICK MC, or Official Loud, or the website, loudmusic.com.
Thank you, Derrick. Terry?
Well, I mean, the education piece is everything. I mean, I'd say the same thing for grown folks. You want to be an artist, but you don't take vocal lessons, or you won't learn how to work the equipment in the studio, or, you won't learn more about the aspect of what it takes to create art. And when you don't do that, now I have to get a song from Derrick, so he gets that publishing. I need somebody else to make my beat. They gonna get that. So educate yourself about the business. I can't co-sign that enough. I would say as a parent, I would pour everything into my child if he or she wants to sing or she wants to do whatever in this, but I would also wrap my arms around them and I would put them in that bubble till they're 18 years old. I'd give them all the prodigy education, everything about it, but this is a brutal business. And as we see when we're reading what's happening or the stories that we're now uncovering about very young people that got into the game at a very young age, and what happened is we were chasing fame and stardom and all the things, and we get kids being put in positions they should never have been put in the first place under the guise of being famous. And so I would wrap every possible bubble around my kids and make sure that they were grounded and healthy and whole on the inside and had time. Sure, pour everything into them being great at the craft, but I wouldn't let them loose on the world until I had a good sense of they have a sense of who they really are. Because when the business comes and tries to tear you down, doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man, that's going to come for you. And if you don't have good grounding, and if you don't really know who you are and know who the people are in your circle that are really going to protect you, you can fall victim into somebody else's selling you your bag of dreams. And so we've seen that repeat itself over and over and over. And then we wonder why these artists who came out really young, when they're older, now they've got a drug problem, or now they're in rehab because they're depressed or had committed suicide, and all of the terrible things that we see is because a kid had talent and he got thrown to the wolves way too soon. And so I would put my kids in bubble wrap, and I would protect them. I would educate them, but I would protect them. And then if that's what they really want to do as an adult, I'll be there 5,000 grand to support them, not a question. But I would absolutely not let my kid loose in the music business until I felt that they were at a more confident and secure place.
And where can we find you, Terry?
Terry Thomas, TerryThomas on Instagram and all the socials.
Thank you.
Man, I would say a lot of what you guys said. I know the question was phrased for the kids, but it applies to adults as well. Education, but also trying different things. You know what I mean? I wish I had the opportunity to learn different things for free at school growing up. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of talent also comes with exposure. Like trying, for example, I do TV personality work. That wasn't something I discovered that I loved until I was 22 years old. You know what I mean? I just knew I wanted to be an actress. But until you try different things, try your hand in other things, be versed in everything. Like, hey, I want to know a little bit about what goes on behind the camera as well as in front of the camera. I want to write. I want to have a little bit of knowledge of everything. I'm not saying be a master of everything, but it's helpful to know how things work. It only works to your advantage. Yeah,
where can we find you?
Find me on Instagram. It's Kendra, Kendra Faith, Faith 11. So Kendra Faith 11 on Instagram.
I would say education and protection. Hip hop is a deadly game. So for kids, I would say protect them. As long as you can, and really, are you sure this is what you want to do? But if it's what you want to do, education, make sure they're educated and make sure they're around the right people. And I think that'd be that's basically what I feel like. Just make sure they're around the right people.
And how can we tap in the hip hop streets?
You can tap into Hip Hop Streets on Instagram. If you have a cell phone right now, it's a free download. Also, artists, you can upload your music for free as well for Hip Hop Streets. So we just a platform just to help you grow, so you can upload your music videos. Our Instagram is Hip Hop Streets. Our website is Hip Hop Streets. Everything is Hip Hop Streets. So tap in with us. We also offer free healthcare for a lot of artists. We know that healthcare is very key. You have to be healthy. So we also just launched our healthcare agency to give y'all free healthcare, and it's no open enrollment. You can do it month to month. Our whole theme is empowering the culture of hip hop. So that's our theme. So check us out.
Love that. And then for us here at Community Cultivation Network, our Instagram is CC Network HTX. And what we do is we connect small businesses and creatives to their communities around the world through media and event production. This right here is CCN Studios. This is our studio. We've been open for about 1.5 years. And we have rehab part of our studio. We still have another 15,000 square feet that we have not rehabbed that we're going to make a theater. And what our goal here is to create a one-stop shop. So when you come in here, come through our doors, we help you with marketing, we help you with branding, we help you with content, everything that you need to at least put yourself out there and to get to people like this. I really have a heart for small businesses and entrepreneurs, creators, independent artists. We're just getting with the music industry, which is why it was so important that I added a music category to this event, because we want to help everyone. We have platforms. We have a network of podcasts. We have over 20 podcasts, and we don't charge. So you could come through the door and you could get 20 interviews easily like that to help you put yourself out there. So I just want to take the time to plug CCN Studios so everybody know what it is that we do for sure.
Congratulations.
So I really do appreciate this panel. We are going to take 10 minutes before our very last panel. And before I do that, I want to ask, our last panel is CCN. It's the young adults that's here at Community Cultivation Network that's working hard every day with the small businesses. And what they're going to talk about is social media and how to put your presence and your brand on social media. So if you can, please stick around to support these young people. They're already nervous to get up here and have this conversation. I think it's very important to support them because this is our future. So if you have some time, please stick around for the next 30 minutes just to hear and support our young people about social media, and that will conclude the remix. So I appreciate that.
Biggest thing now is just make a difference. I'm gonna let everybody else introduce themselves. So, Jar, go ahead and start us off.
Hi guys, I'm Jar. I am post-production lead at CCN here, as well as our intern division lead. I do a lot of the content here. I'm part of the content team as well, Jaylon. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Ashanti Bechet, and I am a new intern. I am working under the event coordination department and content creation. And I also own my organization called the Creators Hub. And it's a safe space for creatives to explore the creative talents. And my mission is also to bridge the gap between the youth and the youth makers.
Ashanti.
Testing. Okay. Hey y'all, my name is Jaylon. I'm the director of content here at CCN, as well as the lead of Level 1 interns. Basically what I do is all the content that you've been seeing on our social medias, the remix page, the Instagram page, I have been curating, editing, and posting that content, as well as help with Jar and as well as Messiah as well. So, yeah.
Shout out to Messiah.
I'm Joelson of Vega Kiteki. I'm the head marketer over here. And long story short, my goal is to create real connections that lead to businesses. So yeah.
Well, following that up, I guess we're gonna get straight into it. So, what are some of the most effective strategies for marketing your brand on social media platforms in 2024?
All right, so I'm not sure if y'all have noticed, but I'm sure you have. The trend's kind of been being personable, where people can actually feel like they get to know you on a personal level on social media. Because people are kind of tired of, I'm just gonna go twerk even though I'm a realtor. So, people are tired of things being off-brand or mismatched or just done randomly. So being able to be personable and create that story, your story, I generally feel like that's the biggest strategy in 2024.
We actually heard that bit with the music people who were here before. They were talking a lot about how artists want to go onto social media, do the trends, do the gimmicks and stuff like that. And what we really found here, especially within CCN, is the importance of finding your community, finding people through authentic connections. I know authentic's the buzzword as well, but it's true. Don't be yourself with the content and with your marketing strategy and your branding. It's find your identity and find people who relate to that identity, because then those are going to be your consumers. It's like if I like Joelson as a person, figure out Joelson is not just a great marketer, but he also is a dog guy. I'm a dog guy. So now I can connect to him on another level. And now he's making a shirt that says marketing and dogs. That's such a niche too. You find these amazing niches in different people when they really show themselves. So now I know Joelson likes dogs, has shirts with dogs and marketing. I like dogs and marketing. He's my guy. He's the only guy out there representing me. So that's a really good way to look at it too.
And I think that another way to see authentic, it's really a strategy and a template. I like to think that authentic is being real and being you, but converting it into a hero's journey so people can want to join in and tag along for the story.
Come and see the rise and stuff, yeah.
Exactly. And just to piggyback off the trends and everything, you don't have to do every trend. Just do the trends that you feel like matches your niche and your brand and your business. You do not have to do every single last trend. And another thing is stop trying to post content that you think other people will like. Post content that you love and that you like. Okay?
I love that. And I really want to piggyback off of what Joel said, is making it personable. So what I found out strategic about this, making content for businesses, is that people, they want to feel something. They don't want to just, buy this, buy that, come get my product. Why should I get your product? How are you going to make me feel? Or am I going to feel respected or valued using your product? And I found a way to make business owners shine that light. Like, tell us more than your services. Tell us how you treat your customers. Tell us how those customers be feeling. So I really like to go with that personable feel when it comes to making my content, editing my content. We want to go beyond what you're selling us. We want to know how you're going to make us feel. So,
and that's a reflection of the times too, I'd say, because the times right now, a lot of these big corporations and these entities, don't really care how we feel or don't have that personal connection to us. Or maybe we have a connection to them via like when we were young, we got connected to Coca-Cola because we would always drink it or we saw our mom drink it. But like we don't actually have a connection to these brands the same way we could have a connection to a brand of somebody on social media. I can now go to this person's event, shake their hands, see this person live, see them do their thing. Like there's a whole different level of connection when you really understand someone and their authenticity.
I will definitely 100% always buy from someone I know personally before from someone random.
And you see that with like recommendations. Like if someone tells me this product's a 10 out of 10, I'm gonna go get that because they told me it's 10 out of 10. I trust this person rather than if I just read reviews from random people online saying it's something, then I'm a little hesitant still. I'm still skeptical. But when you have that trust, that kind of trust, that person you trust to open the door for you, it really changes it.
I think that's pretty real. I'm not gonna lie. Just being able to piggyback off that thought. I mean, if you've ever, well, let's take food for instance, right? You could have a bunch of food vendors here. You don't know any of them, but you hear from Jar like, oh yeah, Glenn's food. You gotta go mess with Glenn's food. There's nobody better out there for barbecue. Who are you gonna believe? Like just someone else you're seeing that's in the building, or are you gonna go to Glenn? My recommendation. I think I'm gonna go to Glenn, right? Right?
And that's
Exactly.
And
I'm
that
going to
shows the
Glenn.
importance of like personal connections too, and all that. It's themes we've been talking about all night.
Yeah. So then how can brands identify their target and their ideal audience on different social media platforms?
So for a business that already has their target audience established, it's all really going into the brand, the nucleus of the brand. Someone mentioned it earlier today, so shout out to them, wherever it is. But when you understand the nucleus and the mission statement, you don't necessarily have to go find your target audience, but you can make content and provide a community for your target audience and they'll come to you.
Figure out what's the problem and how you're gonna solve it, you know? Once you figure out the problem, then you get to understanding what type of people have these problems, you know? Like you said, once you figure out the nucleus and you start outputting the solution, the people that are wanting to seek those solutions are gonna automatically come to you regardless. And putting yourself in places where these people live, like where these people breathe, where they're walking and where they are at, you know?
I definitely say that. Do you feel as though like, you know, it's a networking event of a bunch of influencers, right? Do you feel as though we should be collaborating more at events like this, or?
I mean, of course. And to answer that question too, it's also like cultivating your community. So for CCN, for example, we do a lot of things. We do a lot of things for a lot of individuals. What we do is we show that we can do all these things and we can do it a certain way. So we can help every individual in this room, in these seats. We can help everybody. And they know that we can because we cultivate community. We take the time to pour into each and everybody, if it's on social media or if it's just shaking your hand and welcoming you into the building. We cultivate you strategically to where we're able to help everybody else. And that's how other people's brands can grow. Just cultivate your community. It might take a little time though. So.
It might take a little time.
I agree, that's pretty fair. So then how can a brand create and nurture online communities to foster engagement and loyalty?
It really goes back to the story. Everything you remember is tied to a story. There was an impact, there was a journey to it. So if a brand is trying to really connect with their audience and create a community, they need to be authentic, but if there's no story, there's nothing to follow. And that's just how it is.
It kind of ties back to what you're saying with the hero's journey and stuff. Like, and this can apply to the individual rather than which the individual is the brand, but when you understand the person and the journey they're on, you connect to it, you connect to that story, you're just more likely to want to invest in it. Like, I want to see my heroes win.
I say, be about what you say. If this is what you say you want to do, then do it. You know, I feel like there's a lot of cultivators out there that don't ever leave the house. How are you going to cultivate a community in your own home? You're not even stepping out and even seeing what your community is doing. You don't know how your community is feeling. You don't know the adversities the community goes through. So once you figure that out and live that with them, then that's, I feel like, how you can gain your trust and your loyalty. Honestly, I forgot the question. But like, that's how you gain that loyalty and that trust within the community. Because I feel like if you can do it in community and you can figure that out, then you can do it for the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And if you could pull that off, now you have these people in your community that are waiting for the next bump or the next triumph. They're like, oh yeah, I know Ashanti's gonna get over this. Oh, I know she's gonna get this event popping. Oh, I know this is gonna happen. Let me follow. Let me keep up with the trend. Let me share it to people because I know Ashanti's gonna do it. I'm a fan.
I like that. So then, what are some of the best practices for engaging with followers and encouraging user-generated content?
Ooh, I love this one. It's interacting. One person I want to shout out is Star. Every post I do, Star is commenting something. If it's some emoji, some encouraging words,
Hey, shout out to
Star will
Star.
comment
She goes
something.
crazy. Yeah.
And
She
so
really
I'm
does go
like,
crazy.
I need to be more like Star. Like, you know, we live in a day and age where for some reason it's looked down upon to shine and give other people's praises. Like, I'm now in the people's comments, oh, that outfit looked good. I don't even know this person. That outfit looked good. For some reason, I'm following you and I'm seeing you on my homepage, so let me compliment you. Like, that's boosting engagement. That's cultivating community, showing people that you're there, you're a light in their comments on their posts. Like, that's one way for me, just engaging on strangers' posts. We all follow these people. You can take out 30 minutes of your time just complimenting people on a post. Oh, I like your editing techniques. Stuff like that.
There's real power in empowering others.
Yeah.
And when it's Miss Jasmine says all the time here at CCN, it's when you pour into other people, eventually it overpours and pours back into you in a way. It's really the best way to interact with your followers is to interact with them, is to really give them love. Show they love your stuff, go like their stuff, go comment on their stuff. Build that communication, build that comfort between you and them. Because yes, they are your fans, yes, they are your audience, but they're still people. And they still want to feel appreciated and empowered. So it's important to empower them because they'll come back and give you that tenfold.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Especially, I know, Joel, you and Jaylon went to Dreamlight Studios, which is just another neighborhood studio here in Houston. Went and showed some love over there, did some real community cultivating. So definitely something I think we should keep up in the future, whether it be once we go global, in America. It really don't matter. If you're somewhere out there, you're going to be hosting a studio. I think that's definitely something we should
And
look
talking on
into.
that, that's what I really want to do. And I love that we were able to do that. And I bet some people, they saw that video and was like, what? This another studio shining all this light on a whole other studio? Like, ain't y'all competition? No, because this is going to be a company that's going to be able to pour into us. They have a lot of amenities. I was starstruck. I'm like, CCN is going to have this. So y'all not competition. You just got it before we did. But my thing is, it's collaboration. And that's how we're gonna mold this whole Houston thing. That's how we're gonna grow the industry because it's so big. We're all in our own little departments. We don't care about coming together, but when we do come together, that's when Hollywood's gonna really be Houston.
It's the best damn thing in Houston.
I just want to say there's no competition because we both winning.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, as a collective in Houston, everyone's got to eat. If we want to be anywhere near as much of an industry giant like California, Atlanta, we got to band together, whether it's any part of the city, hell, even all of Texas, band together. Like big Texas takeover, you know what I'm saying?
Big Texas takeover.
Big Texas takeover, yeah.
So that leads me to my next question. How can brands use social media groups, forums, and live events to build a sense of community?
I think that having an event or a live event or going live where it's a community-oriented event, it's a way of seeing all your efforts from social media. It's like, oh yeah, I put in all this hard work. I put in all this hard work. Now it's a chance to reap some of the benefits and actually invite them like, hey, you've been messing with me for 2 months. Check it out. I have an event. Happens to be exactly what you're looking for. Hence why you follow me. Come on over.
Nah, for sure. Especially within the Creators Hub, I've created a hub channel. It literally just started off with, I think, about 10 people on Instagram DMs. And now we have like 150 something people in there in a matter of months of just people. First of all, it just started off with me just sharing casting calls, just sharing the next event that someone else is having within the community. Or even if someone asks me and come to me, hey, I need, what? Oh, my bad. I was like, hey, like I need what, about 10 people in my music video, and just dropping, hey, so-and-so needs this many people, like just starting off like with just even just wanting to help other people in that type of community. Then these people are understanding like, hey, I can drop my own stuff in here too. Like, you know, just being able to, that caught me off guard. What was your question?
Next question. You want to get to it already?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
man.
What was your question?
Oh, question was, how can brands use social media groups, forums, and live events to build a sense of community?
Yes, that with the channels.
Yeah, no, I think
With the
you really hit
channels.
it
That's
on
what I'm
point.
thinking. I hit it on point.
you're
Okay,
on
'cause
point.
I was like,
Because what is that by leading with value,
Mhm.
everybody flock to
Yeah.
your chat.
Exactly.
I see a lot of people, they now do like these channels and groups. And one thing I do want to say is when you're making these channels and these groups, see it as spam mail for other people. Because I get added into those all the times. And I'm like, what value is this channel giving me? Like, do you just have me in here as another number, or are you actually going to bring value to my life? So if we are making these channels and making these group chats, let's make sure that we are bringing value and not spam mail, not another group chat that I'm going to have to silence notifications. Like,
exactly.
that part.
Yeah, I see a lot of. I'm actually in a few channels right now where people just send me new posts, go like, do this. I'm like,
Exactly.
I'm cool with these people, and like I like these people, and I have a connection to them. But there's so many new posts, new likes that I can get to the point where I just kind of fall off because
It's
again,
the
they start-
commission breath.
Yeah, exactly, and they kind of stop pouring into you at that point. It's now it's just like, okay, well I've already got my fans, so I'm just gonna give them the stuff, and they're gonna do their thing. It's not a one time thing to pour into people. It's a lifelong commitment, especially as an artist or as a creative. You have to continuously pour into your base, continuously do events, like all this. You have to constantly feed that, or else it's going to starve out and die out. This is how it
Great
is.
marketing goes both ways 100% because you have to give value, expecting value back, but it's a friendship. It's not about making the pay. It's about creating a relationship.
A healthy relationship at that. Baby, let's talk about it.
And what I know I'd rather have a business where I don't have to fight for the next sale every day. I'd rather have a community and an ecosystem where that same person's coming to me monthly, yearly, and so on.
So yeah, I say for on Instagram and like Facebook, using these groups and tools, there are tools out there in social media you can use to your advantage, but it's about how you use the tool. That's what's really gonna make the difference. Everybody has access to this stuff. I can make a group right now or a broadcast channel right now, but if I'm not willing to actually pour into these people, willing to put in that extra effort, it's for nothing.
Create some surveys too. Surveys of saying like, what are your skills? What do you want to learn? That's something that I'm understanding too, with me wanting to cultivate a community within the creative industry, where I'm also trying to help other creatives get paid jobs, because I have people come to me asking for extras and and volunteers for different events. And these people are wanting to pay them. So in a way, I'm giving artists and creatives paid jobs. This is essentially what we all desire to do, is be able to live off of our own skills and talents and our passion, something that feeds our soul. And we're not feeling like we're having to sell our soul just to pay rent and to feed ourselves. So creating even those surveys to see what people actually need, you know?
And how many people do you have in that group chat?
It's like I said 150, but it's probably like it's almost 200 now.
That is a very active chat. I muted the
you.
notifications, but that's a very active chat. Very resourceful.
And all you do is give value, and it keeps growing.
Right.
People are communicating. They're actually conversating. They're not getting your promos, and they're like, "Ooh, what the heck?"
Yeah.
It's because you're giving value, and everyone's contributing.
Right.
And you throw events and stuff too, right? So there's always things happening. Like they have incentive to constantly check this group chat.
Being able to actually meet these people in person is why I do these picnics. Well, I just explained it to y'all, but I, started doing picnics, or even just meeting up at the coffee shop and, sitting down and talking about each other's goals. What do we have? What do we want to do, and what can we accomplish within this next month or by the end of this year? And you're in a circle with other creatives, like, oh, I have a camera. I do this. I can help you with that if you help me out with this. Just creating that type of community where you can actually see people in person, because it's different from DMing somebody, hey, can we collab? Like, it's and then the word collaboration is even scary now these days, because people don't understand what a real collaboration is. So yeah.
So speaking of collaboration, you guys are some content creation geniuses. What are some of the key elements of successful content creation for social media platforms?
I think it's really what we've been saying, like the authenticity or whatever, making personable content that your audience can connect with.
And to go along with that is that because it's personable content, you can't just collab with anybody. The collabs will be purposeful to benefit your whole entire audience. Because some people will cloud chase and do like situations of realtors twerking. There's no reason why realtors should be twerking. You know what I mean? So collaborations with the right people will have a big turnout and benefit.
Especially for me, I didn't always have the Creators Hub. I just started it literally in November last year. And with me starting off with modeling and wanting to act, and I've always loved dancing. There's just so many different things out here in Houston that I could be a part of. I used to always just want to hop in everybody's music video. Hey, do you want to come do a photo shoot with me? Yeah, sure, why not? Like, I need more, to build my portfolio. Or someone's over there like, oh, come be in my music video, come be in my runway show, come model for my brand, come do this and that. But it's to a point now where I can't work with everybody because everybody doesn't have the same goals. Everybody doesn't have the same moral stance. No one has the same mission as I do. And how weird of it would you see me twerking on somebody's rap music video and I'm over here trying to speak to the kids. Like, that doesn't make sense,
Multitasking.
Yeah.
But answering that question that Steve had asked, I agree, personable, great collaboration, but also quality assurance. Quality. When it comes to CCN page, if you are recording something, nothing against Android users, but if you are recording something on an Android and you tag our company in it and it's looking a mess, I'm gonna be like, we're not resharing that because that's not in the quality that we do. We have a certain quality that we maintain. If I get off of it, Miss Jasmine, hey, Jaylon, what's up with that last video? It's looking a little grainish or it's lacking value. I'll go and fix that. There is a certain quality that you have to obtain when it comes to making content these days because like the photography people, they came up here and they said that they come up here with these iPhones and they think that their work is better than theirs. And I'm one of those people. I'm not saying that it is, but I'm just saying I know what I can create. I know how to use what's in these settings of this phone and make it look like some HD Sony type shit. So the quality needs to be up and everybody's expecting that. So when it comes down to making this content, ask yourself, is this good content? Is this good content? Am I taking pictures in a dirty mirror in the caption, excuse my mirror? No, like make quality assurance and maintain that quality.
Just understand is tied back to the values of your company and your brand. And is this tied? It's like price points. Like if I'm selling a product and my price point is $300 and you're trying to buy my product for $250, I know what I'm valued at and I'm not going to go down to $250. And so it's the same thing with who do I collaborate with. My quality is $300. I'm not going down to $250. And it's no diss on you, but I value myself at a certain level. And when you value yourself at a certain level, people value you at that level. You have to say, I am this, I am at this level, this is me, before people will start saying it. You have to say it first.
Exactly. Even when you're saying like, just even readjusting your prices, especially for, I guess, some artists, if you're wanting to get paid to perform on stages, bring your price up a little bit, or maybe even have to bring it down a little bit just to find and attract that right audience. If you're saying, oh, I get on stage for $20, anybody will have you on their stage, and you don't want to be on everybody's stage.
That part. Want to have some exclusivity. Yeah. But unfortunately, I think this is pretty much all the time we have to be on the panel. If you guys do want to come holler at us, more than welcome to come network with us. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to drop all your socials and just, mingle and network.
Yeah, y'all can find me on CC Network at CC Network HTX. That's where you'll find me.
That way, yeah.
You can follow me on Instagram, all platforms, Sweetie Shantae, SweetyShantay, but most importantly, follow my Creators Hub page at creatorshub.htx.
Okay. You can also find me at CC and HTX. That's our Instagram page if you don't already got it. If you would like to see more of me, I post daily inspirational content for light workers and amazing individuals with great vibes. You want to see more on that? That's __King_J with 2 Y's, or just put Jaylon Flowers, you'll find me. The second part is where I do production and all this when I built this crazy shit is on JF Productions. So thank y'all.
Yeah, I'm Joelson. I'm the marketer over here. You can also find me at CCNHTX. And if you want to tap in with the friendly neighborhood marketer, you can find me at Quantum Blueprint, but most likely than not, I'll be here in the building. So pull up on me, and I'm happy to help.
There you guys have it. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the remix.
Since this is wrapping up what we have done all weekend, I have to give these young people their credit. For one, these are some of the smartest people I've ever met in my life, and I've been here for 36 years, so that's saying a lot, you know. But no, seriously, this weekend would not have happened the way it did if it wasn't for you guys' leadership, pushing everything, making sure everything is structured, following Jazz and I's directions and trusting in us. And we know you guys had it in you, and we appreciate you, and we love y'all. And thank y'all for what y'all have done.
Thank
you.
Oh, Nikki.
Shout out to Miss Jasmine. Hold on.
Yeah, shout out to
Hold
Miss
on.
Jasmine.
After a month, back
Oh my
to
God, the
back.
remix is on the
Yes.
Come on,
Yes.
get this on this big out.
I love y'all. All right. Well, I definitely want to thank everybody for this 3-day weekend, the remix. Man, a storm hit at the exact time we was about to start our opening event, and we completely lost power. All the models were dressed. They had on makeup. All of their family and friends were in the studio, and they were expecting a fashion show. Yeah, we need to take care of that. But they were expecting a fashion show, and so what we did was run in my office and took a couple shots. Then I came out and I said, you know what? We're moving forward with this fashion show. We're gonna do what we have to do because God put all this together. I'm a spiritual person, no disrespect to anybody that's not, but I believe God gave me this vision and I'm obedient. I am tired, but I am very obedient to the vision that God has blessed me with. So we raised that garage door and we had a fashion show with no power. First fashion show in the dark here in Houston, Texas. And it was the bomb, okay?
It was
the bomb. Then yesterday we turned around and had an A-list event. The rain kept a lot of people from coming, but everybody that was in the room, if you were in the room, did you have a good time?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I was barefoot and dancing, so you already know I was having a good time. And then today, the panels, the information that was given on this stage today is so important for us to be able to take our careers to the next level. I have a lot of value to give, but I am a student at all times. So to be able to sit on this stage with some of the people and to be able to sit in the crowd and watch y'all tried to make me cry, but it's very, very important. And a lot of people didn't get to come out to get this information, but that's why we recorded everything, because we're gonna make sure people get this. Because if we really wanna bring Hollywood to Houston or put the infrastructure, let's say that, if we really wanna put the infrastructure in Houston to be able to create the big jobs and keep our people from having to go to Atlanta and New York and all these other places, it's gonna take events like this. It's gonna take collaborations like this. And I have people I definitely wanna thank before we wrap this all up. Definitely shout out to all the CCN team. Y'all did y'all big one and I'm very, very grateful. Shout out to Westbone Productions, who is the original founders of the remix. Unfortunately, they had to leave to go back to Minnesota, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with them. And then I also want to thank our vendors. You know, they was giving our good drinks back there. Shout out to y'all.
Eskimo Hut.
Yeah, all weekend serving drinks. We also had another candle vendor. She was only able to come to the first day because her home was affected by the storm. So we'll keep her in our prayers. But I want to give a big, big shout out to DJ Sam. I know you're sitting there, but go on, come up here, DJ Sam.
Come on, boy, get up here. Get up here.
Let me tell y'all, I worked with DJ Sam last year for a music festival called the Rock Fest, and it was the best experience. And I'll tell you why. We had people come out, about 300 people, not 1,000, but people came out and enjoyed the show. But the whole time we were working together, this man texts me every morning with a Bible scripture, giving me confidence. Man, I work with a lot of people in my life. I haven't worked with too many people outside of my parents that we're going to start off with a prayer. We're going to start off and give honor to God. We're going to give him his praise before we get this started. And since then, I knew I'll be working with DJ Sam as long as he in Houston, Texas, and as long as he don't forget about me. So I want to just give him the platform to say a few things.
Man, first of all, yeah, thank God for being in here, being around here with everybody in here. I usually don't do a lot of public speaking, man, but I've been stepping outside of my shell And that's what it's all about as far as like being an artist, being an entertainer. Like it comes with the game. You're gonna have to be able to speak in order for people to actually want to grasp and follow what you're doing. And I made a lot of moves in the city of Houston. A lot of people could vouch for me, but I ran into Jasmine through DJ First Class, and ever since I met her, I can sense the spiritual bond. And that's one thing a lot of people lack in Houston in this industry. It's a lot of devilish things going on. So when you can link with somebody that's actually like-minded and spiritual like that, you keep them close by. So yeah, I appreciate her hitting me up and letting me be a part of the what she got going on. That's it.
Well, if you guys have ever tuned into CC Go, you guys know how I pretty much stay on brand. Cultivators, thank you guys for tuning into the remix. Hope you guys have a good time networking. So we're going to see you in the next one. Peace!